Hello and welcome. If you're watching this Twitch VOD, just know it's going to be really, really short. I'm basically only going live here to get the notification out to people and leave some breadcrumbs of a VOD so you know that there was a stream here. We will, of course, have to continue on YouTube and Kick because Destiny is banned on Twitch and I'm not fitting to risk getting my account banned. I'll probably keep this page up for a little bit so people could roll in from there and kind of have an idea of what's going on. But the plan for today is I was kind of scrolling through my YouTube feed and this debate came up where Destiny is arguing with this professor person who apparently has like 3 master's degrees or something, and they're talking about abortion. Now, he's had back to back abortion debates on this whatever podcast, and it sounds like he has more in store in the future. So I figured this would be a good jumping off point to kind of start talking about Destiny's arguments on abortion and how he's handling himself in the conversation, and get back into a little bit of rhetoric and debate review stuff, just because listening to this, it reminded me of like when I started streaming. These are the kinds of conversations that I wanted to cover and that I find interesting, and that I think that like there's definitely room for improvement or consideration of strategy. And when the other person is challenging him in a way where I feel like he has to turn his brain on and engage with them, I think that's fun. And it makes it fun knowing that I could just reach out and jump in Discord and talk to him about it and whatever. And given them come back to streaming more as a for fun thing, I just thought, hey, seems like a good time to go live. So that's the plan, Stan. Again, we'll keep this up on Twitch for a little bit while I kind of get the stream rolling. And just know, go over to Kick. I haven't paid for the premium thing on Restream yet, so I can't stream to like all three at once, but I might just fork over the cash and do it. That way I don't have to like restart stream and put it on Kick and whatever. But if you go to kick.com/booksmarts, you should be able to watch this there, and the full thing will be available on YouTube. And I will, of course, take the time to add timestamps. I don't know how good they'll be necessarily, but they'll be there on YouTube. So for those of you that prefer the VOD experience there, this should be available there. And I'll try to keep any music or anything that I don't own out of it. That way it's not, demonetized and hidden and whatever else. But yeah, good to see you guys. Hello, hello. That's planned for today. I don't know how long we'll go for. This isn't necessarily a formal line by line. I don't have a transcript done or anything like that, but I do kind of want to take some notes and rewatch this with a review in mind and kind of, try to think about it critically and whatever. Are you back to streaming? I mean, I hop on and off. I do a little bit here and there right now. I just figure since I don't have other stuff going on, it's easier to put the time and effort into actually going live. And like I said before in the last stream, and in case you didn't catch that, the VOD's on YouTube and it should be timestamped, kind of a better viewing experience than Twitch VODs. But yeah, I'm coming back. I'm dipping my toes in the water a little bit. I'm not promising you guys regular streams or anything crazy like that. And if I ever do, just know you can't trust me, okay? If you're a long-time viewer, you can't trust if I say I'm going to be back regularly. So I'm just going to try to avoid saying that. But, as far as the options for how the day could go and what I could do with it, there's BattleBit, there's Fortnite, and there's streaming. So streaming's back on the table, at least for me to, do something with my time. But I won't necessarily say I'm going back into it as like a full-time gig. And if you're curious about the reasons for that, you can go check out that video. But the TLDR is, it's really stressful having to hustle for what is not really like a life-changing amount of money the same way like getting a regular job is. So I'm definitely still going for a regular job, but I do enjoy having access to Steven and other people, and I do enjoy that there are other people who send me nice messages that are like, oh, your outlook is missed, or I like the way that you think about these things, or you're putting words to something that I've been thinking about. And if I'm sitting here and stewing on it and taking notes on little index cards anyways, which I definitely was during this debate, I figure I may as well go live and kind of share that with everybody and get more mileage out of the mental time that I would spend thinking about it. And beyond that, if I want to talk to Steven about something, I try to be respectful of his time and intellect, and I try to take notes and like do the best that I can to come into a conversation with him prepared and to have a good understanding and like overlook of the conversation and not be caught out by like, you know, mistakenly remembering this thing or that thing, and then I look like a fucking retard. And you know, I don't like that, and pardon the retard thing, but you know, I would say that's probably how DGG would describe it if I, you know, start forgetting things about a conversation. So it's helpful to take the notes and stuff. I don't know if we'll necessarily have a color coded transcript with all the notes and stuff in Notion, just because I was working with somebody on that, and I don't know if they necessarily want to get back into helping me with that. All of our lives change over the last like 3 years or so. So, but if you would be interested in helping, and you would be interested in helping me put together transcripts and notes and stuff like that, reach out to me, ping me on Discord. I'm always happy to have the help, as long as, you know, it's not more trouble than it's worth. And with some people, it is more trouble than it's worth. But if you think you're familiar with working with a tool like Otter.ai, or, you know, transcripts on YouTube in general, and you can parse them out into like, you know, Destiny said this and then he said that and then Destiny said this, and like chunking that or whatever. That kind of stuff is helpful because you don't need to be, you know, some massively informed rhetorician or whatever the fuck you guys call me to do that. You kind of just need to work with the transcript, and I feel like that's doable and something I could definitely use the help with, because it's just hours of work that you can save me, and then I can focus on actually doing a review of the stuff. So um haven't checked back in a long while. His book focuses more on drawing/gaming streams. I wouldn't say so, but I'm trying to incorporate them more because it's, you know, what I do for fun. So if you see those coming up in the future, that's what's going on. Is I like the idea of doing this stream just as a for fun thing, and I am very envious of other people for whom that's been their relationship with streaming from the beginning. I think that probably makes it easier to go live. Like today, I had a lot of anxiety about just hitting the go live, and I'm like, well, you know, I should be well rested, and it shouldn't be a day where I went to bed at 3 a.m. and woke up at 9 and blah, blah, blah. But like, I don't want to come up with excuses. If I feel like doing it, I should just do it because I think it would be fun to do. And this is an example of that. So, but again, for anybody just joining us on Twitch, go ahead and go follow me on kick.com/booksmarts, because in a second here, I will be switching over there and we will be going live there. I'll actually add that to the chalkboard here. Pardon me for a moment while I do that. It'll be my first stream on Kick because I don't think I've ever done it before. Let's see. Let's add this in here. Let's go live on kick.com/booksmarts. Huh. Well, that's rough. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that, huh? Maybe we'll delete this as well and just have that on there. But yeah, so I'll do that. I'll probably put the waiting screen with some of the music that I actually have the rights to, and then we'll jump into it. And I'm looking forward to it. I just want this to be a for fun thing, so try not to trigger me too much in the chat. But if you have questions or feedback, or you think I missed something, I'm definitely open to it, because again, we're just at the note taking phase of this, and I'll kind of you know, be open to different points of view before I end up going to Steven and talking to him about it with notes and stuff. So if you feel like you could help with that in any way, that's definitely cool of you. Let me figure out where I put my links to my music, because I don't really know. Do I have to sign in on? I think I have to sign in on this. Though I don't know what email I used for SoundCloud. Maybe it's my full name email. I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, let me try to find. I used to have this stuff bookmarked. I'm just really, I'm not a good streamer anymore. I'm very rusty. Let's go SoundCloud and let's see if it recommends it. I don't think that it does. Maybe it's in my bookmarks. Here, let's see. But in any case, this gives time for people to kind of roll in from Twitch and then pile over to Kick. Let's see here. I don't see any of my links for Oh, you know what I think I did? I think I went to my DMs with Jake and I have it in there. Let me look there. Okay, we'll go here and then we'll search within the conversation for, which I don't even know how to do, Control F maybe? And then SoundCloud. Because I don't want to use music I don't have the rights to, or I'll kind of get fucked and dinged, and that's not fun. All right. I have the music. I'll go ahead and get that going, and then in a few minutes we'll hop in. I just want to get my notes and stuff ready to go. So yeah, let's switch to our fun waiting screen here. Let's go to this. I think this one's it. Yeah, awesome. And I will see you guys in a bit. Again, you know, pile on over to YouTube or kick.com/booksmarts and we'll be live there. Can you even link Kick on here? I don't know. I won't try it, but it should be pretty straightforward. Talk to you guys in a sec.
To the
Okay, give me a second here because I got to get this webcam working. It's not really agreeing with me. Again, if you're watching on Twitch, time is ticking because I'll switch out Twitch for Kick in a bit here. Let me see. Let me see if there's any other music I could link from this dude. Of course, he privates like literally everything, so it's a bit rough. Let me go ahead and go back to our Discord chat and grab something here. Here we go. Let's go with this. Switching over to Kick. See you guys there. We should be back. Let's pause this. Okay. Hello, and welcome to the first stream I've ever had on Kick. Please be nice to me. We'll see how the chat is on this website. I've never done it before, so this is a first for all of us. Kick is the worst. Well, you know, of the three that I have, yeah, probably Kick is the worst, I guess. It's an objective statement. Chat just straight up doesn't work for me. Huh. Interesting. Well, I see other people that were chatting in Kick Chat before, so I'm not really sure. Although I did restart the stream, maybe that might have something to do with it. Or maybe there's a setting somewhere that I have to do on Kick. I'm not really sure. Let's try and go to Kick and maybe see if there's any settings or something in here that I need to be doing. I don't know if there is. Oh, chat settings. First time chatters, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it looks like maybe you should have to accept some chat rules before you come in. Let's put in no slurs for good measure. Just that way people know. And now it's just hitting me with 400 bad request errors. Yikers. Well, Jazul is in Kick. Jazul, is Kick working for you? It looks like it's working for him. Let me check on my end. So if I go to Booksmarts, nah, it's live on my end, bro. Maybe it's banned where you live, fellas. I'm not really sure. Because I can go in here and I can type in hello. Yeah, there I am. So no, I don't know. It's working for me. Granted, the restream chat's a bit laggy, but I guess it's to be expected. Hope you're doing well, Vels and Sora. Yeah, it's good to have Vels and Sora. I talk to Vels quite a bit though, so not like that's a huge surprise to me. Let's see. If you're DMing me on Discord right now, I am not going to respond to you. I got to stay in the headspace. I got to focus on what we're doing today, which is covering a Destiny conversation with this, pro-abortion dude who's a professor. Apparently, he has like 3 master's degrees, whatever. I saw it and I was like, hey, this is kind of a good conversation. This seems like the kind of thing that I would actually like to make a line by line about. All right, let's title this line by line. What should we title this? Destiny v. What's this guy's name? Oh, it says my first stream. Well, that's not what I want that to say. Let's go ahead and edit my stuff on Kick real quick. My stuff on Kick. Okay. Let's go ahead and edit mode, stream info. How do I edit my title? Edit stream info. Okay. Destiny v Professor, and what was this guy's name? It should be on Twitch. Professor Trent Horn. Trent Horn. And we'll go ahead and do that. I guess it is for mature audiences. Why can't I save is the question. Okay. No tags. Language is English. It just won't let me click save though. Why can't I edit my stream info? Well, if anybody, has used Kick before and wants to tell me why save is grayed out on my edit stream info thing, that would be helpful. Maybe the title's too long? No, it doesn't seem to be it. Oh, it is it. Wait, no, it just changes it back. Okay, let's hit save. Well, now it's working. Hello, everybody. Good to have you. Good to have you. No mods post Charmeleon or whatever his name is. What is his name? It's not Charmeleon. Charmander. Cool. So that's working. Seems to be going all right. Let's see what Restream has to say about that. Trent Horn seems pretty all right. I thought he got slightly exasperated at some points, which is uncharacteristic as far as I know. I guess we'll see that. I only watched about half of it, so I guess I did technically pre-watch a little bit, but I doubt that matters for you guys and your viewing experience, but just as a full transparency type of thing. Okay, so that's all set up. Can I manage you guys from... Oh, I can't. Oh, that's a bit fucking rough. I can't ban or anything people from my restream chat, so I guess I'll have to keep my Kick chat open on the side here. There should be some way to pop this out. There is. Okay, wunderbar. Make sure there's no doxing information on my shit. I should probably move the Amazon box out of frame here. Pull up my pants so you don't see my ass crack. Dude, Books, I missed you. I miss you too, Marfin. I love you too, random citizen. Okay, so let's go ahead and switch scenes so you guys could see what I'm seeing, which I believe should be my League of Legends thing. Huh. Hold on. Let's see. Maybe I forget. I need to go through and clean up my OBS at some point in the future, but maybe recording is a good tab to go to. Okay, wonderful. So here's this. Can he even link kick on here? Probably not. I probably don't need my Twitch thing open either. And then let's open up my notas here, and we'll go ahead and put that over here. And then I suppose we'll minimize this bad boy and bring up my thing over here. And then let me check on OBS and make sure everything is framed well. Okay, webcam probably should be down here. Okay, and then we'll maybe move all of this up a little bit. Let's try to get my main moved up. Oh, fucking maybe like that. And then we'll add in our scene for our whiteboard here. Or our chalkboard, I should say. Cool, that's huge. Let's go ahead and change that a little bit. And then I probably want to have chat on the screen, so we'll do that too, and we'll put you guys right next to me, probably. Okay, that's there, and let's add in our chat, which should be browser source, add existing chat box open, and we'll put you guys here, and we'll minimize this, Control-Shift-Alt, bada bing, bada boom. Hey! We're a streamer again. Okay, cool. Alrighty, let's strap in. This is going to be a long ride, probably. It's about a 40-minute video on YouTube, but Lord knows with the way that I cover stuff that it'll probably be a lot longer. Cool. And then let's go ahead and change this to dark mode as well, because this is kind of a bit much. Maybe settings? Oh, God. Will this dox me? Let's see. Let's go to settings. Let's go to, how do I make this dark mode? My settings. Oh, here we are. Let's do dark mode. Cool, cool. All right, we're all set. Let's just get into it. So I got up to about 28 minutes before I went ahead and called Steven and asked him some questions. So we'll start back from the beginning. And yeah, let's just hop into it, huh? Let's see here.
You have an anencephalic child who doesn't have an upper brain, someone like Jackson Buell. Yeah. People can look that up online. Doctors said he'll probably die. Most anencephalic children, the upper brain does not develop. So you just, the neural tube fails to close. So you just have a lower brain.
And we don't need the intro.
That if he gets like,
oh, it just jumps into it,
yeah,
I guess.
The upper brain does not develop. So you just, the neural tube fails to close. So you just have a lower brain. And Jackson lived to be about 5. Now his parents claimed that he did exhibit signs of consciousness. Some other people might debate that, I don't know. But you would say that if a newborn didn't, never develop consciousness, I mean, I guess it's like a fetus and never developed it. The structures haven't developed yet in the brain. Okay. Here's one that'd be interesting. Suppose we had a drug that could, so take the anencephaly case. Normally, if you don't grow if your brain consciousness doesn't develop, it's never going to develop. Suppose we had a drug in the future that could allow an anencephalic fetus to develop consciousness. But if we don't give it the drug, it'll never be conscious. Does that human fetus, that human being, biological human being, would they have a right to that treatment?
I don't think they would have any rights yet, because rights I would say are only afforded to persons. Fetuses are afforded any right, so no, it would not have a right to it. No.
So even if we had a newborn who could be conscious if we gave them medicine, they don't have any kind of right to that treatment?
No.
Just making sure, but the Destiny video is a cut down of the full video from the Whatever Podcast channel, yeah? I actually did not know that. Let's go ahead and see if we could get the original here. So here it is.
We are live.
No! Here I was thinking, hey, bro, let's go ahead and hop on live, dude. It's only a 40-minute video. Surely that won't take all that long. Fucking 2.5 hours. God damn it. Why did August cut it down to just 40 minutes? Do they talk about a lot? Huh. Well, this just turned into a very long and drawn out thing, but whatever. I guess we'll deal with it. This was the first Whatever podcast I watched. Host seemed not on the wavelength. I mean, you know what I like about him? It's kind of the same thing I like about Modern Day Debate. He doesn't get involved all that much, which I kind of prefer a little bit, because normally when the hosts get involved, it's so easy to not like them for getting involved. I think the only time I heard him jump in the 40-minute video was, to have a little funny one-liner about Dragon Ball Z, so it didn't bother me that much. But now that we're looking at this whole, fucking, oh, it's not even 2.5 hours. I have a dyslexia. It's actually like 3 hours long. Fuck, man. Well, good thing I put all the sections in here. And we'll rename those as we go along, and I'll probably end up being a bit more flexible with how we divvy up the conversation. But I just want to know arcs of what's going on. And I guess now that this is a 3-hour thing, we'll probably have some use for that. Let's see. May I ask why this video over the 2v1 abortion debate? All right, let me level with you. I liked the skinny lady in that debate, but I did not like the other lady. So that's kind of why, is that was a lot more shit showy. And the other thing is, at least when I do reviews and stuff, it kind of sucks to have to do the transcript and the breakdown for 3 people. It becomes like significantly harder. And so assuming that I'm not going to pawn this work off on somebody else, I don't want to make more work for myself and having to do that, especially if like I'm not interested in a whole third of the conversation's arguments and stuff. But this one, it was just like from the get-go, the dude seems super duper intelligent. He's referencing stuff that I've like never heard before, that is like pretty necessary to understand some of the words and phrases that Stephen uses, like referencing the book that I guess his moral pumping or intuition pumping line was from. So I don't know, it's just like, if you're telling me things I've never heard before, if it's clear that you researched Stephen's positions before jumping into the debate, once you start checking these boxes, and I'm impressed at all these different levels in the conversation, like right off the rip, that's what makes me really interested to engage with it. Like, as fun as it is to like rack in donos and do something like a Demon Mama conversation, like, it's a lose-lose situation for me, where like, if I side with her at all, or I say she has any point, it's like I'm gonna get kind of shit on. And I don't have a lot of those problems here. I didn't know who the fuck this guy was beforehand. Maybe you guys do, and you have a bunch of preconceived notions about the dude, and I'll be running into the same problems I would in a conversation like that. But yeah, there's a lot of different reasons why this would appeal to me over the other one. Plus, it was a bit shisty, the other conversation. There's some issue with the video audio. Interesting. Let's go ahead and see what that issue could be. Let's open this on the side here.
Welcome to a special debate edition.
Oh, you know what it is? It's probably the slider is way the fuck down here.
Of the Whatever podcast.
Is that better? I'll let it play for a bit, and then I'll get your guys' opinions before we embark on what is likely to be like a 6 or 7 hour journey.
Your host and moderator, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a 30% cut. The Streamlabs link is in the description. Basically, if you...
Okay, checking in with the YouTube chat. Audio fixed. I think it was probably just that it was too quiet. But maybe a little quieter so your voice is kind of level. Yeah, I'll try not to talk over it, but I guess, yeah, we could lower it a bit.
Super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Donations and super chats.
That's probably a more reasonable level, if not like a little bit more. That keeps my levels good. Too loud. Okay. Let's err on the side of caution and turn it down more.
Special episode will be $10 and up.
And here is me talking over the video. Am I louder than it? How is the balance? I will try not to talk when they talk, because no matter what I do for you guys, I have to listen to it at full volume. So talking over other people is not necessarily my... You're even now? None. Okay, perfect now. All right. Chat lag. There is a chat lag, but, I feel like that is... the least of our concerns at this point, and probably not something I should rack my brain over trying to fix. It's probably a restream thing. It bothers me that this is got a little black line here that's more than the other ones, it seems like, but it's probably not important either. Okay, let's jump into it.
So if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the debate live, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. We have bumped that, just for the sake of a flowing conversation, to $199 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only, so
Wow.
if any of you psychos really want to weigh in on the discussion, please see the description for all triggers and full details. Without further ado, I am joined today by Destiny, famous internet personality, live streamer, and political commentator.
And I'm going to throw it at 1.4. Sorry to the VOD people. Learn to deal with it. 1.4 at 2x is what? Fucking 2.8? You can handle it. I handle it. You can handle it. We'll consider this a character building experience because I don't want to listen to this at 1x speed, really.
Who will be arguing the pro-choice side, or as he prefers, the pro-abortion side. And we have Trent Horn. Trent earned master's degrees in the fields of theology, philosophy, and bioethics. Trent is an adjunct professor of apologetics at Holy Apostles College, and he's the author of 9 books. Trent will be arguing the pro-life side. Thank you guys for joining me. Appreciate it. I think a good jumping off point for each of you.
This man knows the curves of keyboard better than most.
And if any of you wish to further introduce yourselves, otherwise we can just get right in. What is your basic stance on abortion? And Destiny, why don't we have you start?
Yeah, so I think that the typical pro-life argument is the idea that we say that life begins at the moment of conception. I believe that there is some kind of life that begins at the moment of conception, but the thing that we're interested in protecting is the human conscious experience. Whenever we talk about a person, we're not usually talking about a body or a collection of cells. We're talking about some other conscious sentient being. Whenever
And you can begin to see why it's helpful to just have my my line by line of my transcript.
we're talking about pain, suffering, harm, happiness, joy, any of these emotions, we're usually talking about somebody that can experience them as such. When we look at the end of life, the instructive moment is when the person no longer has or is capable of having a conscious experience. So I think when we look at the beginning of life, we should also start at the same point, which is when that conscious experience forms. So my argument is abortion should be illegal at the moment that the fetus is capable of having all of the parts communicating that can deploy subconscious experience, which I read is anywhere from 20 to 28 weeks. So legally, I say probably at about 20 weeks would be the safe point to start protecting that person that's now developed in the womb.
All right. Right. And so my position would be that your value comes not from what you can do, but from what you are, that human beings acquire and lose different abilities throughout their existence. And many of our abilities are also shared by non-human beings that don't have a right to life.
Let me replay that because while I am familiar with Steven's arguments because I've heard them a gazillion times, I'm going to try to be extra attentive to his just because I've never heard him before. And, as somebody who is pro-abortion, but more for practical reasons than any sort of like, oh, I've thought about the morals and ethics of it a ton, just to give you some background on me. I, of course, am pro-abortion. So when you look at somebody who is pro-life or anti-abortion, whatever you would want to call it, it's easy to sort of write them off or to put them into a bucket of deplorables with the other arguments and things that you've heard from other people that support it. And so, as is traditional of, the Book Smarts channel, I am going to try to offset that bias a little bit by trying to pay more attention to his stuff. For the Destiny viewers, that might upset you a little bit, but I'm just trying to give you some of the reasoning there. Most of us are much lower level listeners than we are speakers. And so I feel like when you're in a conversation or engaging with a conversation, like most of your energy should be spent on handling that differential. And you should probably spend more of your energy on trying to actively listen than you are actively talking. So I'm going to try to pay a lot more attention, especially since I already have a bias against this dude. And let's go ahead and hear him out here.
And many of our abilities are also your value comes not
Weeks would be the safe point to start protecting that person that's now developed in the womb.
All right. Right. And so my position would be that your value comes not from what you can do, but from what you are, that human.
Okay. We'll go ahead and call him T for Trent. And your value comes from.
And position would be that your value comes not from what you can do, but from what you are, that human beings acquire and lose different abilities throughout their existence. And many of our abilities are also shared by non-human beings that don't have a right to life. Like when it comes to consciousness, there are animals that exhibit levels of consciousness beyond what many humans exhibit. Like elephants, for example. There are many non-human animals more conscious than them. So I don't think that it's consciousness that makes us valuable. What makes us valuable is that we're members of a kind, of a rational kind, and every member of that kind has equal intrinsic.
And when he puts in negatives here that are specifically aimed at Destiny's position, I'm not really including them because those are kind of a given for the debate.
Value. So I just think that every human being has equal rights, equal dignity, and that this phrase, every human being, would include every member of the human species. So that begins fertilization, and then that would
Okay. Wow. All right. We're going the hard level of pro-life. All right. It begins at fertilization. Damn. All right. Fuck. I mean, I it's cool. We're taking the hard level of the argument, I feel like, here.
And when someone dies, when their body parts no longer function together as a whole. So when their body parts, you begin to decompose. When your body starts to fall apart, that's when you stop existing. You start existing when your body parts work together to allow you to grow and develop, which biologists would agree happens at fertilization. So that would be the pro-life, anti-abortion position. And then I guess a little thing on my background too. I also host a podcast called The Council of Trent, COUNSEL. If you're Catholic, you get the joke, and that's available on YouTube. You'll want to go and check that out.
Okay, rock and roll. And we have everyone's links are in the description. I think we have your.
He has to, being Catholic. Yeah, I suppose so. It seems like he's uber Catholic. So
podcast linked in the description as well. So just a point of clarification for Destiny. At what point, because I think you have a time limit on it, or not a time limit, but you don't think abortion should occur after when or how long?
I'd say legislatively, I'd say 20 weeks.
Okay, gotcha. And is there any circumstance where abortion is justified?
Well, I would say that I would agree with states that have laws that allow you to use medical interventions to protect the life of the woman. So I believe that we should treat unborn human beings, human fetuses, human embryos, like we would treat born human beings. And there can be cases where if a born human being, even an innocent born human being, threatens the life of another innocent born human being, like if somebody, their drink gets spiked at a party and they go crazy and they grab a gun and they're going to shoot people, you might have to use lethal force to protect other people. But I believe that most abortions are not meant to protect someone's life. They instead are meant to protect elements of one's lifestyle. I don't mean to put it crudely, but social reasons, economic reasons. I think just as we don't kill toddlers just because they might be in a difficult situation, like the dad's left, mom lost her job, we don't kill toddlers in a really bad situation to try to make it better. We shouldn't do the same to unborn human beings if they have the same value as a toddler does.
Okay, got it. So
I'm at a max volume and they're very quiet for me compared to you. All right.
I think another good jumping off point is, when do you each believe that personhood begins?
Between that 20 to 28 week point, whenever there's a part where all of the structures in the brain are in place and then they begin to communicate with each other such that you would have some conscious experience. I would say that's your personhood.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would say that personhood, though you don't necessarily, what's interesting about the pro-life position is you don't have to believe a human embryo or human fetus is a person to be against abortion. There's actually multiple arguments to be against abortion. Now, I think that all human beings, all living human beings are persons. Now, they might be injured, so they might be disabled persons who can't function rationally, or they might be in a coma, they might have Alzheimer's or dementia, but I think every human being is a person. But even if you didn't believe the unborn were persons, you can even sidestep the personhood question. Because you could ask this question: why is death bad? Why is it bad to cause the death of an infant or the death of you or me, but not bad? Most people agree it's not bad to cause the death of like a pig. Even vegans usually don't treat the death of a human infant like the death of a pig. So why is death bad? I think most people agree that death is bad because it's deprivational. It deprives us of something. It's bad when humans die, not because they have necessarily a desire to live. Animals don't, like infants don't have that. But what makes death bad for humans is it deprives a human of unique experiences. Like if an infant dies, they lose a future like ours. That's why it's so tragic when an infant dies. It also makes sense why it's sad, but not as tragic if like a 99-year-old dies, because they don't have as much of a future. So then it would follow. And then, of course, the reason we have pork chops and burgers, or at least don't treat them as the same as killing humans, because animals don't have a future like ours. So if that's what makes killing so wrong, well, human embryos and human fetuses, they do have that. Even if you're not consciously aware of it, they have that. And killing them deprives them of that really valuable thing. And so that's why another way to think of abortion being wrong, even if you don't have the personhood element there.
And an interesting thing, if you missed it, I had a brief conversation with Destiny where I asked them a few questions prior to hopping on live. one way that he worded things, because he'll push back if he's with a a pro-abortion person. They say something like "kill a baby." He'll say that your intuition loading there, and when you say something like baby, you're kind of bringing to mind a lot of things in people's brains about like a born baby that you would see in like a stroller. And when you say kill, of course that's going to be loaded as well. And he pushes back against that if he's talking to somebody who is pro-abortion. He's meant to argue against them, whereas he wouldn't if it was somebody like me or like Pisco jumping in, because our approach to the conversation is different, our positions are different, and ultimately the way he has to defend himself is different. And one of the ways or one of the phrases that he seemed to be more okay with is when you say you're not killing a baby, you're depriving somebody of a baby. And it's interesting to see that that kind of language is brought up here very early on. Granted, it changes later, but I think that depriving somebody of a baby might be a way of phrasing things that perhaps he would be like more okay with engaging with without needing to like point out to the audience that you're loading anything.
Do you have a response, or?
Do you find that when you use that argument of future experience, can you run into trouble with people challenging you that future experience might be horrible enough such that it could actually justify an abortion? So, for instance, let's say in the case of like, I think Tay-Sachs disease is a really rough one where I think children can die, I think often before the age of 5, right?
Right.
If your defense of abortion is bad because it's depriving somebody of a future experience, I think baked into that assumption is that the future experience is on a whole like a net positive, right?
Right.
So doesn't that kind of make your point, like conditional on a positive future experience, which would justify the pro-choice argument of you should abort people that might end up in horrible circumstances?
Well, I think that the future like ours argument, I consider it a secondary argument for my position.
Okay.
So it may not show, I agree with you that it doesn't show that all killing is wrong. Like if your boss is dying of a heart attack and you shoot him, like you don't really deprive him of a valuable future, but it was still wrong for you to do that. So I don't think that it shows all killing is wrong, but I think it shows many acts of killing in general are wrong. And there are far more healthy unborn children, or even infants, for example. Like you might miss the Tay-Sachs diagnosis and now you have an infant who has Tay-Sachs. But most people, even in that case, most people wouldn't directly kill that infant who they know is going to die in a few years. So there, I think the other argument would be, well, all human beings have this intrinsic value. They're all persons due respect, even if they might be disabled or dying. But I think that the future like ours argument has the benefit of explaining why the vast majority of human killings are wrong, but also why it's not wrong to kill animals, even if you have a pretty smart animal. Like pigs are pretty smart. They can play video games to earn treats. They can beat a lot of infants at things, but we turn pigs into pork chops. We don't do that to infants. And I think only of the future like ours argument, or the fact that just humans are persons by their nature, can explain that. If we go with your view that, well, it's consciousness that matters, I don't think it works. And if you bracket it to say, oh, I'm talking about human consciousness, then I think it gets arbitrary.
I would agree to some extent that it gets arbitrary, but arbitrary in only the ultimately skeptical sense of like all morality absent a religious justification can arguably be arbitrary. So I can half agree with you there, but I think we both probably agree that the human conscious experience is significantly altered or different than the animal conscious experience. I have had some people bring up the argument that like, well, if you're defending conscious experience, what about conscious experience of pigs or dogs? A 2-year-old dog might have more of a conscious experience than a 6-month-old or 6-week-old child.
Right.
My understanding is human development doesn't happen that way. I don't think that we at like 6 months in the womb that we have like a lizard consciousness and then we're born and we have like a horse consciousness and then we're like 1 year old and we have like a primate consciousness and then it becomes like a human consciousness. My assumption is once all the parts are in place, you have to gather kind of these quality of these experiences in life. You see things, you experience things, and your mind kind of grows. But the development is done. Now it's just the acquisition of experience and then kind of like the connected neurons and everything. I don't think that our conscious experience significantly changes such that it's evolving from like one animal to the next. I think these are probably all stages of like human conscious experience. And then I would go back to, it sounded like you kind of said earlier that there's kind of this like ontological category of like human, and then at all stages you protect that human thing from fetus to end of metabolic activity. And then I would agree with you, except I would bracket that inside the conscious experience part. But,
right. And the reason I don't bracket that is because there are two reasons. I think you're going to include non-human animals or arbitrarily disqualify them, or you're going to exclude some human beings. Well, I guess let me ask you just a question here. So I've got this. This is a cool book, actually, if anyone wants to get it. It's called A Child is Born by Leonard Nilsson. He is actually pro-choice. He doesn't let pro-lifers use these pictures in their books and stuff. But he pioneered in utero photography back in the 50s and 60s. He died in 2017. So like this would be a 26-week-old fetus. And so that would fall under your definition, requires legal protection. Right.
Yeah, but not because of what it looks like, but yeah.
I'm just showing the thing.
Sure.
I think it's important in this this is an I understand these things are remote, and I'm fine showing actually from all the stages. So if you want to bring me back up here, like this would be first trimester. So that's about, we actually go back. So this would be a embryo. It's about 4 weeks old. Most abortions happen right after this point, but you can see the heartbeat, things like that. So that'd be the first trimester. Then we go forward a little bit more. We've got 8 weeks. So that'd be an embryo at 8 weeks. Then this would be...
Okay, I can see why people memed on the picture book thing. Yeah, I mean, at an optical level, I guess he's kind of loading stuff and making you look at the pictures and whatever. But like at an argumentative level, I feel like this is that's the only purpose of what he's doing right now. Like it's not really making any points unless he ties this together at the end in some way. But he's kind of just I'd imagine this is to be some emotional appeal to people based on the pictures of these infants in the womb or whatever.
Fetus at 8 weeks, I should say. Then this would be 12 weeks, is what we have here. And then right before the cutoff, right before Destiny's cutoff, this would be 19 weeks. And then, so my question though is, at 26 weeks, let's bring that up here. My question would be, why is the killing of this thing so bad that it ought to be illegal? Can you just explain to me the badness? Like what's happening here that's so bad it ought to be illegal?
Without getting ultra fundamental, I think that probably every constructed human moral system on the planet agrees that we're all probably afforded a negative right to life, that for somebody to infringe on our right to life requires a big hurdle to surmount, right? So if I'm trying to kill you, if I've done some violation of a law, where states decided to put somebody to death, that for the most part, if governments exist for any reason, one of the most fundamental reasons are protection to life, quite literally, that negative right afforded to us. So as long as all of us are humans, as long as we're all social creatures and we've all got some agreement to live and work and exist with one another, that negative right to life ought to be protected at all stages of when a person exists.
So it's like a social contract.
Essentially, yeah.
Would a society be incorrect if the social contract included all biological human beings, so every human embryo or fetus?
When you say correct or incorrect, what do you mean by that?
Would it be a morally bad or evil contract? For example, 150 years ago, there was a social contract that said some human beings could be enslaved, for example. Throughout most human history, social contracts have excluded certain groups of people. Were the social contracts in those societies,
To be fair to him, it's not a coloring book, but I get the meme.
immoral?
So immoral is kind of, in a way, begging the question of which moral system we're using. Obviously, insofar as theirs were concerned, it wasn't. For me personally, I don't believe in any sort of like moral realism. I don't believe in any kind of like moral fact. So I don't think I could evaluate from some objective frame of reference, this thing is absolutely morally correct or this thing is absolutely morally incorrect. As far as I'm aware, I don't believe that we have any organs to allow us to perceive any sort of moral fact in the world. So I think that moral systems are invented by people. I think that we all have kind of shared intuitions. And so when we're writing like any kind of moral system, I think what we're doing is we're kind of leaning into the intuitions that people have, and we're trying to write rules explaining kind of why people feel the things they do. As an analogy to that, did you ever take any musical training?
Yes, I was in the 7th grade.
I'm not in chat ring time. I'm reading you guys live. There's few enough of you where I can handle it.
And I was an idiot, and instead of picking the guitar, I picked the trumpet.
Okay.
It turns out girls like the guitar more than the trumpet. But.
True. So for music, there's something called music theory, which is a theory of explaining how music sounds away to a certain person.
Right.
A music theorist can't write and say, this is going to sound good to you. All a music theory person can do is say, well, these things tend to sound good. Let's figure out the rules for why they do and why they don't. And I believe that morality is constructed in the same way. So I'd be like, probably like a non-cognitivist school of thought under like a moral anti-realism, I guess. So to go back and you ask me, is something like objectively right or wrong? I don't believe that there is an objective right or wrong. Just like I don't think there's like an objective beautiful or an objective best song or an objective anything like that. No.
So like I would say it's evil to rape someone. It is wrong to do that, and it is a fact that no one should ever do that. Full stop. Would you just say rape makes you feel bad, you don't like it, you'd prefer people don't do that?
Yeah, that's essentially the non-cognitive.
Glad you're back, books.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
This position, right?
Happy
Because
to
I don't
be
think you
back.
can. I don't believe there's a fact
So
to be observed.
far.
My challenge would be is how do I observe a moral fact?
Well, I just think that we have a sense of observing morality, just like we have a sense of observing the natural world, and it's not the Matrix. We
So
have an intuitive ability to do that, and I have no reason to deny that ability to exist. That ability exists. I just as I know the world around us is real, even if I can't prove that, I know that it's an objective fact that it's wrong to rape children, for example.
So let's say that you had two people and they came together and we were observing the natural world.
And pardon, I mean, if we were to prep a line by line, I had all the lines, I would be divvying them up and stuff. I'm just trying to take notes to where, and this gets back to note taking in general. This is my advice to you guys. I think notes, you should consider what the purpose of them are. And the purpose is that I can read this and quickly scroll through it and have a general understanding of what was said at what point. And so I'm just trying to keep track of the thread of the conversation here. And so that's what I'm going down here. Every time we're going back and forth in the points here, it's just jumping between people.
And two people had a disagreement over if I dropped this cup, will the cup go to the ground or not, right? Do we believe in gravity, essentially? I think that if there was a disagreement between those two people, I think that we can run tests that appeal to our faculty where we can... God damn it, Brian!
There's a motorcycle
sorry.
outside.
Sorry, guys. There's been. Is
so-
it a leaf blower? Or
No,
I don't
who
know
knows?
what it is.
There's
All
sense data that basically we can acquire from the real world, and then it can, assuming none of us are psychotic or delusional, we can come to an agreement over whether the cup will fall or not. If two of us were to analyze a situation, we can say like the rape of kids because that's a pretty obviously wrong one for most people. But if we go into hairier situations, like say Kyle Rittenhouse defending himself, there's a disagreement there over whether or not you might have a right to kill somebody based on them attacking you. How do you observe the disagreement? Like
Right.
how do you reconcile who's right or wrong if there's a moral fact there?
Well, just like in general, let's say there are facts of history. Just because we might disagree about which historical facts are true or not, we might not have access to all the information or make inferences, we can still say that, it was a fact that the Civil War happened, for example, even if we disagree about what exactly caused it or something like that. So when it comes to morality, even if we disagree about the fact that there is disagreement about moral issues, I think that shows there's objective morality. Now, as a religious person, I do think there is ultimately a universal moral lawgiver, what people might call God, that ultimately explains that. But even if you didn't believe in God, and there are many moral realists who don't, you could believe that, well, the fact that we talk about abortion, we're not talking about abortion like we talk about sports teams or talk about fashion. Does this look good? Does that look good? That's very subjective. But it seems like when we talk about abortion, we can make moral progress. We can get closer to having a better position. Like, I think America has made moral progress in getting rid of slavery, giving women the right to vote, things like that. But if there were no objective morals, you couldn't call it progress. It would just be change, just like how fashion changes.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, moral progress is begging the question that there is an objective morality, right? In order to make progress, there must be something you're progressing to.
Let's get out of the
Which is kind of like his whole point here, right? But I feel like he's going to pivot off of this, given what he just said. Yeah. Anything about what I want to say here? So he's saying that Trent is saying, the fact that we can see progress over time and that we can broadly, as a group of humans, agree that things are going in a particular direction seems to imply that we're working towards some ideal. And though we may not know exactly what that ideal is, we're all kind of built with an intuition for the direction of that and where to go and whatever. And there's ways to poke holes in this that I there's only so many things you can say in a conversation, so we're not really exploring them too much here. But like Stephen's point is to point out like, oh, okay, you're kind of making an argument here that if we're progressing towards something, then there must be some matter of fact at the end of the rainbow that we're heading towards. And now we're kind of pivoting off of this, I think, right now.
Basement and go back to abortion.
Sure. Well, I do want to say one thing, because you said you can have a disagreement over historical truth. Again, that truth are empirical things. Like, I could uncover archaeologically like some item that disproves or proves another theory. That's fundamentally different, I think, than a disagreement over a moral fact. For instance, two people, a woman says something slightly rude to her husband. The husband strikes the woman to discipline her. Right. Two people come together and they say, I disagree on whether or not that's right or wrong. Where is the moral fact? How do you actually determine concretely who is right or wrong? Because for historical fact, the answer is there, right?
And his thing is like with science or something like dropping the cup, we can test it over and over and then have some idea of like who's right and who's wrong about stuff. Although granted, just like with the other dude, there's ways of poking holes in that as well. Like, you could think about like, well, yeah, maybe gravity is on like a time delay, and every like several million years it changes in some fundamental way, and you don't have the time to test it enough to know who's really right or wrong, and maybe there's some limitation on your ability to observe these things and the conclusions that you're going to get out of that or whatever. But I doubt we're going to go there.
Somehow there's some piece of evidence you could find to prove, yes, this did happen or no, this didn't. But for a moral dispute, how do you reconcile that between two different people who disagree?
Well, I think what you would do is you would start with the most basic intuitions that we can see are correct, like just starting with you ought to do good and avoid evil. It's wrong to rape and torture someone because it's fun for you. Courage is better than cowardice. And these are just basement level things that people can see are true. Just like we can see the natural world around us, we can see the external world. There might be some colorblind people who can't see it like we do, but that doesn't take away from the objective thing. Let's go back. I want to
I understand we can't go back, but I think these parts are pretty important because it's going to inform a lot of this.
Okay, let's put a pin in it, because I want to talk about your view about abortion, though, because I think when it comes, here's what I think honestly happens in these. It doesn't have to just be abortion. Give me any moral dispute.
Sure.
We'll say is, all right, here's moral issue X. You have your view, I have my view, and we critique. And a lot of the ways we critique each other's views is your view leads to these crazy consequences. Yeah, but your view leads to crazy consequences. So then we kind of say, okay, whose view leads to kind of less crazy consequences, and that may be the more reasonable view we ought to hold. I think that happens a lot in moral discourse.
Yeah.
So your view then would be this, and then I'll talk about the consequences, and I'll talk about just the overall what I think is wrong with the view. That a person exists when you lose the immediate ability to be conscious. I guess when you permanently lose it, like if you're in a persistent vegetative state permanently, you're no longer a person. When you lose consciousness, you're not a person anymore. When you lose it permanently. So you start to be a person when you gain it. Prior to 20 weeks, there is no person, there's no one there with a right to life in the fetus. Correct? Your view? So I have a few questions then. Would it be wrong?
The one thing that Stephen mentioned is that or I thought that he mentioned, is that this guy can't reiterate the position back to him in like a fair, good faith way. Maybe it gets worse later on, but I mean, so far it's so decent, I feel like.
To cause a healthy fetus to become permanently unconscious?
No.
Okay. Permanently unconscious. Would it be wrong to cause a healthy fetus to become permanently unconscious?
No.
Why? Why? You would be depriving them, right? We don't even have a time limit on this. I feel like that's an interesting answer to this question. Because if I were to add a time thing and I said, hey, in your window at 20 to 28 weeks, I could wave a magic wand over the pregnant lady's belly and it will deprive that 20 to 28 week, whatever fetus, the ability to have a conscious experience, wouldn't that be wrong? I feel like that's the same thing as killing them based on Destiny's, the death is the end of experience and life is when it starts. You would essentially be dooming that human being to death by Destiny's worldview, by waving that magic wand. And you could extrapolate that out farther because he didn't give a time on that, but Destiny still said no. So like maybe if you had like an 8-month-old in the womb and you waved a magic wand and took away its ability to ever have a conscious experience, I feel like by his definition, you would be killing it. No? So that should be something that he would take moral issue with. That's interesting. I'll leave a little note here. We'll go ahead and, how am I going to mark this? Let's do +++. Oh, I can't. And I always forget the fucking S in consciousness. I'm going to have to try and fix that this stream, or that'll keep coming up. Let's go ahead and timestamp this so we start to... And again, I talk about when you take notes, you got to think about what they're for. For me, this is going to be helpful to reference back to things in the video, so I'll occasionally leave some breadcrumb timestamps that I can deduce where exactly I'm looking for a quote later.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and read chat. But isn't that progress generally just guided towards what the current consensus is? Yeah, it is. They didn't poke holes in it, so I'm letting it go. Like how some would call blah, blah. Booksmarts, because a healthy fetus will have a conscious experience, but has not yet. But he didn't say fetus here.
So I have a few questions then. Would it be wrong to cause a healthy fetus to become...
Oh, he does. My bad. And because I fucked up the quote, I'm going to just write it down here so I don't forget.
Permanently unconscious.
But again, you don't have the time limit on this thing. Like, wouldn't it still be a fetus at 20 to 28 weeks? I guess that's kind of my issue with it, but...
No.
Okay. So would it be wrong to cause this permanent unconsciousness to use, let's say you could keep growing the fetus into an older body, to use it for organ harvesting, maybe as a kind of sex doll even?
As long as it never became conscious or didn't have the faculty?
Never became conscious.
Correct.
Okay.
That's a hell of a bullet.
Related question, but we'll circle back soon. What are your thoughts on fake child pornography using AI or virtual images?
Oh,
wild lol. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? That's quite the bullet to bite for Steven there. But I know he's not afraid of biting the bullets, but that's an optical rough position to have to own.
Fake child pornography. I'm not going to have a strong opinion on the action itself. It's going to be consequential in nature in terms of like what are the impacts of doing it. So say you create a bunch and people stop actually abusing children, I'd probably be in favor of it. Say you create a bunch and it leads to an increased harm of children, I'd probably be opposed to it.
You have a practical objection, not an in principle objection.
No, they wouldn't be like a no. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So then it circles back. So let's say we had people who took fetuses, made them permanently unconscious, and made them infant, toddler, or child sex dolls. So we have, we have unconscious infants and toddlers. They were never conscious. They're used as child sex dolls. Your only objection to that practice would be if it caused more pedophilia among other conscious
Correction.
children.
Yeah, because I would say there's no person is being harmed there.
Okay. So
This is rough. This is a rough one because he just keeps going with it too.
child sex dolls could be on the table. Okay.
Kind of, although I would fight the framing of this because child is intuition pumping the idea that it's a fully formed, developed human, and I would never call a brainless thing
Fine.
a child.
So then I would say human
body lacking a brain, I would say you can do whatever you want with it.
A biological human organism that proceeds through the child stages,
Sure.
that is never conscious. Sure. There we go. All right. Would it be wrong to kill a newborn who has never been conscious?
Assuming it lacked the ability to be conscious, sure. It's not, or you can kill it. There's nothing to kill. You can end the existence of whatever that is. Yes.
Well, suppose it didn't permanently lack the ability. If we gave it drugs or something like that, or maybe it'll naturally come out of it in a few months.
When you say come out of it, we start to get into an area where you're like kind of disintegrating my concept of consciousness. So I consider conscious experience to be an emergent property of the underlying structures of the brain communicating with each other. So if you're telling me, what if you had all the underlying structures, but you didn't have that conscious experience? It's a really hard one for me to conceptualize.
Let's just say the structures still have to develop, I guess.
Sure, then it's an undeveloped. Yeah, then I would say it's free game for whatever.
Right.
For example, I think this came up a little bit in your dialogue with Lila.
As a fetus.
You have an anencephalic child who doesn't have an upper brain, someone like Jackson Buell.
Yeah.
People can look that up online. Doctors say they'll probably die. Most anencephalic children, the upper brain does not develop. So the neural tube fails to close. So you just have a lower brain. And Jackson lived to be about 5. Now his parents claimed that he did exhibit signs of consciousness. Some other people might debate that, I don't know. But you would say that if a newborn didn't, never develop consciousness, I mean, I guess it's like a fetus and never developed it. The structures haven't developed yet in the brain. Okay. Here's one that'd be interesting. Suppose we had a drug that could, so take the anencephaly case. Normally, if you don't grow if your brain consciousness doesn't develop, it's never going to develop. Suppose we had a drug in the future that could allow an anencephalic fetus.
And Vels poses kind of an interesting thing. The best way to attack Destiny's argument would be to say, well, we can destroy the Earth because we have no responsibility of future generations, because even though they may exist, they don't yet. Yeah, although if there were a bunch of people on the Earth when you Death started, I think he would have problems with it because there's a bunch of us there. But yeah, I guess if we were to use the magic wand thing we were talking about, if you were to magic wand everybody on Earth to make them infertile, yeah, I guess he maybe wouldn't have a problem with it, or he'd have a problem with it for some other reason, because it's kind of a big hypothetical. So maybe he would come up with some other reason to protect the future of the human species. If that's something that he values, I'm sure he could MacGyver, some moral arguments or whatever to protect the continued existence of our species. Or maybe he would just bite the bullet. I don't know, honestly.
Yes, to develop consciousness. But if we don't give it the drug, it'll never be conscious. Does that human fetus, that human being, biological human being, would they have a right to that treatment?
I don't think they would have any rights yet, because rights, I would say, are only afforded to persons.
Okay.
So now he's going with the positive version of what he asked before about waving a magic wand to remove consciousness. If we had a drug, give consciousness to people, right, to that drug. And I understand people here is loading this or whatever, but it's helpful to understand what exactly it is that we're talking about. Like, if Stephen values the consciousness thing so much, I feel like you would want to give that to stuff, and you would want to give it to everything that you could give it to, but maybe not. Maybe he doesn't want to maximize that thing that he values. I don't know.
This is our afforded any right, so no, it would not have a right to it. No.
So even if we had a newborn
Correct.
who could be conscious if we gave them medicine, they don't have any kind of right to that treatment.
No.
And I guess
although again, I would fight in the optics framing, because when you say newborn, we're intuition pumping a normal, healthy 9-month fetus that's now delivered. But I would fight that whatever you're describing is a very inhuman.
Well, it is a newly born human being that has a brain injury
or a lack of parts of a brain. Right.
It is a newly born human being with a congenital cerebral defect.
Okay.
And we could give this human being medication for them to have a normal and healthy life. But you're saying this human being would have no right to it. And I guess their parents wouldn't have a right to say this child ought to be treated any more than somebody who has a dog that's injured would have a right to similar treatment.
I mean, you have a right to treat your animals, right?
But the question of whether we as a human society will treat this infant will be similar.
Is there some moral compulsion, like a healthcare system to provide emergency services or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I would say no.
Okay. So no duty to provide medical care to newly born human beings who have a brain defect.
Kind of, although again, I'm going to fight, because when you say newly born human beings, you're intuition pumping a normal, healthy.
What do you mean by intuition?
When I say intuition pump, what I mean is, it's like, do you think it's okay to?
It's like, what do you mean by that? As I grab the fucking book that coined the term, here comes the Chad moment here.
Rape a person that doesn't have a brain, And then if I say, well, I guess it's not barely a person, you're like, okay, so it's okay to rape people with brain injuries, I would fight. I would say, well, when you say people or person, the intuition is when somebody thinks of a person, they think of like a normal, healthy, functioning person, and then you're plugging in like all of the normative baggage of raping somebody, which is ordinarily we would all agree is an unethical thing to do to a person.
Or
So,
Or I could be, in describing it accurately, a newly born human being, because human being is a biological category. Most people have a deep intuition that newly born human beings are persons, even though they don't.
Where does that intuition come from, though?
It comes from a moral sense that we have, the same sense we have that people are persons regardless of their skin color.
No, I disagree. I think it probably comes from us seeing human beings are born, and the vast majority of them being healthy, right? If it was the case that only 5% of human beings that were born, come out with fully functioning brains, that intuition could be markedly different. Okay. So that's the only reason why I fight on the newborn child with a brain injury. We're talking about an exceptional, kind of like when
And I asked him something kind of along these lines where I was like, imagine if humans were like pandas. And we have very, very, very small numbers. It's really, really difficult to go through all the steps necessary to eventually lead to like having a birth and whatever. Like, do you feel like in such a culture you would have a different opinion on this, or that it would shake some of your beliefs? Like maybe there would be kind of a duty to try to do what you can to preserve eggs and inseminate them and invest in those technologies and give people access to that, et cetera, et cetera. And it sounded like, yeah, maybe. And I feel like that kind of stuff is interesting to me, at least, like imagining what it would take to change this position. Or like another question that I asked him is, if it were to come out, like let's say that we continue to progress in terms of education and whatever, and let's say we had a 1 to 2 year old that we could reasonably ask questions to and talk to, that already has a conscious experience, and we end up finding out that 1 to 2 year old, maybe at 6 years old or 5 years old or 3 years old or something, you start to forget memories of your conscious experience that you had while in the womb. But when we ask a 1 or 2 year old, we start to learn, oh, you were conscious and aware when you were in the womb and you were forming memories, and you have this conscious experience that Stephen is talking about. Like, would that kind of move your position? Would you kind of lean more towards, being anti-abortion if that comes out? And, true to form, he says, yeah, of course. And so that kind of stuff is interesting to me to think about, because, knowing when he'll change the position and whatever, I think is part of what makes him more interesting to watch than other people.
Pro-choice people argue about like abortion to save the life of the mother, and like, shouldn't this be legal? Pro-lifers will usually point out, well, that's an exceptional circumstance, a very rare case of abortion. Right. I would argue that whatever you're talking about would be a 0.00001%. That's a very rare. I don't even know if these types of brain injuries exist when people are born, except for like the hydrocephalus.
Anencephaly is a real condition. What I'm talking about is a hypothetical example of we develop medicine to treat it.
Sure.
And that's not as far-fetched as a brain transplant or a teleporter. I mean, 150 years ago, a hip replacement would be science fiction, and now we can do that.
That is true, but I don't know if we've made any progress in terms of like brain regrowth.
Yeah, these are all like very different levels of things. Like,
growth or transplants, but I mean, who's to say it could happen in the future?
Right. I do have a concern, like when you say I am intuition pumping. I agree with you, people can have misleading examples. I'm trying to keep the language very clear here. But I would say the way you use the term makes it sound like intuition pumps are bad. That's not traditionally how the term is used. So for example, the term comes from the philosopher Daniel Dennett. So he coined the term, I think back in the 80s. He wrote a book in 2013 called Intuition Pumps and Other Tools for Thinking. He says this: I coined the term in the first of my public critiques of the philosopher John Searle's famous Chinese room thought experiment. Some thinkers concluded I meant the term to be disparaging or dismissive. On the contrary, I love intuition pumps. That is, some intuition pumps are excellent, some are dubious, and only a few are downright deceptive. So I agree with you, someone could create a thought experiment that's deceptive in its nature, but the fact that I'm just describing what is happening to members of the human species, I don't think that's deceptive in any way.
Sure, and I partially agree. So for instance, if somebody says, why would you hit your own wife? That makes about as much sense as keying your own car. We could argue that there is a pump there that I think is, like, the fact that you would compare your wife to a car maybe demonstrates that there's another issue going on with
I would say that the example has a mistaken set of assumptions built into it, which you can do for any thought experiment.
But the only reason why I'm fighting on this particular point is because oftentimes when we say a person or a child, there's a feature in our mind of what a feature complete person or child is. But when we say a person or child absent things that are typically essential to that person or child, it feels a little iffy at the end to say, okay, so you'd be okay doing this to a person or a child. I'm okay with it. I'm only marking it for the audience because I know that the way that you're phrasing it makes it sound a certain type of way, and I want to fight the rhetorical.
And I don't know, up to you guys as the audience, but this was the moment where I started to think, oh, I want to do a review of this. Like, he came prepared. He clearly had that reference already on hand, because this isn't the first time that Stephen has used the term. I had no idea where it came from. And, consequential to that, I didn't know that the dude that wrote it had these thoughts on it. So, like, you know, when people are able to do stuff like that and their prep is that good and the point comes off as good as I felt like it came off here, that when you were asking before about what pushes you to sort of want to review something, it's things like that. It's like, oh, we're not operating at fucking level 0 where maybe you watched a YouTube video about him. Like, you're taking notes and you're doing research into the terms and you're doing background. And like, I like that kind of stuff because it generally it says something about the quality of the other arguments in your prep and in general. And it makes me feel better about spending my life and my time on analyzing the conversation if you spent a bunch of your life and your time on prepping for it.
Here's another question then. Now, you would agree, though, that infants have consciousness. They're aware of things.
Does Trent get away with the baby F doll question? He brings it up out of nowhere. Let's be fair. That's the very beginning of this conversation. And, you know, it is probably an optical thing to make Steven look bad and to make him bite the bullet on some crazy fucking shit. But like, you have to realize it's one of the consequences of Steven's worldview. And it is going to be something that people, we were talking about the moral intuition of people and the sense that they have of morality. I think that's going to trigger that sense of morality for a lot of regular people. Like, if I were to bring this up to my mom and run that same line of dialogue past her, she would probably not be very much on Steven's side. And she would say that that's a crazy thing to be okay with and whatever, because she zooms out and sees the consequence of the position. She doesn't like the consequence of the position, regardless of all the reasoning that it took to get there. And I think, yeah, that's probably part of why he brought it up. But to be fair, I mean, Steven has the same tools in his toolbox to do with, you know, the other side's arguments. Like, you could do that with, you know, protecting everything at the point of, you know, the sperm meeting the egg. That has a lot of crazy consequences to it. And if you wanted to, and you probably should, explore the ways that that creates consequences that the average viewer is not going to really agree with or accept or be able to stomach. So I'm not really faulting him for that. If anything, it's a tool that I think is helping him, you know, optically and otherwise with people that are watching the conversation.
Talk about the level of consciousness. So it'd be wrong to kill them. What if a human being was injured and because of their injury, they permanently were at the level of consciousness of a newborn? Would you say that that's still a person?
I believe so. My understanding is that like once those parts in the brain are communicating and you've got some level of conscious experience, it's there. It's not, again, like I said, I don't believe that you go from like lizard consciousness to dog consciousness to ape consciousness to human consciousness. Like once it's there, it's there. It's got to be in that bucket of human conscious experiences, even if it might be relatively subdued.
Do you think a 3-year-old human being is more conscious of the outside world than a newborn infant?
Whether or not it's more or less conscious, I don't know if that's as much part of the development of the brain versus the acquisition of sense data. So if you take a 1-month-old and for some reason it's like a little bit developmentally delayed in terms of like it's the brain growth, but it can still collect and accrue a whole bunch of experiences, then that level of development might be enough to gain a surprising understanding of the world. I mean, obviously it's going to be cognitive impairment, but I don't know if like the 3-year-old is more conscious because they have a higher level of consciousness or if they've just been spending more time collecting data about the world. Like I would say
and personally, I'm going to inject my own arguments and thinking here. This is where I struggle with consciousness and stuff, because consciousness, I feel like, is just like a qualia thing. It is a collection of a lot of different, very complicated things that we then end up labeling consciousness. And I think for each of us, if you locked us in a room for like a year to think about it, we're all probably going to have some radical ideas about what that consciousness is and stuff like that. Like if I remove from you even one key brain function, I feel like it fundamentally changes the way that I view you and your consciousness. Like, for instance, there's this guy who I think had some kind of traumatic experience or injury or something like that. And his memory is limited to like the last couple of minutes or something like that. He has like a 2-minute memory or basically. Fuck, that really fucks with your conscious experience. And if you had that from the get-go, and that's how you experience your entire life was in 2-minute segments, or if you didn't have long-term memory, or, you know, you didn't have short-term, but you only had long-term, or all these different things, like it creates, it starts to fuck with my idea of what your conscious experience is, because it fundamentally alters it. And likewise, it could probably go in the other direction too. If you're the kind of person, and here we're getting into smaller differences that I think are interesting. Like if you aren't able to, if you don't have an internal monologue, if you're not able to vocalize thoughts in your head, I think that your conscious experience is fundamentally or like really different than mine. Like it's not as big a gap as like not having memory. And likewise, again, in the positive direction, like if you were one of the people who has persistent long-term memory, where like every little thing you're committing to long-term memory, and you could remember exactly what happened on a date 15 years in the past, and what you ate and where you went and who you were with, that experience, I just imagine, as being so much different than mine. Now, granted, you could zoom out and be like, well, you know, compared to an animal or anything else that we think might be conscious, though, it's still like fundamentally different. And my experience as a human would be closer to that human's experience than their human experience would be to a dog or something. But even then, I don't really necessarily believe in that. Like, I'm still like very in flux on all of these things because, like, language is such a determining factor in our ability to evaluate the experience of literally anything. Like, if tomorrow dolphins all of a sudden could speak English, I think there would be a before dolphins could speak English period and an after dolphins could speak English period. And the after dolphins could speak English period would be we'd have a much better idea of how conscious that animal is, because we can start to probe it and inspect it. And I feel like that's how we kind of determine the experience of other people and what's going on in their mind, and evaluating their emotions and how that impacts how you're interpreting things and how you're acting and how you're thinking, and like all these other different interesting things. So for me, this topic and pinning everything to consciousness is really rough. Like, it's not how I think, just because I'm so undecided on all these questions. I feel like there's a lot more questions than answers. And if I give an answer, I just have no confidence in it, especially when it comes to like comparing across species or somehow categorizing us as fundamentally different from other animals and stuff. Like I, for instance, I have this big window in front of my office, and I'll watch birds and lizards and stuff all day. And it's just like, they probably have such different lives. And I feel like because I can't communicate with them, I'm so limited in my ability to understand them that it's easier to alienate them and treat them as something different and whatever. Although maybe we give language to them and they can speak to me in English, and I'm like, oh yeah, you don't seem conscious because you all talk the same and you all seem like automaton-y or whatever. I don't know. It would just really depend on what they would communicate to me. Is the consciousness that you're talking about only experienced by humans? I have no idea. I have no idea, because like, I don't know. Like, I feel like consciousness is like a kind of a fake thing where like, I don't really know. I technically don't even know if you guys are conscious. Hell, I don't know if technically I'm conscious. Like, it might be that I am low key one of the only people, or maybe I'm part of a large group of people who isn't really conscious, and maybe all of the greats and people that pursue power in history are the people who are actually conscious, or maybe they have a higher level of consciousness than me and they can will themselves to seize things, and maybe that is the ultimate form. Like, I just have no idea. Without being God, I'm not able to evaluate the experiences between these different things. I could use language as a tool to start to scratch at it and form an understanding of it. But like Destiny was mentioning with the science thing, because I can't test anything, I really don't know. Like with the Turing test and stuff, like an AI could probably talk with me for a few days and convince me that it is sentient if it just tells me the right things that tickle my brain in the right way. But I could be very wrong about that evaluation of the thing, and my limiting ability to do that is through English and through communication. And I don't know if any of this is making sense to you guys, but like I'm very undecided on a lot of this stuff just because I don't feel like I could decide it. And if I all of a sudden had very strong convictions about this stuff, I feel like I would be kind of deceiving myself a little bit, because me now believes that there's no way to really know that stuff. And even if, let's say, God came down and he was an alien and he was invincible and nobody can shoot at him or kill him, and he knows everything and he can read your mind and whatever, like even that could be just like an elaborate ruse, you know? So it's really tough when we talk about this stuff. And I'm kind of leaning more towards the idea that this conscious qualia that we talk about is like actually a really complicated thing that has a bunch of moving pieces that we all think differently about, and it's probably very subjective. And so, you know, I don't know if there's like any objectivity here necessarily, but I'm sure other people would agree. Agreed. I wouldn't be able to define consciousness the same way as Destiny did here. It feels more philosophical than something I can use to explain why I feel some way. Yeah, and you're making a lot of like opinion statements and stuff. Later, Trent asks about expanding the social contract to preborn humans, and Destiny has a problem with that. I'd wonder if Destiny has any problems with how it is expanded to people with low functioning autism. Well, when he's pushed on that, he goes back to physical mechanics. He's like, well, all the mechanics of your brain are the same or whatever. And even that, I don't feel like you can really know, because like I don't feel like I understand very well the physical parts of the brain that even have to deal with like, why are you not able to picture something in your brain but I can? Like like anytime I would take psychology classes for people and we got to explore consciousness, I always found it was like really interesting, and I always came away with more questions than answers. Like how do some people just not have the ability to visualize things in their brain, and that changes things a lot, and instead they think in terms of rules and functions and whatever. Or like people that don't have an internal monologue, they picture words and the shape of sentences and paragraphs, and they have what seems to be a way more didactic memory, and it's through accessing that didactic memory that they seem to make up for not being able to just talk to themselves or hear things. But as a consequence, it usually makes them a much faster reader. Like yeah, just there's a lot of stuff there, and I don't know how that ties to like the physical parts of your brain or whatever. And I don't feel that science does either, unless there's a bunch of papers I've not read about. But yeah, I don't know. It's a really big word. People use it in ways that contain agency, personhood, sense, experience, will, etc., etc. Yeah. And honestly, if this conversation went diving into the depths of that, I don't know if I would find it nearly as interesting, because it is very woo-woo and everybody's going to have a very different opinion about it. I feel like it's more fun as like a smoke weed and talk about it conversation than it is like trying to arrive at some matter of fact or whatever.
25-year-old is probably more conscious of the world than a 10-year-old, but I don't know if that's because like the 25-year-old developmentally or consciously from an experience is like more mature because they've collected more data.
I agree with you. A 25-year-old will have more conscious experiences, but I'm talking about the very act of perceiving the outside world. I would say that a 5-year-old and a 25-year-old, it's pretty similar. Time might run a little bit slower for the 5-year-old. They haven't been around as long. That's why summer break felt forever when we were kids, and now it goes by fast when we're parents.
Yeah.
But I mean, I have 3 kids. I've seen the infant stage all the time.
Also, low key, if I'm being real, if consciousness is like you experience things, I believe, and this is just my feelings, my fifis, I believe children are more conscious than adults, because they have less things interfering with their interpretation of what's going on around them. Like, I feel like the older and older you get, the more you're taking shortcuts and interpreting the world around you. Because you have so many experiences and whatever, you interpret people and events and qualia in a way, like through a prism that you've slowly constructed over time. And I think that an adult looking through that prism at the world probably is perceiving less than somebody who has never seen it before. Like one of the interesting things I read about acid or LSD is that it fucks with your brain's ability to make these offhanded and very quick pattern recognition things, which is why the world can look so weird to you when you're on it, because you don't have those like basically subconscious filters over everything that is making sense of the world. And it feels like you become like a more exposed nerve. And so for that reason, I wonder, like, if you pushed me on it, I would probably say kids are more conscious, because they're actually like interpreting things fresh than somebody who's interpreting everything through the filter of experience. Although the value in the experience of these two people and their conscious experience, I would put more value on the older person, because they have all these experiences banked up. Like a 500-year-old person, I would probably want to work to keep alive more, or I would think that there's more going on there than with a young new person. I don't know. Again, it just gets so complicated, you know. It's so complicated.
They're basically eating machines, pooping machines. They can't recognize you just by sight. Would you agree?
Wouldn't kids be limited in their conscious experience because they know so little about the world and they may not be able to interpret or understand stimulus at all? When you say understand and interpret, I feel like that's a layer of cognitive stuff that goes on top of what is the actual experience. Like language. If you think to 1984, this is like a very key theme in 1984. Because you have language and you cook language into all of your citizens, you have so much control over the way that they interpret things. And the more harshly you control the language and you enforce language on people, the more you can limit their understanding and their interpretation of everything, because you understand and interpret in no small part, like with your language abilities. And I feel like that interpretation understanding thing is farther from whatever the truth of the thing is. Because the truth of the thing is whatever phenomena exists in the world, right? If it gets back to like the allegory of the cave. The realer thing is the closer thing to what is projecting the shadow on the wall, and the shadow on the wall is a lesser version, like a more like low definition version of the phenomena itself. And in that same way, I feel like when you pump language on top of things and you pump experiences on top of things and whatever, you might have a more practical understanding of things. You might have an understanding of things that aligns more with everybody else who shares those experiences and that language and that shared culture. But I feel like you're necessarily further from the truth of whatever the thing is, because the truth of whatever the thing is the raw experience. And I feel like infants and stuff get closer to the raw experience. I don't know. And in that way, perhaps animals without language, like polluting their brains, perhaps they interpret the world in a more realistic way than we do, because they don't have these layers of, abstraction on top of what is the actual thing. That is to say, if you think that is the actual thing, I think there are a lot of people that think the opposite, where it's through deep pondering about things and, utilizing the tool that is our brain to interpret things that gets us closer and closer to what the thing is. It's through the analysis of things with science and whatever that we begin to understand the physical things and the way that they interact and get closer to the truth of what the thing is. But I don't know. I can go both ways. Again, I'm all over the place. I'm just sharing these because I figure it might be more entertaining for people watching. And if you're on the channel, maybe it's something you would be interested in hearing from me. Zanerator in Kick Chat says, I don't really know if I like consciousness being seen as a scale, but rather a binary existence that acts as a container for other qualia we would consider consciousness, and that the differences between the conscious ability of us and other species is limited by other things or the lack of other things I haven't thought of yet. Well, that went all over the place. Yeah, maybe it's binary, off, on, whatever, but I don't think it's that. I don't. I don't. I think it's an abstract thing that it's tough to have a binary on, and then there's a bunch of different flavors of it. If we were to analogize it to light, I find it very difficult to figure out what the photon is. What is the minimal package that we use to then look at for all the aspects that we then think about the spectrum of it from? And I don't know what the individual packet is. I don't know what the photon of consciousness is, but I know that there's different wavelengths of light, right? And yeah, I don't know.
Agree that an infant and then a 1-year-old, their brain has to get bigger and develop more neurons and synaptic connections to have more different kinds of experiences, wouldn't they?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I would say it's I don't think I would call them an inhuman conscious, though, prior to that. This is probably just part of the development of a conscious experience. But my understanding is that even in the womb, I believe children, whatever you would call it, a third trimester developed thing can identify differences in languages, for instance. So I don't know. I think I take issue sometimes with the framing that a 1-month-old is
or here's the third trimester fetus hears different sounds.
Can differentiate different languages. I believe that on newborns, I think they said it was I think they tested it was 1, 3, and 5 days, I think. But you can test I think they hook something up to the head and they see the differences between the native language, a non-native language, and then gibberish. And I believe that newborn, within a week, can already differentiate different sounds that are not part of the native language. So I don't think a 1-day-old is just a blob that has no concept of anything. I think even in the womb, womb, like fetuses are already starting to accrue data about the outside world.
I agree with that, but do you think a dog could probably understand, like dogs can understand the content of words like sit and stay?
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure about that. I'm pretty agnostic on the conscious experience of animals. I feel like human conscious experience is a really sophisticated, sapient thing. I don't know if I would say that animals have anything even resembling our experience. I'm not entirely sure.
And again, like, I don't know if it's good that I keep doing these sidebars, but I'm going to keep doing them because it's what makes streaming fun for me. And I'll just share what I'm thinking. Even with dogs and stuff, like, I feel like we do them dirty just framing their shit as like a Pavlovian response, right? Like, oh, they know they're going to get food, and we can see that because they're physiological reactions, and so therefore they're not really engaging with language in the same way we are. They don't have a semantic understanding, to borrow something from Destiny, of the words and stuff. I don't know that, and I don't feel like you could know that either. Like, what if when you say sit, what happens is the dog goes through and has flashbacks of like its favorite moments of when you said sit and something cool happened, like maybe you gave it food, or maybe it was sitting waiting for like grandma to come through the door, and like all this other stuff. And so it understands sit semantically insofar as like it is expecting something interesting to happen next or something like that. And maybe a house dog that views sit that way is fundamentally different than a border collie whose brain maybe is going like this all the time. And it's like sit is simply one part in a large series of commands that I get, all of which are contained in this sort of act that I do with the owner, a sort of like work that I'm doing with the owner. And it is the act of work that I enjoy. And maybe it does have a sense of like fulfillment from that stuff. And that is the joy it gets out of it. And it's not necessarily treats and stuff. Maybe that dog zooms out and it sees everything as this kind of job that it's doing. Like, I just have no idea because I can't talk to them. And I can't sort of come to my own conclusions based on the responses that they give me. And it could be that there's a big diversity in the way that different dogs think about the sit command based on the experiences that they had over time. In much the same way that, like, if I ask you about purple and I tell you to imagine purple, imagine all the things about purple, you guys will think about vastly different stuff, likely tied to your conscious, experience and whatever. And yeah, I don't know. I just really don't know. And I feel like it's tough to be confident about that stuff personally. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue here.
I agree. It's not like you or me, but have you ever had a dog?
Yeah, lots, yeah.
Did you ever train them with commands?
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like an infant, they don't recognize like verbal commands. It'd be great if they did, or like the example I gave with pigs. People can Google this online. Pig plays video games. They have pigs. They have to move the cursor to get it onto the blue dot, and they get a treat, and they can do that more than just a random chance would allow. Like, pigs seem pretty smart. I think it'd be fair to say they have more of a conscious awareness of the world than like what a newborn infant has.
But even this, imagine how human-centric this is. Like, I have an expected outcome in my brain, and when I deliver through my human vocal cords this fucking noise at this animal, I think it's smart because it did the thing that I wanted it to do in my head. Like, so if there was an alien species that was like super duper smart, they had their own language, their own culture, their own experiences, they lived for thousands of years, but they just never listened to you when you said things. Maybe they understood English and they know everything you're saying, but they're just assholes and they don't want to listen to you. Are they then not smart because they don't do what you wanted them to do when you gave the magical spell of the command with your voice? Like, I just struggle with this stuff so much, like, personally. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I don't know if that's true. I think that smart is a word that we use, but I don't know if like ability to problem solve or do Pavlovian associations is the same type of thing as having a robust sapient experience that humans have. I do agree that dogs and pigs and dolphins especially can learn really complicated, intricate patterns, but I don't know if they have the same like semantic understanding of the world or type of conscious sapient experience that humans do, even if they can do really complicated pattern recognition, essentially.
Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to figure out here is that, so let's say someone's permanently at the newborn level, so they're very disabled. So in that case, do you think there's people, if that person might be on a feeding tube because they might be really hard to manage? Imagine a 35-year-old who acts like a newborn.
And one note I'm going to make here is that we're about 40 minutes in and Steven just has no control here. Like, if you'll notice, it's constantly this guy asking questions and Steven responding. And I know that Steven mentioned as one of his gripes, and he has this gripe a lot about all sorts of conversations, is like the person isn't answering his questions or engaging in his hypotheticals. But up to this point, I mean, he's given this guy everything. Like he's just kind of letting him control the whole conversation. Not to say it's good or bad, but just an observation that I'm making where it kind of feels like this guy is the interviewer and Steven is just kind of responding to the questions here.
Might have to restrain them, maybe can't spoon feed them, might put them on a feeding tube.
Booksmarts, this is actually a thing newer research is finding with cats. The assumption was cats were way less intelligent than dogs, but it seems like they're a lot closer than we thought. It's just that cats are way less socially motivated. Yeah, like, and that's the thing is like, every time we talk about brain stuff, like smart, dumb, resourceful, not like, it just gets so complicated because if their motivations just aren't aligned with us, you're going to have a hard time evaluating them in the way that you're trying to do.
People in that situation might be very difficult, and they're not going to have rational experiences like you or me. Do you think a lot of people would want to withhold food in that case?
Possibly, but I think probably social contract and everything with the agreement that we have, we wouldn't do that to old people that need a lot of help with themselves. We don't do that to people with extraordinary mental disabilities, like low-functioning autistic people or something. So this would probably fall in the category of protected people due to the rights that we afford everybody in society.
And so you don't have a principled objection against the social contract being widened to include unborn human beings.
Just going to mark the social contract part just so that I have it. I'm taking a lot less notes because I'm having fun just thinking about these things and kind of offloading onto you guys some of that.
You just personally don't agree with it.
I haven't seen Alex O'Connor conversation.
Problem with it being widened. I mean, I would because I would disagree with the widening of it. I disagree with the moral justification for it, I guess, or the metaphysical justification for it. Because I don't think a one cell thing is the same thing as an adult or even a third trimester fetus.
It's not this. It is, I agree. It's not the same.
I don't think it's the same thing in kind.
It is the same biological kind. You're saying that its moral value changes, but as a moral anti-realist, you can't believe moral value exists subjectively. It's just your opinion.
Yeah, but just because you're an anti-realist doesn't mean that you can't have opinions on. You just don't believe that those opinions are rooted in a moral fact, right?
Right. You're entitled to your opinions, however incorrect they may be.
Correct, and you're entitled to your opinions, but only if they come from.
But you can't say they're incorrect.
Well, because you have but if you were to argue with a Muslim scholar, they would disagree, right?
Sure.
Or a Jewish scholar.
And there, I feel like is another like. I mean, he's good at recovering from it, but it feels like a slip up where like, yeah, don't keep engaging on that because he is right. Like you have no way of telling him he's wrong because of the philosophical foundations that you laid out before. But if you focus on that too much and you look at it for too long, it's kind of like Steven mentioned that he wants to start bringing up that like, well, hey, you work at a fucking Catholic institution, or like the other ladies, like you own or you work for like a giant like abortion organization. So like I'm not going to change your mind in this. If you look at it for too long, it kind of kills the conversation vibes a bit, I feel like. And this is one of those too, like if there is no moral fact or whatever, now we have to start talking about why we're having this conversation at all. And, it kills the game of it a bit, I think.
Or any other type of religion, right? So
the fact that we disagree shows that there's some kind of objective truth we're all trying to seek out.
that is
And then it gets back to that, like from the beginning, like, well, if there's a progress or there's a disagreement, then there must necessarily, that seems to indicate to me that there must necessarily be some objective truth that we are working towards. But that's not necessarily the case, I feel like.
a total non sequitur. There are people that disagree with whether Vegeta or Gogeta would win in a fight in Dragon Ball GT, but that doesn't make them any more real. Just because two people disagree over a fictional thing doesn't necessarily mean that fictional thing might be real.
I don't hold people morally blameworthy based on the position they hold of who would win in a fight, Superman or Goku.
I would just like to point out, I think.
And I think here Destiny had like a good retorting thing going, but now I can see maybe why you guys didn't like him jumping in here, because Steven did have a good little line there, but
Whatever you're going to say is wrong.
Well, I'm pretty sure Dragon Ball GT is not canon. Just letting you know.
Okay.
That's an objective fact.
Just letting you know.
Well, but if we argue over whether it is or isn't canon, apparently it becomes an objective fact.
Well, I reckon we ought to stick to the abortion topic. But
But I will take issue because you said that a couple times now. Just because two people disagree over something doesn't necessarily mean there's an objective fact of the matter, right?
I agree, but it also doesn't follow that just because people disagree that there is no objective fact.
Well, no, I never used that though. What I said was the inability to reconcile a disagreement means that there might not be an objective fact because there's no sensory organ that we have to perceive moral fact. Again, to the one example, husband hits a wife. How can anybody agree or disagree whether that ought to be a way that we discipline people? For instance, you said
the
said
situation you described is underdeveloped. I'd ask, why did he hit his wife? How exactly did he hit his wife? If he hit her because she's gone crazy because of some kind of drug and is going to attack her children.
He hits her because she disrespects him in public. She says something like, my husband doesn't make the bed in the morning, pisses me off, and then he slaps her in public.
And I would say that is wrong even when society once said it was right.
But then another person disagrees with you.
Sure.
how do you reconcile the disagreement?
Well, we would go, and once again, I don't want to get too far away from abortion here, but we would go back to our basic framework for understanding morality. So if you look at natural law, for example, or just even basic intuitions,
We say natural law.
Yeah. Well, natural law is just things have a nature. They have a way where they flourish. We can see a good tree versus a bad tree non-morally.
Sure. Do you get worried that you run into weird naturalistic fallacies or assumptions there? For instance, it's natural for very young people to have sex before marriage, naturalistically, right?
Sure.
So how does natural law, how do you reconcile that with biblical law?
Well, I'm not even bringing the Bible into this. Okay. So like when I would look at, let's say, like what our organs are for, I would say, okay, well, what is sex? What does it do? Yeah, it creates these pleasurable feelings, but it also involves the exchange of gametes, and that creates a biological human being. And people are going to, disagree when it has moral value, but allowed to continue to develop. Normally it will develop, and it's a very needy human being. Nearly everybody agrees that when it's born,
Sure.
this needy thing is going to die unless somebody takes care of it.
I agree. But backing up, there's a lot of other manipulations of sexual organs that don't involve the creation of a child.
Sure, but I don't want to.
And he does a good job of like, I'm going to answer your thing, but at the end, I'm going to point us back to where I want us to go. And Steven does a good job of remembering what the initial thing was and reiterating it, and then bring it like again, this was another moment where I'm like, I want to cover this because what he's doing is interesting, and I think it's good to do, and his way of answering questions is good as well.
Derail us in talking about sexual morality, though that is an issue when it comes to abortion. I do think
I will real quick, just because it's a little, because I understand that you set up a lot of questions for, I will say, intuition pumping, that kind of make my position sound insane.
You can ask me questions too. That's fine.
And again, with the intuition pumping thing, you know what? I am going to kind of stand firm on this. I think he should stop bringing that up. I think that it makes him look weak. I feel like it makes him look worried, and I think it can give the audience the wrong impression, because if he tells me, like when I ask him, he says he's not worried or whatever, he only wants to kind of counteract the optics of the thing that the other person is cooking. I think there has to be some better way of doing this, and I don't think that this is it, because I do feel like it makes him look weak here. And if you as the audience member don't really understand what he's saying with intuition pumping, you can kind of like paint whatever you want on top of that, and because nobody knows what the fuck that even means. And like, you know, and the fact that this guy gave us a definition means that if I was watching this for the first time, I don't know either of these dudes, I'm probably going to side with the dude who cited the person that coined the term that the other person didn't argue against at all. And I'm going to think, oh, he knows what the word actually means, and he seems to disagree with the way that this blue-haired dude is using it. So I think, yeah, I feel like it's not a good thing to do, and I would like to see him not do it, but we'll see.
I mean, well, but these are the questions that I'm more interested in, because you come from a position of moral authority where you believe that you have a set of objective facts that you want to argue in favor of. But my argument to you would be, I don't believe that you can ever prove an objective fact without diving into the Bible. There's no way that we can reconcile moral fact disagreements, because we don't have a sensory organ to perceive it. We can argue over color, we can argue over gravity, we can argue over things we can perceive, but morality we can't perceive. We just have how we feel about it. And I don't think that's a satisfying answer for a lot of people.
But that feeling, I think, is what he calls the perception, to kind of steelman his point here. Like in the same way that you could technically describe, when I look at a color and I get a vibe from it, that's like a greenish color, that is my feeling about the thing. But you could probably tweak my brain to where the actual color that is printed in my brain when I look at something is actually now blue instead of green, and now green is blue. And you could change those things, but the feeling of them, I guess, maybe doesn't change. I don't know. I find that him talking about like morality as like a sense is something that I'd like to see argued against a little bit more, or explored more, because I would like to see it refuted, but it seems to make sense.
And I would just say, if that were true, there's really no point in us talking about this at all right now. Like, you'd have to say it's not an objective fact. Like, is it an objective fact that the state should allow women to have abortions?
And there's the counter that I feel like underscores the defeatist kind of feeling of when he brings up intuition pumping, or when he brings up like, you're never going to change your mind because you have an organization or whatever. Like, the immediate, you know, response is like, then why are we having this conversation? What I told him when I talked to him on his stream is like, it feels to me the same way like when Mr. Girl reveals to you that he's not going to believe anything that you say if he just thinks you're lying about stuff. He believes that people have certain feelings and certain beliefs and whatever, and they're just too afraid to ever vocalize in the opposite direction. And so he just doesn't believe what you're saying. And at that point, the only thing left in your conversational partner's mind is like, then why are we having this conversation? What is the point of talking to you? And it kills the game in a way that I find very dissatisfying personally as a viewer and listener.
Is it an objective fact that the state should? Well, that should is doing a lot of work there. Should, with regards to my purported morals, I would say yes, it is, that they should be allowed to have an abortion.
Well, but it's not objective. You're just saying I would really like
should without them being objective, right? Or no?
Well, what you're saying here is that you would just like if the state.
Do you think the reason Destiny has to be on the defense is that Trent's position is hard to attack? Why should fetuses be granted rights? Because God. The line stops there for Destiny's offense, it seems. But he hasn't even made that argument at all. And if anything, the only time that we've kind of gone back to biblical, beliefs and stuff, he's kind of immediately shut that down. So I don't know about that characterization there. But like the way Destiny explained it to me is like, he knows that what they're doing when they ask these questions and stuff is you're creating clips that can be used on TikTok and whatever. So in his response, he wants to include something that, if it were to show up in that clip, might cause people to pause a little bit when interpreting his response to it. And I guess that he's doing it because he wants to fight the optics of it and make it clear to the audience so that they have the information that he's working with to kind of interpret what is being asked and the way the conversation is going and whatever.
They did what you thought was good,
correct.
What you agreed with,
yes, correct.
or not even what you thought was good, because that's a factual category. What makes you feel good if the world were that way?
Correct.
Okay, that's an opinion.
It is.
Okay.
That's why we argue with each other. But I believe at the end of the day, we're engaged in the same game. It's just, I think that you feel like you're standing on more solid ground than you actually have.
I do think so. Here's another question. Do you think post-abortive women who think they are murderers or women who mourn miscarriage, like it's the death of a baby, that they're deluded?
Not necessarily. No.
Do you think?
I think that when they're mourning, they're mourning a missed opportunity.
I'm not going to include the other part of this. Because this is one of those moments where that could have been a bullet that he has to bite and it looks fucking awful. And now that we're zooming out and we can start to look at all the questions this dude is asking, I would agree with Steven in he's asking some hard questions that are probably, I bet he would expect, are going to have some like really fucked up answers to them. And he's just kind of logging all these fucked up answers over time. But he's doing it in a way that he has a lot more flexibility. He's engaging with what's being said. He so far has been answering questions and stuff. Whereas like you can compare the same strategy at like a level 2 engagement with like Marquette. If you're familiar with Marquette, like when Marquette asks questions and stuff, and a bunch of people do this, but like when he's asking questions and stuff, he wants these same like bad answers and whatever, or like the question is bad in and of itself. Like he's at a whole other level of like using this strat in a really shady, fucked up way. Or recently there was a Destiny video where this like RPA or RPK or whatever the podcast is called, this dude is talking to like Anthony Weiner, and he's just asking like a super long drawn out question where he basically tells a story about a conspiracy around the Clintons where they're killing all these people that were involved with them over the course of their political career. And in actuality, I mean, people die all the time. And if you're a politician, you're engaging with so many people and you're hiring a ton of people. And like the odds over like a 50-year career in politics is that people are going to die and pass away, the same that you probably have a bunch of people in your life who you've known or worked with or whatever, that if we looked at every single one that you've interacted with by the time you're 70 years old, probably a lot of them die. Like, I guess it's kind of like that. I don't know. So true, by the way, that the TikTok meta warps arguments into fit into the clip. Yeah. And it makes it tough when you zoom out and you watch the whole conversation and then have to interpret that stuff. I don't envy his position. It's difficult to deal with, and I don't know if there's a perfect answer.
Rather than the thing itself, I think.
But if you asked them, women who've had abortions, and say, I'm a murderer, or a woman who miscarries, and says, my baby died, I think most of them wouldn't phrase it, because some of those women may have also gone through periods of infertility. And I'm sure they would say their period of infertility was different than the death of the human being that was residing in their womb. So I guess let me put it to you this way.
What I'm saying is that I think if a woman miscarries or if she has an abortion and later comes to have regrets about it, I think that the feeling she has is probably not like, oh my God, there was that 3-week fetus and I terminated it. She's probably thinking like, there was a baby that could have existed. I could have delivered a baby. I would have had a child. There's a person there that's now gone.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that. Because first of all, if I were to give what I think is the most correct answer, it's probably column A and column B. You probably think about all of the things that you could have done with the kid and the opportunity and whatever, but at least from like my limited experience with people that miscarried, I find that they also talk about the kid itself and that they lost their baby. I feel like this is off, but he's probably talked to more people that have been through miscarriages, so maybe he just has more life experience to inform this. But I, I don't agree with this.
Do you think those women ever say, I killed my baby, not something will
They probably,
become?
yeah.
Okay.
Probably say that.
Do you think a woman who
Yeah.
says, I'm a murderer because I
I'm gonna add this in here. Something like that. I mean, it's weird.
had my period and I expelled an egg from my body? She's like, I murdered a human being. Do you think she's deluded?
If you thought you murdered a human being because you had a period,
Yeah, you passed an egg. It didn't get fertilized, and that egg died.
she's it's a loaded word, but I say she's probably deluded. Yeah.
Why is she deluded?
I'm not even sure what she. I mean, periods are a part of normal human menstruation. Are you crying every month because you're murdering?
My point is that I agree.
But
with
I would also, I would take the same intuitive answer, and I would say, does a woman cry or feel bad when she accidentally has a slightly rougher period? She doesn't realize that she's miscarried, because there's a lot of miscarriages happen early on when women don't even know they're pregnant yet.
No, I agree. I am not saying that because an unborn human being is a person, that everyone who miscarries will react properly or react with intense grief. Okay. There's lots of born people that die we don't shed a tear for at all. There's people dying right now as we're talking, and okay. But my point is that if the human embryo prior to 20 weeks, would you agree that it has the same moral status as an ovum, an egg?
Same. I mean, they're different things, but yeah, roughly the same, I guess. Yeah, as a no moral status. Yeah.
Okay, so then I would.
I'm rewording it just so that I understand this when I look at it later.
I would say that if a woman we would consider her deluded or off the reservation, or hey, there's nothing to get worked up over here. It was just an ovum. You're operating with a really mistaken sense of the world. It seems like under your view, we should have that same mentality towards post-abortive women prior to 20 weeks. But I think my view better aligns with most people's intuitions that the death of a human embryo or fetus is far, far different morally than the death of an ovum.
That's a good build-up. That's a good build-up.
Not valuing that fetus, they're valuing what it would become. And again, I agree.
I don't know if I don't think that's the case. I think with our human brains, a lot of people treat it like the baby itself, and I don't think that they're abstracting it in this way that he has to do to win this argument.
With what you're saying, but I think that you're skipping over really important steps. If I steal $10,000 from somebody, did I steal $100,000 from them? I didn't. But if I steal $10,000 from somebody when they're 20, maybe when they're 25, they're like, oh God, like if I would have invested this, or 27 over 7 years, maybe I could have had $100,000. So when they're 25, they might feel really bad. They feel like I should be $100,000 richer. But that doesn't change the fact that 7 years earlier, I only stole $10,000, not $100,000. So if somebody loses a fetus, they might feel bad because now they're missing the child that could have been. Much the same that if somebody would have connected with the right person earlier in life, maybe they could have had a wonderful marriage. But just because they're mourning the fact that they didn't meet a person at the right time doesn't mean they're suddenly divorced. The marriage never happened.
So you're saying when somebody grieves over a miscarriage at, let's say, 12 weeks, that's the same grief as like misconnections on Craigslist. Like, oh, he could have been the one.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it up to our listeners to see if that is plausible. And the last one, I guess, just to make sure you're on the record on this, do you agree with laws that would make it illegal to kill wanted fetuses? Like, let's say a woman's pregnant, she's really excited, her boyfriend is like, I wanted you to get that abortion, and he slips her a drug, or he like kicks her in the stomach or something to kill the baby, to kill the unborn human being, and that human being dies, or he kills the pregnant woman, and this 12-week fetus dies along with her. In like 35, 38 states, and under federal law, that would be homicide for killing that unborn human being. Do you not agree with those laws?
And again, he's still controlling the conversation here. Lamau, I only listened before I missed him flashing the book periodically. Yeah, which is at the very, very beginning. I love this thing you do where you just exist. I hope you keep doing it. Thanks. I'll try to just keep existing too. Please don't cut my existence short. I am a conscious being, I swear.
Prior to 20 weeks, no.
Okay. Alrighty. So,
Jesus.
and like I said,
Okay. Again, like my intuition and my like, let me evaluate the arguments in a vacuum and look at the words are just split. And this dude splits them for me. Because like for instance, the way I think about this is like, I am different human beings to different people in my life, and I'm sure you guys are too. Like my parents who have known me since I was a baby and have a good idea of the way that I think and behave and whatever, I can pull a lot more stops out and just be a lot more honest with them and talk at like a more cerebral level about what I believe and whatever. And then with my friend group, I can get, there's different stuff I can be forward with, but then I have to think about the way that the things that I say could impact other people. And then when I hop on stream, it's very, very different. Now I have to think about, anybody that I'm talking about could see this, and people that don't like me will see it, and they'll try to twist my things. And I live in 30-second clips and yada, 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 yada. When I'm thinking about me being honest, like with my parents and just shooting from the hip, I feel like I'm siding more with the direction he's pointing in, where like, yeah, I mean, if you kill a pregnant chick who like wanted to have the kid and everything, and I just abstract it a little bit and think about the argument, like, I wouldn't put it into legislation, but as a human being, I would think that you've essentially ended the life of two people there. Like, because, there is some uncertainty. I have to cook into it where you don't know if the child is going to live, and miscarriages are a thing, or it could die, when it's born or whatever. But like the way that I think about it at an intuitive level, in my mind, yeah, you kind of killed two people there. I don't think it should be legislated or whatever. And maybe double homicide is a very key thing here that leads to Destiny's answer. But like, I could just see how so many audience members who are maybe pro-life struggle with this in the answers to these things and whatever. But I guess that's the point of his line of questioning here.
And I'm fine to pitch back over to you. You can interrogate. I have more for you.
What's
you
up,
can interrogate
Groovy?
me also. I want to recap your view and what it leads to. Well, just to recap, it's permissible to kill infants who have not been conscious yet, to kill toddlers. Oh yeah, what if toddler loses all of his memories and they're not going to come back? He's at the same stage as like a 19-week fetus.
It's impossible. That's like asking me, like, are you killed when you teleport in Star Trek? I don't think I have an answer for that. I don't think it's a very difficult hypothetical. I think it challenges the concept of identity, but I don't know.
Can I listen to this one more time?
This is all of his memory. To kill infants. Well, just to recap, it's permissible to kill infants who have not been conscious yet, to kill toddlers. Oh yeah, what if toddler loses all of his memories and they're not going to come back? He's at the same stage as like a 19-week fetus.
It's impossible. That's like asking me, like, are you killed when you teleport in Star Trek? I don't think I have an answer for that. I don't think it's a very difficult hypothetical. I think it challenges the concept of identity, but I don't know if that gets into like a human life or not a human life. We're talking about deleting somebody's memory and resetting their brain to 19 weeks.
But why does it? Because I guess here is, what if I gave you this argument? Hold on, I have here, because the symmetry argument you're making, I feel like it is, I can make a better one that runs on the same principles.
Okay.
So what about this argument? A person stops, I don't endorse this for everything, but let's just do it for this discussion.
Okay.
A person stops existing.
Elijah, if you have a timestamp link to that, I'd be happy to check it out.
When future conscious experience becomes impossible for that individual.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
When future conscious experience becomes impossible for that individual, yeah, they lose the ability to have a conscious. Yeah, sure.
All right. So a person stops existing when future conscious experience becomes impossible for that individual. Number two, a person exists as long as future conscious experiences are probable for that individual.
Well, they had one prior, yes. Because otherwise that sentence is meaningless.
Then why don't I add this writer to it then? And any conscious experiences they have must be psychologically connected to any previous experiences.
Maybe. It's just the sentence that you gave. A person exists as long as future conscious experience is possible. So you've got the future conscious experience in there, but when you say a person exists, that person, I think, begs the conscious experience, because I don't know what it means for a person to exist if there is no conscious experience yet.
I'm just trying to do the
Fuck, the semantics of all this is so tricky. I'm not gonna rewind to kind of figure this out, but it's just tricky.
Exact same symmetry argument you're doing. That if you stop existing if you are an individual, okay, and you stop existing when for this individual future conscious experiences are impossible.
Correct.
Then why can't we say? Then the other one would be for this individual is a person as long as future conscious experiences are probable.
Yeah. As long as when you're making the graph and the math.
Another crazy thing as a sidebar that I want to ask Stephen about, and I'll just put it, I'll start making a question section up here. Like, imagine, if you would, let's say reincarnation is real and your soul is going to go into like another thing that's going to have a conscious experience when you die. And that if things are doomed to not have a conscious experience when they're brought into life, a soul never enters the body. Like it's just soulless. But then you have a thing called a soul, and that's kind of separate from this whole thing. I don't know. I'll workshop it. I'll think more about it. But like, is it really wrong to kill a conscious thing if it's gonna become another conscious thing like immediately after? Like, you're essentially just like changing the channel. Is changing the channel a bad thing? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I want to explore that a little bit more off
Then
stream.
you have to have the filled in circle and then the ray.
It's just saying, like, look, this person, future conscious experiences, they're impossible. You are not a person.
Correct.
So the symmetry for that, in fact, I'm actually being generous because the symmetry would not be improbable, it'd be possible.
Sure.
So my point would just be then, if a person stops existing when future conscious experience becomes impossible, why can't we say a person exists as long as the future experiences are possible?
Yeah.
And a person starts existing at the first moment those experiences are possible.
I think that is my position.
It isn't, because I would say...
Hold on. Wow, he's so good. Okay. Hold on. Let me get some water, because I actually want to really pay attention to this. Hold on 2 seconds. Be right back. And I'm going to have a cheese stick. I'm going to go pee real quick, and then we'll continue. Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to this bit. Going to check the VOD for this later. I just came in to send the king a super chat. Is that not possible on Book's channel right now? I don't know. It should be. Thank you for your super chat. I do appreciate it. Even if maybe I didn't hear it. Let's see here. I can get this string cheese open, then we'll jump into this. Because he worked up to this point, and if I had a line-by-line transcript, I would probably separate all of his questions and then outline them on a separate, like, part of my notes, and see if I can recreate the document that he has sitting in front of him. Because everything that he's asked is setting up to this point. And so he did a good job of that. And I feel like with Destiny's answers, he set himself up to maybe get what he's looking to get out of it. He can He can have a lot of confidence because I think he did a good job. All right. Now let me rewind this.
We say future conscious experience then be possible. So the symmetry for that, in fact, I'm actually being generous because the symmetry would not be improbable, it'd be possible.
Sure.
So my point would just be then, if a person stops existing when future conscious experience becomes impossible, why can't we say a person exists as long as the future experiences are possible, and a person starts existing at the first moment those experiences are possible?
I think that is my position.
It isn't, because I would say, so for example, if somebody...
But possible and happens are... This is so tricky. Does everybody understand what's going on here? I'll actually type it out because I want to go through
possible. Existing as the future experiences are possible, and exists as long as the future experience...
This is part one of it.
Experiences are possible, and a person starts existing at the first moment those experiences are possible.
I think that is my position.
That is...
It isn't, because
Wait.
as long as it's existing, when future...
This is probably cancer, you guys. I'll cut it down in a YouTube edit.
My point would just be then, if a person stops existing when future conscious experience becomes if a person stops existing...
Can I get a transcript? Can I get a motherfucking transcript up in here, bro? Come on now. No, not this. He doesn't have fucking transcripts on. That's lame. Man, I really want that. I think it's probably in Steven's video though. So, okay, we're at 5150.
Parts don't...
And then I'll open this again in another tab, which should open at 5150, which I will write down on a sticky note. Okay. And I want to get the transcript of this. So where's my transcript? I need to make this wider. No, hold on. How do I get my transcript? There we are. Oh, maybe I just have to do that on the other one. Okay, good thing I wrote down the fucking time. Otherwise, we would have had a fun game of trying to figure out where the fuck we left off. Okay, we'll just put it right there. Yeah, no. Okay, it doesn't have that. Probably because it's a VOD, maybe. I don't know. And
conscious experience becomes impossible.
Becomes impossible. There we are. This argument that a person stops, I don't endorse this for everything. Let's just do this for the... A person stops existing when future conscious experience becomes impossible. For that individual, do you agree that future... Oh my God, it's not even helpful when it's in a transcript. It's just fucking word vomit. I might have to eat crow on this bookie. It was around the transfer of intent in regards to Roe v. Wade, and Destiny was saying that forcibly inducing a pregnancy and killing the mother was murder. I just remembered him saying to murder the fetus forcibly and then it becoming murder. Yeah, tricky. Always got to check.
Why can't we say a person exists Why can't we say when future conscious experience becomes impossible? Why can't we say a person exists as long as the future experiences are possible, and a person starts existing at the first moment those experiences are possible?
Oh. That's the difference. He doesn't say at the first moment they're conscious. He says at the first moment those experiences are possible. Possible is doing all of the work here. So if he were to instead say the first moment they had a conscious experience or the experience started, that's what Stephen believes. Because you have all the possibility, technically, for a lot of babies, prior to this 20-week cutoff that Destiny has set. It's still possible, but Destiny's actual belief is that the moment it starts and it's actually happening, which is at 20 weeks. And what he's trying to do is you have this thing about possibility for the ending of it, right? When it becomes impossible, you're dead. Why can we... Yeah, okay. Is it making sense to you guys? Because now it's making sense to me. Now, we'll see how the conversation plays out. I don't think this is Stephen's position. He is asking for a change, and the change is right here. At the first moment, those experiences are possible. And possible is kind of our main deal here. Now, let's see how this plays out.
Possible.
I think that is my position.
It isn't, because I would say, so for example, if somebody...
oh, no. Oh, no. Everything's broken now. Oh, okay, that one is good. I think that's the only one I need to be good. I have a thing that makes Windows like translucent for when I used to type and watch movies at the same time.
Ends up in a persistent vegetative state. They've lost their immediate capacity to have conscious experiences. But some people do come out of persistent vegetative states.
Okay.
All right. So the point is not that they're able to have conscious experiences. It's just that at some point in the future, they will be able to do that.
Okay.
Okay. So then... wouldn't it follow then for that individual, even when they were an embryo, they're in the same position? At some point in the future, they'll have conscious experiences. I feel like your rejoinder is just going to be the PVS person has the machinery for it, the embryo doesn't. But I just don't see how that's relevant to the symmetry here.
Yeah.
Because when you say the fetus will in the future,
yes.
It hasn't yet. There's no person yet. A person in a vegetative state or a coma, there is a person to speak of. If I have a coma right now, you can say, Stephen was a person, and he might have a future conscious experience. If I haven't even existed yet, there's no Stephen to even speak of.
Right,
there's nothing there to speak of. Yeah.
But every being with conscious experiences will have a first experience.
Correct, and I think that happens at 20 to 28 weeks. Do you think a one-cell organism is having an experience?
No, it's not.
Do you think a 20-cell organism is having an experience?
But I would say what makes you a person is not the moment you have the experience, but that you're the kind of being who can have those experiences. Just as someone who is brain dead.
But there are consequences to believing this. Like when I talked about language and stuff before, imagine if, like, let's say language is a key part of consciousness, that once you start introducing language at a very early stage, then you provide an animal with the ability to contextualize the world around itself such that it can create this complicated experience that we call life. Wouldn't you kind of necessarily have an obligation, but Stephen doesn't believe this, to give that conscious experience to them, like to educate them and stuff like you enter into weird territory where there's a bunch of random questions there, but okay.
Is the kind of being who will never have those experiences. An
what
embryo
is the difference between what's the difference between an embryo and a corpse?
A corpse, the difference is a corpse is a human organism that has lost organic unity.
Okay.
The parts don't work together for the good of the whole, and so it will decompose.
Okay.
It will lose composition, it will fall apart. An embryo is a living organism. Its parts work together to grow other parts. When it becomes sophisticated enough, it will grow a brain to take over, to keep development going.
That's only with the help of the mother, though. Right.
Well, all of us need our mom's help when we're little. We need to be fed. We need to be
nothing else past birth needs to be connected biologically to another thing, right? So whatever definition you give of the zygote, the single cell, the union, I would argue you could give that same definition for a sperm or an egg. You
No.
could argue that a sperm or an egg on its own will never develop into anything. The sperm or the egg need an egg or a sperm. However, the fetus will never develop into anything. It needs the sustenance from the mother, right?
No,
So
here's the difference. I believe that something is an organism if you can give it time, nutrition, and a proper
Now we're getting into interesting territory. I feel like you need time, nutrition.
environment, and it has the capacity to develop into a mature member of a species. And it only needs those three things: time, nutrition, proper environment. However,
that's great, but that's
Although it's very convenient because he basically outlines the things he needs exactly to make the baby be a person. But, you know, capacity to become whatever. I just
entirely arbitrary.
why?
Because
It's a definition of an organism. It's different. That's why sperm and egg and cancer cells, they are body parts. You give them time, nutrients, and environment, they'll always be that same type of thing. They cannot develop.
I mean, you could stretch nutrition, but
It depends on how we define environment, right?
yeah, an environment. Yeah. Yeah, this feels like magic. Like this reminds me in movies when they just come up with something to like make everything make sense. It feels very shoehorned in, this whole thing here. But at least we're understanding more of how he's thinking.
Because a sperm put in the environment of an egg will eventually join and become, as it grows with inside the womb, into something like a human eventually, right?
Right, but I would say that when the sperm and the egg combine, the sperm and egg no longer exist anymore. They've undergone a substantial change. They're defined as being
Which I don't necessarily disagree with here. I mean,
What do you think is more different, a sperm or a one-celled organism from a 9-month baby? What do you think is more different there?
Wait, come again?
Yeah, there's one sperm or one egg. What's more different, the one sperm and the one egg to the zygote, or the zygote to the 9-month fetus?
They are different in a myriad of ways. So
Sure, but your argument, you're saying that 9-month fetus is more in common with the single cell zygote than a sperm or an egg has with a single cell zygote.
I think I agree with that. No, I don't see why that's such a bad thing. I feel like that's an easy bullet to bite, right? Like, because in my mind, yeah, I think a sperm and an egg, although I don't know, I guess I could look a little bit silly if I say that, but in my mind, intuitively, yeah, a sperm and an egg are more different to a zygote than a zygote is to a baby. At least in the context of this argument, we're talking about personhood and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a big line there. And zygote is closer to baby than sperm and egg are to zygote. Although, if you zoom out and then you look at this on like cellular level observing things or whatever, they're obviously very close because all they had to do was combine and now they're the thing, you know. But it doesn't work like that. There's a clear line because of the way that he frames this part, right? Like a sperm and an egg left to their own devices, given everything that they want except for each other, they're never gonna turn into anything close to a baby. But a zygote, given all this stuff, definitely will. So I mean, it's internally consistent with this thing, I feel like, and intuitively I can just turn my brain 2 degrees to the left and I could see it. So
a 9-month fetus and
how do you guys feel? I'd be interested. Maybe he's losing you guys, not me so far.
zygote are the same.
But again, for the DGGers, I am trying a lot more to understand this guy's argument because I don't believe, or I don't agree with him. I think we should be able to do abortion, but for practical reasons more than anything else. You know, I'll have to take it up with God if it ends up being that all those were people. And yeah, I have an awful position if that's the case, but I don't have enough info to really wholeheartedly believe that.
kind of thing, because the words zygote and fetus, if you look them up, would say this is the stage of development in the life of a human being. So a 9-month fetus and a zygote are very different. One's going to have billions of more cells, for example.
Given his 3 things that make it worth protecting, the zygote meets all 3 criteria, whereas the sperm and egg by themselves don't, making it way closer to a 9-month fetus. Yeah, exactly. Like if we take him in the context of the thing that he's saying, I feel like it's very easy to give it to him. But I mean, asking you as a person outside of the context of his argument, like let's say I fucking, I take my Men in Black pen and I fucking zap you and you forget this whole conversation happened. If I ask you, is a zygote closer to an egg and a sperm, or is it closer to a baby, like a 9-month-old, just got born baby? I think without any context, you would probably say it's closer to the sperm and the egg. But that's because this is like an IQ question where it just kind of depends on how you categorize things and organize them. Because you would probably organize things based on the physicality. Like, oh, well, structurally and biologically, I suppose they're closer to each other, because it doesn't take much to go from one to the other. Like the step between a zygote and a sperm, but you're also probably grouping them together in your brain. You're picturing both at the same time. And if you picture both at the same time and you picture the second later where the sperm goes inside of the egg, you're probably like, well, those are pretty fucking close. No? They could be seconds apart from each other. So no, it's probably closer to each other, which might be the way that Stephen is framing this and thinking about it. But the moment you enter into his frame and you have this extra information, then I understand what he's talking about, I would probably agree that it's closer to a baby than a supermarket or egg. Okay. He's saying in a major way that the capability of turning into something else, given proper criteria, is possible for a zygote. So it is more similar to a fetus. So they're in the same category. Yeah, exactly. He boxes them differently. Yeah. And I suppose, yeah. Man, it would be fun to do a YouTube video where I actually draw this out and like draw boxes over the things and like, oh man, maybe one day I'll be successful enough to have people working under me and the money to pay them to do all this. But yeah, because it's so visual in my brain. I feel like it makes the arguments easier to understand. Like if I was tutoring somebody and trying to get them to understand all the points of this conversation, that would be my approach, because I feel like it's easier and more intuitive. But you guys seem to understand me using English. So apparently sperm autocorrects the supermarket.
But a sperm and egg and a zygote, the difference there is greater, because we're not talking about degree. Like a zygote and a fetus, they're different in degrees, more cells, more abilities.
Yeah.
But the sperm, egg, and the human embryo, they're different in kind. These are organs. They're body parts. They're not a whole body.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I don't know if I'm pushing you on the arbitrariness of your saying a difference in kind, because that single cell organism is nothing in kind. It's got genes, it's got a genetic profile, but without the nutrients from the mom, it'll grow into 2, 4, 8 cells, and then
he said time, nutrition, and environment. He kind of gave himself the get out of jail free card here with the description.
Die. So
he should ask Stephen if just because an object is similar in terms of cell composition, does that override other considerations such as ability to, there are interesting ways to go from here. Now I hope in listening to me, you can see why I think this is a very interesting conversation. I love the exploration here. It's not one-liners back and forth and like debate arguments back and forth. It's like we get into like foundational things that I am really enjoying. And it's not philosophical. We're not getting into like, philosophy terms. Really. Like I love the ground that this conversation stands on. This is so fun to me. Because it's like two people creating their own versions of science and comparing the terms and the philosophy of the science, and not just, abstraction, or not just like arguments that you've seen posed time and time again that's on a fucking abortion pamphlet, which is what separates, in my mind, or it separates the kind of conversation that he had with the two ladies and this one. That's why I want to cover this one. I find it very interesting.
World, the in kind of that.
If you don't give nutrients to an infant, what will happen to them?
The infant could die as well.
Could or will.
But that conscious experience is already there, so it escapes my issue.
No, but I'm saying that the point you're making, I don't see how it shows that the embryo is not a person or doesn't have moral value just because
I'm just
humans
saying, yeah,
at that
because
stage are
you have a
needed.
strange definition of time, nutrition, and proper environment, and then you are drawing an arbitrary border around.
I'm saying that's what makes something an organism.
Yeah, but we're not arguing over something being an organism or not, right? We're arguing over when something gets personhood. Right?
Yeah, and I'm saying persons are kinds of organisms.
yeah.
A person is a kind of being capable of rational existence.
Well,
Yeah.
it's a kind of being capable of rational existence, but though that stops when the being is dead. Correct.
Right, because the being
Stops
doesn't
working
exist
together,
anymore. It's gone back to
decompose.
body parts.
Well, it does exist, or what do you mean it doesn't exist?
I would say that
What part stops existing?
the organic unity. So when you are dead, so if you, when I die, however you want to define that, let's say
Well,
like
that's pretty important.
It is important, but just because we can't define the moment when somebody dies, we know the difference between dead people and living people.
That is a cop-out. That is a cop-out. Without further explanation, I feel like.
Dead people,
Let's see if Steven pushes it.
their bodies start to decompose because their blood's not being pumped, not being oxygenated. The parts aren't working together for the good of the whole. From fertilization onward, a human organism has this. My point is just that human organisms are persons because they belong to a rational kind. I guess, let me put it out here. This is what I think when it comes down to the abortion debate. I think there's really only three defensible.
Like they at least care what the other actually is using as a lens, and they take time to compare and contrast their considered framework of seeing their proper gander. Yeah. Gosh. I love that you put it into words for me. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I like it. Like when I talk about enjoying streaming, these are the moments I enjoy streaming because I know that there's at least a handful of you watching this, and that's all I need, really. It's just a handful of you watching it with me, and we're on the same wavelength. We're sharing this moment with each other where we're both like appreciating this conversation and the thoughts and stuff. And to think that whether you live in fucking Norway or in Kenya or Somalia or wherever, like you're here with me and we're sharing this moment together. And that feels very, very interesting to me. And we live in an interesting time where it's possible. World War III happens tomorrow. We lose the internet and everything. And like, we don't get that anymore. We live in this little window of peace and prosperity, or at least I do where I live, it's just, you know, man, it's just so cool. We could share this moment together, bro.
Views, and yours is not one of them.
Just to be clear on that, just real quick, because you said human organisms are part of a rational kind. I agree with you.
Yes.
We're just fighting over if the brackets extend to the 20 weeks to 0 weeks,
Yes.
basically. Like,
Right.
I do agree with that statement, but the statement is begging the question of what is a human organism.
I am saying you don't.
I'm just going to put a thing in here for rational kinds. And I'm going to set us back maybe about 3 minutes and put a timestamp just so that I have an anchor here in my notes. 56 minutes.
Don't need the immediate capacity. You don't need.
And then we agree at 59 minutes. I gotta say, from an intuitive level, like not thinking about it too deeply, I just feel like, and let me know if you disagree, I feel like intuitively his makes more sense, that the professor's makes more sense, just intuitively, like barring any like uber deep thinking about it in philosophy and whatever, like the kind definition at the meeting of these. I've actually never had somebody like get me this far on understanding and kind of seeing where they're coming from on the conception being life thing. Like when I think about it in terms of kind, I understand now why they draw the line there. I don't think this is how everybody thinks about it. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it's not how everybody thinks about it. But like, yeah, I don't know. I'm much more sympathetic to the argument now.
Need the immediate capacity to be conscious, to be a person, because I think you're still a person, even if you have a brain injury and you've lost that ability temporarily.
And Vels points out, and it's pretty good, this is just a way to avoid saying brain death is when you die. It might be his clever way of dealing with that edge case or whatever. You also said this organic harmony stuff is bullshit. If you have cancer or diabetes, you're not in organic harmony. So are you dead to him? No, because the rest of you is in organic harmony. Like, if I steelman his position, I become him for a moment, I argue with you, Vels, I would say, well, no, but the group of cancer is now a new kind in my mind. It is something that is operating independently of the larger whole that is all the other functioning that makes you a human being. You now have this tumor that is not part of you. It's no longer in kind with the rest of your body and your personhood. It becomes a separate entity with its own motivations, working towards its own ends that is separate from you. But I mean, you could look at gut bacteria and stuff like that, and I guess it kind of works for the whole, works for itself. It gets complicated, and I think if you dove into it, maybe you could start poking holes in it. But like, I think that would be my response to that. T is a bona fide apologist. He knows his stuff.
I believe, and just what the examples that I gave earlier, I think that most people would say it is wrong to take a healthy fetus.
And diabetes and stuff too. I mean, it is one small part of the whole that is not working, but everything else is functioning in unison. And again, you look at time, nutrition, and environment. You have the right time, nutrition, and environment, even as somebody with diabetes or cancer, and you can get them to keep living. However, if it gets to a point where the cancer has taken over and it's won the fight against the larger whole and it's disrupted the organism such that with time, nutrition, and environment, it's just not going to recover, then yeah, it might be dead. Like if you successfully interrupt all of the inner working between things, at some point that thing becomes dead. And I think that's his argument with the organic unity and the decomposition thing. Although it doesn't have to necessarily be that you decompose. Perhaps cancer takes over your body to the point where like maybe the cancer can keep going for a long time with time, nutrition, and environment, but it's in different kind of the human organism that would have all of its individual parts working towards a different goal. And then you start to think about these different, you could have human cells working in a way that is very inhuman. And perhaps like human cells are not necessarily, I don't know. Fuck. It's just so interesting to think about. There's a lot to dive into there. I won't, because I don't nearly care enough to do that, but interesting nonetheless. Are you alive if you're a aware brain in a vat? It'd be a good question to this dude. Actually, I think that would be a lovely question for this guy. Let me see. If I try to put myself in his headspace. Because he doesn't tie it to conscious. Well, actually, let's reference, because we have this written down. Value comes from what you are. We lose and acquire abilities throughout life. Animals may have higher consciousness than some humans in some ways, but members of rational kind is what gives value. I think he would say that's a human. It's part of the human species. It has all the genetic code and stuff that codifies it as being human, and it is a member of a rational kind. So as long as the brain is a similar member of a rational kind, which presumably in your hypothetical it would be, then yeah, I would say a brain of that is probably a person by his definition, no? Because it would be similar rational kind. Maybe it doesn't need all the other stuff. Because again, we go back down to here. If you give it time, nutrition, and environment, like it has the right vat with the right saline solution or whatever the fuck the brain is floating in, if it gets the nutrition it needs to continue going, and if you just give it time, it'll continue to have this human experience and it'll be of a rational kind and it can interface with us and whatever, we could be sure of that, then I guess it would be the same kind as a human, no? It's not the kind of human, so it doesn't merit the same rights. I don't know. Maybe it would be a different kind of human. Maybe there's different kinds of humans. Which would get back to what I was saying about, I think there's such a variance in conscious experience depending on the faculties you have available to you. Like people that can't visualize, or people that don't have an internal monologue, or people whose time perception is limited to like very specific durations or very long durations. The conscious experience becomes different. And if you wanted to, you could further divide the kind of human. But I think the overarching like umbrella of human is still there. It's got the same genetic material, presumably a similar conscious experience, barring some of the physical stuff that we can do with our body. I think it would still be a person, even by his definition. Interesting. So interesting.
Permanently make them unconscious and do God knows what with them. And I think the only thing that can explain why that's wrong is because that human fetus has a right to properly develop in virtue of being a person. And I think it's a very strong moral intuition most people would share.
Sure. Do you think that if it was the case that a fetus were to grow 8, 16, 32 to 64 cells in size, and then it had some kind of deformation, or it wasn't able to develop past that point, do you think we have a moral obligation to deliver the 64 cell organism and then keep it alive in a dish for as long as we can, assuming we could deliver it?
I think we have a moral obligation to provide medical care to sick humans. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I gave the example, like we provide spina bifida treatments. Even I think we could do it possibly before the 20-week cutoff. Like we could start having medical technology for...
But it's a different kind within the umbrella of human, and I do value it less intuitively. A 64 cell clump of things I don't value the same as a fully formed human. In much the same way I don't value a child the same way I value an adult, and I don't value an adult necessarily the same as I do an elderly person, although the longer and longer you stretch out that time span, the less and less I feel like there is a fundamental difference in the things. Although you stretch it out super far, you have somebody that lives for millennia, maybe I feel like they're a more valuable organism than us. Fuck, so interesting. I love this. I love this conversation, dude. I love it. I'm in love with this conversation, brother. But that kills the guy's argument, though. He would be admitting that the conscious experience is paramount in the pre-20-week fetus stuff. No. Because what he just answered, that the 64 clump thing wouldn't have a conscious experience. I don't think he ever mentions conscious experience in his initial outline. He doesn't even talk about that. That is a Destiny specific thing. So like, I would try to keep the two from overlapping unless you can find me a quote in here where he does say that, and I could very well be wrong. I have human memory, and human memory sucks. No, I don't think that fits into what he described here at the very beginning or at any point in this. The consciousness, I feel like, is a very specific to Destiny thing in this conversation. So no, I don't feel like it defeats his thing. And he just bit the bullet on the 64 cell thing.
Fetuses before 20 weeks.
Sure. And I'm not, to be clear, I'm not talking about any of that. I just, to be very, very, very clear, what I'm saying is a woman is having trouble. Maybe the pregnancy is not going okay, but we have the ability to keep any organism alive in a petri dish for as long as we want. You would say there's a moral obligation to safely deliver, using a microscope and tweezers or whatever, a 64 cell organism and put it in a petri dish and then provide nutrients and keep that thing alive until the end of its natural metabolic
No, I think
function.
that you should provide proportionate medical care. So for example, when my wife...
Proportionate medical care. This is a new concept.
And I were dealing with miscarriage, like our child almost miscarried. We rushed.
He doesn't mention conscious, but he says rational. Yeah, and until we explore rational, it's tough to pin him down because we haven't explored that.
To get progesterone to inject her with it. It's thick as concrete. It's rough to administer. But we were doing that to save the life of that actual child, who might have been only a few cells, more than 64, because most people figure it out. It's a lot older than that. Actually, I have an interesting question.
Wait, wait.
No,
You can ask the question, write it down. Because you used a word here to escape that. Wait, on the book, can you show me what the 1 week thing looks like?
Yeah, sure.
Or what's the earliest picture? The earliest picture.
Yeah, sure. I've got that right here. Here. Yeah. This would be...
This guy. So I'm asking if you have to deliver that.
So this would be a notice. Yeah, this says a new human being.
Yep.
Right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if we had the technology to deliver that, and the care was quite simple, you just water the dish and maybe put a couple of nutrients in the dish, and you could keep that alive for 5 to 10 years. You'd be just as morally obligated to keep that alive in a petri dish than you would for a child that might be born a little bit unhealthy, keeping that alive.
I don't know if we're morally
proportional. Proportional. Let's see if he explains it.
Obligated to sustain the life of a human being by putting them essentially in a freezer.
It's not a freezer. It'd be a petri dish. You could play music for it if you want.
Probably wouldn't do very much good at that stage, but the music, I would say.
Sure, but your position, because now you're relying on human intuition a lot. You're trying to say that like it's so obvious that there's a life, but now when I've challenged you to putting that thing in a petri dish and watering it, if I were to ask you the same question about, let's say a child is born and it's only going to live to be 6 months to 1 year old.
Right.
I'm a parent. You're a parent. Both of us would probably say, yeah, do everything you can for it. You can't just kill it, even if it's going to die at an early age.
Right.
But now I'm asking you for the 64 cell organism. We have the same obligation for that in a petri dish.
Yeah, but you could have...
And we're really pitting him into a corner where we get into Destiny's framing of like the possibility of the conscious experience at some point.
All these examples where we don't know what to do. What if they said, hey, Destiny, for your child, we don't know if we can save them, but if you put them in this cryo tank, in 200 years, we think they'll come up with a cure.
I agree, it would be hard, but that's why, to quote you earlier, it's just a hypothetical. So earlier you
No, I'm saying that the doctor guy's argument fails because only a brain would not be considered a human according to what he believes. I don't know. Like I break down at being able to argue his point for him. I feel like he's so intelligent. I feel like there is an explanation there that would enable the brain to be that if he bites the bullet on the 64-week thing, because it's just way easier to consider the brain with a conscious experience that it's a person. So I'm not on the same wavelength as you about that.
you asked me about a child born missing.
If we take that there is a brain in a vat and we remove genes from every brain cell related to the development of non-brain features, would it still be considered of the same kind or even human? My intuition on his behalf says no. They would be different. Although pragmatically it shouldn't. But I believe he would say yes. That they're different. Although how different then becomes a more interesting discussion you would have following that question. Because they're still close.
Parts of its brain that we could inject a drug to give it more of a brain in the future. That's a pretty crazy hypothetical. So now I'm asking you an equally crazy.
Because at a practical level, it's irrelevant if it has or doesn't have the other genes, if it's able to sustain itself and have a conscious, then I inject consciousness in a way that he doesn't. I don't know.
Crazy hypothetical. A 64-cell organism is born. Do we have an obligation to keep it alive in a petri dish indefinitely?
Because some hypotheticals are going to be closer to reality than others. Brain transplants and swaps are pretty far away. Cryogenetics is closer, but still not quite there. And the example I gave is just, is it wrong to take a healthy fetus?
Fuck, I feel like we're not going to get to proportional medical care. That's unfortunate.
And cause them to be permanently unconscious. That's pretty. We lobotomize born people. It's not that far out of the realm.
Lobotomies do not mean a loss of consciousness. When you say healthy fetus, it implies healthy functioning brain function. So
right,
again, we're using a lot of words.
But if it's before 20 weeks, there's no person there. You could destroy the brain, the developing brain.
Correct.
There's no problem.
Yeah, but in your world, if a 64-cell thing was born, it needs to be kept alive in a petri dish until natural metabolic functions cease.
No, we should provide medical care for human beings prior to birth. We might disagree about what kind of care that is. Let's take, for example, though, fetal alcohol syndrome.
Okay.
Oh, and he gets to pivot. Fuck. I feel like this is where Destiny's gaining ground, but we're going to seize control of the conversation back to him here, and I feel like we're going to go somewhere else. This was really interesting. We are pushing him into a corner here, and I feel like we're losing it. We're losing it really fast.
Now, under your view, here's what I'm curious about. You've given the analogy before that drinking while pregnant, that doesn't harm an individual, it harms a person in the future. Like if you hang a piano and it's got withering wires and it's going to fall on Bob in 3 days. Yeah, it's bad because it's going to fall on him in 3 days. And I guess the analogy there is like when the child's born, eventually they're going to figure out, why am I not like the other kids? That
what a weasel answer. Yeah, but we don't get the impact of the weasel answer if Steven doesn't push it, unfortunately. I don't feel like
they're going to figure, the harm is later, I guess, than instead of when you were drinking before.
Correct.
Okay. Is a woman, let's say a woman's diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome, and
yeah, we're completely shifting topics. Fuck. Hold on, I don't want to get frustrated at Steven, but man, I would have liked to have seen this pushed harder and focused on this more. This was an interesting corner of the conversation. I feel like we're gonna enter into a whole new section now because he just has all the control here. I feel like this is a point I should bring up with him.
This human being has.
Wait, can you clarify? Like,
sorry,
the woman. Yeah.
Not the woman. The child. The human fetus.
We all inject rationality or consciousness into it at some level because we know that is the important part. That seems to be what the intuition points to, huh? If someone is decapitated, do we keep the body or the head alive? Choose one. Yeah, and you're going to probably choose the head. But I wonder if he would argue neither are the same kind of human. I don't know. Actually, yeah, no. Now I get what you guys are kind of pointing to when you're saying you think his definition breaks down, and he might not agree with the brain to vat thing. But we don't explore it in the conversation, so it's really tough to know. That's the reason why I feel like the brain in the jar thing defeats his argument. Yeah, I see where you're coming from now.
Fetus has fetal alcohol syndrome. Okay. Is she morally obligated to abort that fetus and start over?
Is the fetus past 20 weeks?
No.
Is she morally obligated to abort a pre-20-week fetus?
Knowing if she does nothing, a human being, under your view, with fetal alcohol syndrome will come into existence.
Fuck, it's a hard question.
I would lean towards no.
Why?
But it would be close because I don't know under what circumstances would you be morally obligated to terminate a I don't think that's a level of harm that justifies it. Like, for instance, if a child was to be born with any number, maybe it could have Huntington's disease or Tay-Sachs or anything else, would we morally obligate people to abort, or Down syndrome or any kind of I don't know if you could morally obligate people to abort those things. I think that gets into a weird eugenics territory that I don't know if you can justify.
But do you think it's wrong for someone to is it wrong for someone to drink to excess because they don't care?
No brain, no person. Yeah, I lean towards that. But I don't know. Because I just don't understand consciousness enough. Like, I could see scientific data coming out that like imagine if we end up figuring out that like maybe 80% of your conscious experience or like the vividness of it is down to like the interaction of bacteria in your gut and the signals that they send out through your immune system and stuff that ends up getting to the brain and guiding it in directions. And like without that input to the brain, the experience is just way less. I just don't know enough. I don't know enough, and I feel like we don't know enough. It's tough. I feel like the science that I've read isn't there yet to like push me.
If the fetus gets fetal alcohol syndrome.
Yes.
Then what's the difference if that's wrong? Why wouldn't it be wrong to refuse to abort that child, human being?
Let me
someone
eugenics territory.
Do you think it's wrong for someone to is it wrong for someone to drink to excess because they don't care if the fetus gets fetal alcohol syndrome?
Yeah.
Then what's the difference if that's wrong? Why wouldn't it be wrong to refuse to abort that child, human being?
I mean, you can do future harm to something and it's wrong, but that doesn't necessarily mean that thing has to be terminated. Like, I think these two things are disconnected.
Right, but I'm saying that in both cases, the end result is the same. You do something and it causes a being with a disability to come into existence. And you're saying, well, yeah, it's wrong to drink. Well, I guess we say here, is it wrong to cause a fetus to have fetal alcohol syndrome if you're planning to get an abortion at 12 weeks anyways?
No. Yeah, no. That's an easy no.
Okay, so it sounds like that'd
be to make through the piano analogy. Is it wrong to put a piano in a building for it to fall over in 3 days if you don't think a person is going to be underneath the building? No.
Well, let me give you the piano analogy. Suppose you have the piano. The only way to keep it from hitting Bob is to cut the wire early so it drops on Bob's shopping cart.
Yeah.
Bob's a homeless man, pushes his shopping cart around. So it's either going to destroy, because that's more like pregnancy then. The piano's either going to harm Bob the person or harm the non-person, the shopping cart. It seems like you only have two choices there. Would you say there you're obligated to destroy the shopping cart?
Yes. Yeah.
Where does the obligation to destroy the shopping cart come from? I don't understand that.
Because the alternative is that you destroy the guy.
Bob is pushing, he's pushing his shopping cart.
Yeah, we're in a fucking we're hypotheticals and hypotheticals here. Holy shit.
And you hung that.
Well, no, here we can, even without the analogy, okay? Because I'm following you on the fetal alcohol sugar thing. We can agree that it's wrong I think we both agree it would be wrong to cause harm to a future person by drinking alcohol while you're pregnant.
Well,
We
let's
both
say
agree
the,
that, right?
the only alternative. I'm using the piano example.
Yeah.
We can still keep with it.
Okay.
If in the piano, because you seem pretty clear here. If in the piano example, we only have two choices: we do nothing and it injures Bob, or we do something and it destroys Bob's shopping cart. You seem pretty confident we should injure the non-person.
Correct.
And yet you don't feel that way where a woman who has fetal alcohol syndrome, she has two choices. She does nothing, baby is born, has FAS, or you do something and the pre-viable fetus is destroyed.
Yeah, okay, maybe we're off. The part of your analogy that's, or the part of the hypothetical game that's challenging is to force her to do something. So let's say it was the case that a woman was drinking and then she gets a pregnancy. It's like, oh shit, I'm pregnant and I'm 16 weeks pregnant.
Yes.
And she's like, I'm gonna have an abortion because I don't want to harm a future person. I think that's totally fine. The question is you originally posted was, should we obligate her to have an abortion at 16 weeks? That gets a lot harder, I think.
Should we obligate destroying the cart instead of hurting Bob?
That's the thing, though. It's destroying the cart versus hurting Bob. Like fetal alcohol syndrome is often not like lethal. It's not like the life is completely.
Let's say it's a light piano that's going to cause damage. It's gonna make Bob messed up for a while when it hits him in the head.
I don't know if you can obligate, because at that point then shouldn't you obligate the termination of any fetus that might have certain types of conditions? I'm using the word eugenics and
well, not under. And once again, I'm trying to.
And I feel like neither of them believe this, so I feel like this is a weird corner to be in, because I don't know what Destiny said to have triggered him to push so hard on this point.
Tease out your view, because under your view, it is impossible to harm a fetus prior to 20 weeks.
It is, but there's a harm to the mother and to the autonomy of the mother if you force her to have an abortion. Like there is a.
I don't. Oh, I see what he's getting at. I see what he's getting at. And this ties back to killing a mom that it has every intention to have the baby, but if it's under 20 weeks, oh man, my fucking brain, dude. Like you guys get what he's getting at, right? Like, God, he's doing such a good job of pushing on this.
It's a harm in losing a future person. Much the same that if I steal $10,000 from somebody, in 30 years it might have been $100,000. The difference is when I take that $10,000, I'm not taking $100,000. Much the same, I could deprive somebody of a future person, and they could actually experience a deprivation of the future person. But killing somebody's 16-week fetus is not the same as killing their 2-year-old 2 years later. That's the difference.
Right. But I would say that we force people, like parents, all the time to do or not do certain things so that their children don't come to harm. We restrict even things like secondhand smoke, for example, in really restricted situations with a child. I think parents get obligated all the time. But
sure, but we would never say that like a child exposed to heavy secondhand smoke, should we kill him before he has lung cancer or something, right? We would never make that.
Now, my view, of course, is that anybody with a disease or a genetic defect or a condition, we should help that person. We shouldn't kill them, regardless of their stage of development.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, we can. It's always weird. I mean, I'm not sure. Do you want to go anywhere else?
Actually, well, we have one super chat we could read here really quick.
Go for it.
We have Alan Grana. Hey, thank you, man, for the super chat. Appreciate it. No say, no pay. If you can't force her to become a mom, then you shouldn't be able to force him to become a father and pay for something he doesn't want. Fair is fair. I believe this is in reference to, there's a specific term for it. I think the
financial abortion.
I think that's not the preferred term, though, from people who are actually advocating for what it is. I think it's
deadbeat dadism.
No. It's
I've heard of male abortion.
I think it's evading me at this moment, but I think it's something like legal paternal surrender, I think is the desired term by people that advocate for it. So in essence, if a child is born, because in certain states women can get abortions, they're advocating that, well, if the woman, in the instance that a woman opts to keep the child, that the father could surrender all legal obligations from custody and also from having to pay child support.
Right.
I don't know if you guys, it's semi-related to this conversation. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that. Are you in favor of...
I think that if the state could theoretically provide everything, then fine. But insofar as the state can't, usually questions regarding child support are made in the best interest of the child. If you want to talk about like what's fair around child development, you're never going to get a good answer because it's not fair that women have to deliver kids and men don't. So it's kind of a silly proposition to say, well, what's the most fair about child support? Because there's nothing fair about delivering a kid, right? So.
Yeah, and I would just say that mothers and fathers have equal, though different responsibilities. They're both equally responsible to care for their children, but they're going to have different responsibilities because men and women are biologically different. Women intimately provide food, shelter for unborn children, and men typically provide by expending calories to work to provide resources for the mother and child. So that's I think that's how I would go through there.
Gotcha. I do have one. I actually do have one question for you, Trent.
Okay.
From a legislative perspective, so would you like to see abortion made illegal?
I would like to see the fetuses that are wanted So the fetuses that are wanted, I would just want the unwanted ones to be treated the same way. So in places where we say, yeah, if a guy, kills a pregnant woman, that's so sad. She wanted that baby. Like, we need justice for that, or we protect those children, or we provide medical care even before 20 weeks even to help these children. I would just want the law. The law already provides protection for wanted fetuses. I would just want it to extend the same thing to the unwanted ones.
Do you think it'd be fair to give a woman the death penalty if she had an abortion for her twins?
Well, I don't believe in the death penalty in general.
Do you think it'd be fair to put her in jail for life?
Maybe. It depends. I guess I might say maybe the penalty we give for an abortion. Well, for example, there was a woman in Nebraska a few weeks ago. She got an abortion at 29 weeks. And she texted her mom. One of the reasons she did it was because she was really excited to be able to fit back into her jeans again. So do you think she should be legally punished?
For 29 weeks?
Yes.
Sure.
How much?
Whatever infanticide the punishment would be.
I would say the same.
So you would say the same for 1 week?
Yeah. Well, I would say that the punishments that we give at 1 week, we can't even get an abortion at 1 week.
5 weeks.
I would say that the law and how we apply it, it's going to be different based on, like in that example, that woman seemed very callous, very uncaring. Another woman, in another case, she might respond differently.
Sure. I'm talking strictly in the case of murder, not a...
Yeah, it's impractical impulse. I get that, but it feels like we're in the... Yeah, I guess.
Or no, even in the... Well, give me the other example. I'm curious. Because whatever... No, go ahead. I'll let you. What was the other example you were going to give?
I don't think I wasn't giving an example. I'm just saying there's going to be a lot of different cases. But
in any of these cases, would we excuse the murder of a 1-year-old child?
No, we wouldn't. But I would say that we do end up giving different punishments. I know that people who kill 5-year-olds or 10-year-olds, sometimes the punishment there is different than like a newborn infant, for example. So I don't know exactly what it should be. But I do think that we should treat the deliberate killing of human beings before birth that can be established even early on, let's say 5 or 6 weeks, we should treat it with serious gravity, even on par with 20 or 25 weeks. I'm asking,
it should be the same as a 5-week-old abortion. I think should be treated the same in your view as a 5-year-old child murder.
Yeah, I think that they should both be treated the same. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think that even if pro-lifers were mistaken about what kind of punishments that we would give, it wouldn't show that the pro-choice position is incorrect. Someone could believe in animal rights, for example, and be inconsistent on how to punish people for what they do with animals, things like that. Even if someone were inconsistent, and I don't think that it's inconsistent,
sure.
It should be treated with a certain gravity. Though I also think that the laws that we pass now, right now, they do tend to focus more on the abortion providers because we live in a weird time.
Sure. But I'm just asking, like, what are the two cell thing look like again?
I like
the book.
Yeah.
The zygote. I want to see the thing.
Sure, of course.
Okay. So a woman that takes Plan B to get rid of maybe something like this would suffer the same legal penalty as a woman that murders her 5-year-old child.
Yeah, I think there could be who murders their 5-year-old child, like out of the womb. I think a jury might find things to be a little bit different.
They'd both be charged with first-degree murder of a human being. Plan B, it's literally premeditation. You go to take the pill. You really want to fit in your jeans. First, a woman with a 5-year-old who's just like tired of it. They're too annoying. They don't want to deal with it anymore. Murders a child. So that thing and then the 5-year-old child are treated the same in the eyes of the law. The Plan B versus the murdering of the child.
No, because I would say that even among born people, based on the level of indifference that required, the level of knowledge that a person has, even if you look at among born victims of violence, would you agree that among born victims of violence, the punishment that is given, it's going to be different based on.
I think all of these are. I think it's a equivocation here.
No,
I think that very clearly, if somebody says, "Do you think that the penalty for murdering a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old and a 25-year-old should be the same?" I would say, "Yeah, it's murder. Of course, they should be treated the same." Now, are there going to be aggravating or mitigating factors in any murder? Of course, but substantially, I wouldn't change the difference between the murder of a 5-year-old, 15-year-old, 25-year-old, and you would agree that it would be 25-year-old, 15-year-old, 5-year-old, and 5-cell organism for you. It would all be treated the exact same as the law.
Do you think a woman who gives birth at prom baby birth, and throws in the dumpster, should she get the same punishment as someone who deliberately kills their 25-year-old husband to get his insurance policy or something like that?
I wonder if this is what Destiny's talking about. He doesn't answer the question. He poses another one. But if Steven doesn't push after, I feel like it's unfair to say he wasn't answering any of my hypotheticals or engaging with them because you didn't really vocalize that you want him to keep pushing on the thing. Like there has to be some kicking and screaming from you, I think, in order for me to like give weight to that claim.
Added a lot in there.
Fine,
in terms of
fine.
Aggravating. No, because there's aggravating factors. Deliberately kill somebody for insurance policy versus mitigating factors of like delivers during a during a prom or whatever. Right? There can be aggravating or mitigating factors that influence how we view a particular crime. Same as the killing of 2 of the same 5-year-olds. Yeah. But I'm saying like a Plan B. A Plan B is the same as going to the store, buying a thing of bleach, going home, force feeding it to your kid, and then watching them die.
We don't know that exactly because Plan B has multiple ways of acting. It could stop the egg from ovulating.
Sure.
It could prevent
stop implantation.
Yeah, I would say that'd be more like grave indifference, like if you chuck a rock off a freeway overpass or something like that. So, but
no, hold on. When you take Plan B, it's not the hopes that potentially maybe blah, blah, like you're very specifically trying to effect a certain outcome. Much the same that it would be like throwing a rock off overpass at a kid.
The outcome could be just preventing yourself from ovulating.
It could be.
Yeah, it's just to not become pregnant.
But the chance of that could also be the preventing of the implantation, so the fertilized egg just goes out, right? In some, yeah.
But I feel like we're working these kinds of questions. I feel like work backwards. So it's like, is this individual a person? Like there's 2 questions: is this individual a person, and what should the punishments be for harming this person? I feel like we don't answer we don't answer the punishment. We don't get the answer of the person question by answering the punishment one first. We answer, is this a person or not first? And then we figure out everything else. Otherwise, we're working backwards with our intuitions.
I kind of agree, but I would argue that you were working backwards from intuitions as well when you presuppose a human body that exists. When you presuppose a human body that exists without like parts of its brain, which I would argue is not even necessarily a human, that you can probably remove enough parts of a person and you ship-a-thesis them into another type of organism. So if you want to work backwards from that, then obviously I'm going to ask you similar questions and work backwards from intuition around like our ability to harm people, right? Because I actually think, even though it sounds strange and it sounds like it's working backwards, I actually think it's hitting at the core of the issue. When we think of harming, we think of a conscious experience that's being harmed, that's being hurt, right? If I harm a person, I'm not thinking of like poking a person that is a corpse, right?
But people could have massively incorrect intuitions. I remember a scene from The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn where Huck, I think it's Aunt Polly, he tells her in the book, oh, there was a steamship that exploded. And she said, oh, did anyone die? He said, no, just a few Negroes. Well, that's not exactly what she said, but you get the point. And Aunt Polly says, oh, good, I'm glad nobody got hurt. So people can have massively incorrect intuitions.
I don't think they can in your world, though, because you told me that you're a moral realist who relies on people's intuitions, and you're saying that any two people's intuition should be sufficiently similar enough to agree on objective moral fact.
No, that would be on basic intuitions. Like,
so now there's different types of it? Yeah, tell me the different types.
Sure there are. Like, just to say that we ought to do good and not evil. That's the most basic intuition of them all. That there's just.
But that's not begging the question. The things we ought to do are by definition good. A good thing is the thing you ought to do. It's like saying murder is unjustified when murder is defined as the unjust killing of somebody, right?
There are things you ought to do irrespective of the consequences to you, for example. Even if you end up suffering a great deal, in some cases there's things you ought to do or refrain from because it just is good. Things like that. But then, like, for example, you ought not directly kill an innocent human being. Like, that's just a general intuition everybody shares. But can you kill human beings in war, for example, because you don't mean to, but you're trying to destroy an enemy base? It's going to be a little bit more difficult in the applied cases, but we have the most basic intuition. So for me, if the basic intuition is that we don't kill infants, all right, we don't kill adults, we don't kill disabled humans, we do kill pigs and cows and other non-human animals. Why is that? To me, the only explanation, it cannot be rooted in consciousness. Because what is the relevant difference between those non-human animals and the human beings? I know you say human consciousness, but there's a difference between human consciousness and a human who is conscious, right?
Yeah. I just think that some of these intuitions that you're hitting at for taking such a solid, I guess, realist position on morality, it feels like we can find, even fundamentally, somebody could argue, for instance, in the animal world, if, I think I saw a video of a cheetah where when the babies are born, they lick them, they try to get them to kind of like move, and sometimes the baby can't move, so the cheetah will just abandon the baby and walk away.
Right.
So who's to say if a person says, well, I think intuitively, if a kid can't walk, then the kid isn't entitled to anything. Like if you have to retreat from an area, if you need to go hunt and gather, if a child can't walk, then you leave them. What if somebody comes at you with an intuition like that? Say there's a tribe where those intuitions exist. How do you figure out whose intuition is correct?
Well, we look at how we've come to understand human beings, and there might be really rare cases where you only have enough food to feed certain people.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying.
Are you saying they're killing they
just leave them there? Yeah, they abandon the child.
Why do they abandon the child? Because they're not able to care for the child?
Because the child can't move. So they feel like until the child can move and like acquire resources for itself, the child's not really worthy of participating in the social contract, participating in that tribe. So up until the child can move,
they're wrong. We would call that barbaric.
Okay, but why? Under what objective ground?
On the objective ground that all human beings have dignity, no matter. And in fact, that was the difference in ancient Rome 2,000 years ago. The Romans did place disabled children in the wilderness for them to be eaten by animals, and Christians went and rescued them because they recognized all human beings have this dignity regardless of what they can do.
Yep. But I'm asking you, how do you resolve that difference, that disagreement in intuition? I don't think you can. When you can say it's wrong or barbaric.
Well, that's the same thing. You could have somebody who says, look, I think that marriage just means you have 24/7 access to your wife. So
we don't need another analogy. Just on that example, somebody says if it's a disabled child, if they can't walk on their own, I should be able to just leave it and carry on because the child's never going to be able to walk or whatever. Why are they wrong? That's their intuition. Their intuition points there. The reason I'm highlighting this because you told me earlier that you made it seem like...
Because then we could use reasoning. We could say, look, when you as an adult, when you get injured, we try to help you out. We don't abandon you. So then there's an example where we might apply moral reasoning to help them see they're being incoherent, for example. Why wouldn't you apply this to someone who's just a younger version of you, for example?
But they'll say, I can walk again. What about for disabled children? You said the Romans did this. They left a disabled child.
Right.
And then what if you say to the person, well, you wouldn't want this to happen if you were disabled? They're like, yeah, that's part of the agreement, actually. If I was disabled, I would expect to be left.
Yeah, I would agree. And like I said, there's going to be cases where people have a consistent, horrifying morality. They're going to
horrifying is absolutely begging the question. I want to ask.
Yeah, I think it's horrifying to leave children just because you can't stand the side of their disability and you think they're not worthy because
that might be the case. But they might argue that it's horrifying that maybe they come to America and they say
they can kiss my ass.
That's fine, but they say you've got a society where there are people that are.
Nah, he's giving up. He's giving up, dude. All right. So, all right. I feel like in here, maybe to here, now we're starting to backfoot him a little bit. We've shaken him. Okay, yeah. Ooh-wee.
able-bodied, that are capable of helping in society. You don't have the medical resources for them, but you're spending billions of dollars on disabled children that are going to die before they hit 9 years old.
Yeah.
Why do you have homeless people on the street, but you're spending money on disabled children that are going to die in a few years anyway? They might be horrified about that. Then my question goes back to you, because you told me earlier that intuition is how we determine moral fact. What I'm saying is morality is the only qualia, I guess, that exists where we can only reconcile it with arguments. I don't have to argue with you about gravity. I don't have to argue with you about the color of something. I don't have to argue with you about how loud something is. But for moral fact, this is why I believe it's subjective and objective. You can never reconcile disagreements between two parties.
That's
different
not true.
intuitions.
People do this all the time. C.S. Lewis, the Christian author, gave lots of examples of this, that when people have a disagreement, they'll appeal to universal norms. They'll say, I was sitting in that seat first. It's not fair for you to take it. I helped you with this. You ought to help me with that. When people have moral disagreements, they don't just resort to their mere opinions about the matter or what they like or dislike. Most people appeal to some kind of universal norm to apply, and they assume it to be true for everybody.
Yeah, but people would appeal to those same universal norms in a time period where women couldn't vote and black people were slaves.
Right.
So what does it say about the appeal to that universal norm? It doesn't seem to be a universal norm they're appealing to. It seems to be, it's actually, if anything, I would argue it's the non-cognitivist position where they pretend to appeal to a universal norm, but really it's what do I prefer? Because I bet somebody's used that phrase of like, you can't take my seat, that's not fair, but they would say somebody like Rosa Parks should always be in the back of the bus.
Right.
And then that's where you have people like Abraham Lincoln who made great arguments to say, if you think a black person can be enslaved because they have a darker skin than you are now going to be a slave to the person whose skin is lighter than you, and apply the moral reasoning. But about the objectivity, do you think in the past 2,000 years, human beings have gotten better at mathematics and our mathematical knowledge?
And he gets back to his progression thing. I don't think he's gonna make ground with this progression thing. I think Steven should keep pushing him in this framing.
Knowledge has grown.
Yes.
Okay, so our knowledge of mathematics has grown. We've gotten better at mathematics, and math is objective, right?
When you say objective,
This is such a bad argument.
what do you mean by that?
We don't determine.
Yeah, this is what I meant at the beginning. Trent doesn't usually get to the end of his row. Yeah, now he is the
mathematical truths by a social contract.
Math is all built on systems of logics, right? It's built on tautologies, right? 1 = 1, 1 + 1 = 2, and then from those tautologies we build out systems of mathematics. But it's a thing constructed with logics. I think a priori we all have logics in our head, things like non-contradiction.
But it's all
objective.
it's objectively true, even if it's built on these axioms.
Objective with respect to systems of logics, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't create the systems of logic; we discover them.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, people smarter than me will argue anti-realism versus mathematical realism. I don't know if there's like an objectively correct answer there.
Well, there's a difference between whether mathematical objects exist or not. That's, I mean...
But my understanding is mathematics is built on tautologies, that we label something as something else, and then we build it using logics that a priori we're all gifted with. All humans have some basic logics of identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle. There's like very basic, like we can't fathom something that it has contradictory properties, or we can't fathom one thing being another thing, right? And then based on those basic logical faculty, we build
let's get back to brass tacks.
Okay.
Oh, please be back on topic. Please don't go to brass tacks and change the topic.
Whose view on abortion leads to more unusual cases of killing or exploiting beings? Because I asked you a bunch of questions about, and you admitted that you can create unconscious human beings, harvest their organs, make them sex dolls, kill newborns who have never been conscious. You're not sure about 1-year-olds who've lost their memories. There's no obligation to give medical care to an anencephalic child if we discovered it. I think your view leads to a lot of counterintuitive views that lead to a lot of killing and exploitation people would disagree with. Would you agree that there's more of that in your view than my view?
No.
Okay, can you give examples of where my view leads to weird cases of killing or exploiting?
Killing or exploiting, I would argue that the exploitation is forcing women to gestate and give birth to things that aren't even persons yet. So basically mandating that women, as soon as they think they might even possibly be pregnant, that they have now a moral obligation to find out if they are pregnant, and if they are, that they're forced to carry that thing to term, regardless of how many precautions they took to prevent getting pregnant. I also think we're placing a very high burden on our medical system, where we now have an obligation to care for every single zygote up to the moment metabolism terminates. So if a woman feels like she might be having a miscarriage, that woman can't go to the bathroom and miscarry. She needs to go to a hospital immediately, even if it's 6 weeks old, even if it's 10 weeks old. That miscarriage needs to be dealt with the same way that you would operate on any living human being. You need to extract it, you need to put it in a dish, and you need to feed that and keep it alive for as long as the metabolic functions will carry on.
Well, why can't I just say hospitals are required to give a woman progesterone to help her child? We don't have the technology yet to extract.
You were asking me to give you the potential harms in your world. Now you want to reframe it in the best possible light, but I'm just saying in your world, there's hospitals and hospitals and hospitals dedicated to keeping alive potentially these 64 128 cell organisms that may never even develop into people.
So you're saying that the weirdest thing about my view is that we might care about human beings too much.
Oh man, he's good, man. You gotta give it to him, bro. He do be swinging though.
The weirdest thing that's one way to phrase it, but I would argue that you're not caring about the women human beings. You're caring about the 12 cell organisms that now need to be indefinitely cared for in hospitals in petri dishes.
Well, under my view, what about those women who want those children to live? Shouldn't they be able to go to the hospital and get help?
In my view, they can go to the hospital and get help.
And I agree. That's what makes it really
so
weird.
So nothing about what you just said is
Oh no.
revolutionary in my
No,
view,
because
right?
your view isn't actually applied. Most people in the world outside there don't hold your view. They have a schizophrenic view. They give respect and care and legal protection to unborn humans that are wanted, and then create justification to kill the unwanted ones.
That's great.
Whereas
I mean, you can
say
ask them about their schizophrenic views, but I think I'm pretty consistent through and through. For all
right, and I agree. That's why
That's a
people,
good
both of our
response.
views, I think people should abandon their schizophrenic view and pick one of our consistent views. And I think
I
mine
agree.
is more humane.
Sure. And I don't like the one where a woman that has an abortion of a whatever that was or takes Plan B might be charged with first-degree murder.
Fine, charge her something else.
But it would be for
And I'll be honest with you, and I think the other guy could do a better job of this. I thought he actually had a good argument earlier when he was talking about like the personhood and the definition of it is downstream from the consequences that we apply. And you can often apply consequences irrationally, or there could be different levels to it or whatever. But that is downstream of the actual like definition of the person. You could treat the people differently. And we have through history, through all the examples that they gave. And I feel like that the same applies here. And he could really push that further to shut down this argument about the outcomes of his worldview. But I doubt that he will, honestly.
first-degree murder.
Why not? We live in like
Because I think that if a woman if she determines that she wants to go and murder her 1-year-old, I think she should be charged with first-degree murder. I don't think it should be the same penalty.
Sure, after the
Plan B.
Civil War, all the Confederate soldiers could have been thrown in prison for treason or hung.
We're not talking about after the Civil War.
No,
Very easy. We don't even need analogies. It's very basic. Lots of
The
people take a Plan
analogy
B. Lots we don't. There's a. It's a simple. It's a simple.
It's
thing.
not simple because
It's so simple. It's simple in your view. If a person has an abortion, they're murdering. That's a really simple thing.
But we have a widespread, we live in a society that has a widespread disagreement about that. And so to come to a national consensus about how we treat the unborn, we're going to have to do that in compromised legal ways, just like America had to do in Reconstruction after the Civil War when there were massive disagreements in our country. I think we're at a similar crossroad.
That's fine. We can argue that, but that's like a sophisticated political legal argument.
I
And
agree.
your moral
Yeah.
argument, your ideal political legal world is one in which a woman who has an abortion, twins at 14 weeks, is charged with double homicide, double
So
first-degree
look,
murder.
we can both do the intuition pumping thing that, because here's the problem. Both, you could say like, oh yeah, like there's the two self.
Oh, dude, the moment he reaches for the fucking picture book. Yeah, well, I got here the fucking
embryo. That's crazy to charge of a murder. Well, under your view, killing this thing is not murder. Whereas that's going to really mess with a lot of people's intuitions when they see that. So
I think less people's intuitions than those that would say that having a miscarriage. So, for instance, here's another thing.
Oh no, he's throwing. He's not being smart anymore. Why are we not being smart anymore?
You would agree that every single miscarriage should probably demand an investigation for a potential homicide, correct?
no, we don't do that even for born children. A lot
You
of children,
absolutely do. If a born child dies, you don't think CPS or investigators are automatically involved in that?
not necessarily.
Almost a 1-year-old child dies in a house?
Right.
Of course.
Well, you're going to. Here's the other problem here. We have when a child dies, we have the technology to take a newborn and do an autopsy to determine what happened to that human being. Okay. When it comes to a first trimester miscarriage, we don't do those investigations because we don't have the technology for
You
that yet.
absolutely can do those investigations.
How?
A woman comes into the hospital and she miscarries, right?
You mean she is miscarrying or she has
She's miscarrying, in the process of miscarrying, right? She has intense stomach pain. She goes to the hospital.
Sure, she goes there, wants progesterone,
we
wants
should
to
pull,
wants to save the baby.
First thing we should do is we should pull some tubes of blood. We need to check for blood alcohol content, right? Make sure she's not drinking at all. Could probably send somebody to the house to check for, I don't know, any type of thing she might have there, any sort of evidence of foul play. It could be hangers, it could be, whatever else she might be using. But this is an investigation that needs to be done every single time somebody is miscarrying. So you would subject every single woman that's having a miscarriage to a full-on police investigation the same way we would.
Destiny has the stamina. Honestly, it's that Steven has control. That's why I made that a point for the whole first part of this, which I feel like is the actual debate, because now I think we're in Q&A. He didn't have control this entire time. I don't think it's about stamina just because we're near the middle or end of the conversation. It's control. When he has control and he's the one dictating the questions and he can keep pushing on them and focus on what he wants to focus on and make his points about the incongruencies or the things that the audience wouldn't agree with this guy's point of view, he does well. I wish he would have exercised control more throughout all of this. Because I feel like that is the difference. I don't think it's a stamina thing. It's just when he has control and he's paying attention to where this guy is faltering and where his shit doesn't make sense and where he can make him look bad, he's doing fine. but he didn't exercise that control in the beginning. He was just constantly getting questioned and letting this dude run away with the framing of the conversation. And whatever little things he does, like pointing out that he's loading something or whatever, that comes off as crybaby-ish in my opinion, and it just doesn't look good. Whereas if you were to push on a factual level about problems with his thing, that comes off as way more confident and alpha, and I think it works better. But like, you can't be a bitch baby in the beginning. I feel like you need to take control, and you need to be pushing stuff and asking your questions and control the line of the conversation. And if you just complain about the line that the other guy has picked and you're not pushing for an alternative, I feel like then you just kind of look like you're bitching. But it's when he seizes control and he's pushing on things and forcing the questions and stuff that I feel like he does good. But, you know, let me know what you think.
For what you mentioned that, well, for a 1-year-old child, we do an autopsy. An autopsy is an investigation. We're having an investigation to figure out cause of death. I think that would be a harm that would exist in your world that I think you should fully acknowledge.
It would be a harm that we, but here's the thing, prior, when abortion was illegal, and even now in cases where it is illegal, we don't do those things. It's most people don't share that intuition that we need to do that in order to protect unborn human beings.
But you would want that you should want that though, shouldn't you?
Yeah, I think that's fine, but you can't determine.
No, not fine. You're weaseling out of that. It's not that it would be fine. If somebody said, do you think we should investigate when 2-year-old children are killed or when 2-year-old children are dead? My answer, and I don't think your answer would be, yeah, that'd be fine. You'd say, absolutely. Okay. I wouldn't want that to happen, right?
Yeah.
But your moral standard needs to be the exact same for the 6-week fetus.
But here's the other problem. We would have to make sure that in our zeal to look for crime, we don't prosecute parents. So for example, when prosecutors will investigate SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, or shaken baby syndrome, a lot of times they'll get those things wrong, for example. So we would have to put the burden very high so as to not falsely accuse people of manslaughter. Because you're familiar with people.
But nothing you just said preclude. You should still investigate shaken baby syndrome,
right?
But
we don't have that. We do not have the time. Maybe as a future hypothetical, sure, fine. But we don't have that now. We have the body of
everything I just said. You can totally do right now.
I don't understand why Trent doesn't just bite the bullet and say that you should conduct an investigation per whatever is possible, in the same way that he bites the bullet on keeping a 64-cell thing alive. Like, I wonder if he's lost the plot a little bit and he's kind of faltering because he's stuck in the moment. He's not seeing that. Because, like, if I could pause the conversation and go TO and go talk to Trent as his, like, rhetoric advisor or whatever, I would be like, all right, Trent. So he's swinging out there. He has control back over the conversation. I don't think he's going to cede it. He's going to keep pushing us on these things. You need to bite the bullet. All you need to say to get out of this is, you know what? Yeah, you have a point. I think you should investigate consistently throughout all these different points and just accept that your reality is going to be a little bit fucked because of that, and just cede him that point, because the way that you're fighting on this is disjointed. It's not making sense to people. You should just bite the bullet here and say, yeah, you know what? I think it would place a burden on the mother and society in general to do the investigations the same way that, you know, continuing to take care of a 64-cell organism would, and the world that would exist because of that. But I agree. You should just you should be investigating consistently because it's all a person. Now, granted, as a caveat to this, I think that the way that we investigate things and charge people and whatever will largely be dependent on what people who aren't me think. So this is my ideal world, presuming we have the resources and everything. But once you get into the pragmatics and the reality, everybody as a whole will make the decision as to where those resources go. And I would foresee in a reality like the one that we live in today, that people would, on the whole, make the decision, if they have limited resources, to invest more in people that have been around longer than in people who have been around a shorter amount of time. And there will be different levels in human life where people will care more. Like, they probably care more about newborn babies and stuff and doing investigations of the homicides there than they might, you know, for old people or something like that, if it really came down to limited resources. Like, if we have 50 deaths of infants, we have 50 deaths through abortions, and we have 50 deaths for elderly, but we only have 50 investigations that we have the resources to do. I think the proportionality there, I think society as it is today would skew away from putting resources into the investigation of abortions. They would probably lump a lot of them in on the early childhood life and investigating those. And then there would probably be a larger amount than abortions for investigating the elderly deaths, right? Like, I think that's how the distribution curve would go, because like, he's having a tough time moving between like idealism and the pragmatic reality of things things. And that's kind of the whole point of this part of the conversation, is whose pragmatic reality looks like something more that we would want to live in or fund or, you know, contribute to the society of. And it will be tricky for him, but I feel like he should just bite the bullet. Totally agree, but I think people hesitate to bite bullets to stall, to figure out a better argument to justify their belief. Sure, yeah, and I don't know if he's had this point pushed before, you know, because like part of the reason why he looked so good all throughout here, and part of the reason, you know what, I'm gonna write this down. Like when people do prep, it becomes incredibly important, I feel like, to take control away from them. Like I'm sure I have The Art of War somewhere on that bookshelf, but like the Art of War talks about this. You want to kind of create an environment where you're doing the opposite of what your enemy is trying to do. So if your enemy prepped a lot of questions and they have their line of questioning down and all of their research, you really need to try to throw a wrench in that. You cannot let them do all of this, because all of this is guaranteeing them the best situation for them to be making their arguments. The moment that we went off this script and he's having to answer things off the cuff, he's doing poorly. So the takeaway really when dealing with people like this who have done all the prep is that you have to go outside of their prep, and that you should push the conversation outside of their prep. And ideally, if you yourself have prep, then you need to be working on the things that you have prep for. And even if the things that they have prep for and you have prep for, they're asking about, I still lean on the side of you should fuck them up and just go on something else, even if you don't have prep for it, and just have confidence in your ability as a debater, the way that Steven does, that you'll come out ahead compared to him. Cause I do think he's probably better at that. But that I think should be a takeaway for Steven. Let's see. He goes into it later to make a point to say, I answered all your questions to hypotheticals. You need to answer mine. But yeah, it's good. And it's good for Steven later.
If a woman is miscarrying, goes to the hospital, you pull a tube of blood to see, check her blood alcohol content. If she's intoxicated,
that doesn't prove that caused the miscarriage. So many people are intoxicated and they give birth to babies, and many people miscarry who are not.
I'm curious. Many people are intoxicated. Many people are intoxicated.
Hearts don't.
Really? That's no way that's right. Really? No way. Why would he doesn't include the parts in this video where he's actually doing good? Why? Why did August only make it these parts? That's unfortunate from an optics perspective. I mean, granted, it is more clear to follow and stuff. But that is a bit unfortunate. I had a feeling that might be the case. Okay. Interesting.
Not intoxicated, so that doesn't prove anything.
sure, but you could.
A great breakdown here. I thought Trent was super strong in the beginning. Dusty has done so many of these. I think the pro-life crowd isn't used to their position being scrutinized to this degree. Yeah, totally agree, but I think people hesitate to bite bullet. Yeah, okay, I read that part. Yeah, I didn't see any of that last part. Yeah. Huh. I don't know how I turned this into a question for him, but it's a good topic, I guess.
Look at it as
that wouldn't pass in a court of law where you need beyond a reasonable doubt.
If you have a child at home and you're neglecting the child, it might be hard to say for one way or another what caused the death of the child, but at the very least you can start getting up to like manslaughter charges if you've neglected a child. But how do you tell what part of neglect actually killed them? Was it the lack of water, the lack of medical care?
Well, you can just say you have a 7-year-old that weighs 28 pounds, and you then get testimony. Why do they weigh 28 pounds? Well, because we feed them once every 4 days. There you have your evidence. You don't have anything similar for the wanton destruction of human embryos or things like that. But once again, I'm going to go back to the main. We have to get back to the basement here. Whose view of personhood makes more sense or not. Like, there's nothing improbable about my view. Like, I would say my view makes the most sense, even if you do talk about the future like ours or the person view. And once again, I don't think you can answer this question really.
Which one? I feel like I answered all your. You didn't answer any of my.
Oh, okay. There's the part you're talking about.
I answered all of yours.
But that what he says, you haven't answered any of my questions. I hope, and correct me if I'm wrong, you've been watching it along with me. That's not true. He weaseled on a few, but on all of the questions here, Destiny has kept pushing on them. And when he pushes on it, he gets his answers, in my opinion. I don't think there's been a time so far, and if it is, it's minor in the grand scope of the whole conversation up to this point, where Destiny has actually pushed on a question that he asked that he didn't get an answer to and hasn't gotten an answer. If anything, he's gotten good answers that fucking help him, make him look good. So, no, I don't think that. Yeah, but he's hyperbolic about this all the time, and I feel like he should probably not say that. Because I just feel like that can make you look shitty to people if they're, sympathetic to the other side. Like how I was with the wolf conversation. Don't say he didn't give you answers to shit, bro. It's annoying to hear that when you know it's just blatantly not true. And I would just prefer that he not say that, because he could say other stuff like, well, I've given you very clear, direct, and curt answers to all of the questions that you provided me. But it seems like when I ask you the hard questions, there's a lot of waffling around. And I find it a lot more difficult to get straightforward answers out of you when you know that you're on the back foot. Whereas I have reasonably answered all of your questions very curtly and very to the point. Like you could point out something like that and it's true, but I feel like saying he hasn't answered your questions is not true.
I answered your questions. You didn't like my answers.
Well, because you didn't really answer, but go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, I don't like that.
I'll answer any hard question. Give me a baby born. Saying which part now?
No, it's going back to you're grounding it in consciousness, but only for humans who are conscious. Because
the human conscious experience, yes. I think a human conscious experience.
What is a human? Can you describe what a human conscious experience is like?
Probably not. I don't think anybody can. But there seems to be a conscious experience that we have that all humans share.
Why do human conscious experiences matter than other conscious experiences?
Because we have a more sophisticated form of sapience that is
and now he's back in control here.
Different than the kind of experience that every other animal on the planet has.
How do you know that? Well, how can you describe what they're like that how do you know that?
How do I know that? Because I have because we can do cognitive testing, we can test for types of socialization, we utilize language in ways animals don't, we utilize tools, we have abstract concepts that we can acknowledge, we can acknowledge things. Yeah, there's like a million different ways to
Your consciousness matters more than the consciousness of a pig, because you can do things pigs can't do.
Well, I'm a kind of thing, a human, that is different, that my conscious experience, that kind of conscious experience is a lot different in kind to a pig or a horse or a dog or even a seal or a dolphin or an ape,
So yours rises to the level of deserving legal protection, theirs don't.
Yes, the human experience does over the pig or the horse or the dog, yes.
But, I mean, I just think it would be obvious to anyone who's around animals.
And if I gave advice to this guy, it would probably be don't bring the book, bro. If you're packing your bag and you put in the quotes from that other book and your questions for Steven, and then you pick up your picture book and you're like, hey, book, what do you think about the picture book? Yeah, no, bro. Yeah, no. Leave that at home. Put it over here. And just don't do it. I don't think it's helping you a lot. If anything, it's helpful for people that already are super anti-abortion, but you're not talking to those people, bro. Those people don't fucking matter. They already believe in your thing. Those are the only people that are swayed by the fucking book thing. I don't think you're getting people in the middle based on the book pictures. So you're really not gaining a lot. And the fact of the matter is, people are going to meme on you. And they did meme on you. So let's not bring the picture book next time, because it looks bad. It just looks bad.
Animals or infants, that this 26-week-old fetus does not have a level of conscious experience that rises anywhere to the level of a pig or
Yeah, but you know, Destiny's gonna say Trent's answers don't address the meat of what his questions are asking. He will say that, yeah. And then the argument devolves. You know what it is? It's kind of like when you're in chess, there are certain like move combinations, especially in your openings, where like, okay, you go here, and then I take this, and then you can either take this or move here or do this, usually these three things. And if you do number one, then this will happen. If you do number two, then this will happen, or this or this or this. And if you do three, then this or this or this. Like, I get the 1-2 step, whatever. It gets harder and harder and more complicated at 3, 4, 5, whatever. And I don't really care to think it out too much because, like, I don't want to play that game. I feel like I have my point and I feel like it makes sense. And like, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just lazy. I hate that. It's so uninteresting to have to argue with him down that line of questioning. Like, making that second step move is just so fucking boring to me, and it's so bullshit, and then it turns into a game that I don't really want to play, that's not like super interesting anymore, and so I kind of just don't want to engage with it because, like, yeah, I can keep going several steps further. Like, I know the other steps are like, yeah, but what you want out of the question kind of needs to be baked into the question, your follow-ups to the question. Like, you aren't always going to get exactly the answer that you want, and it's subjective whether or not you're happy with the answer to the question. And the reality is that if you're not happy with the answer to the question and you personally don't feel like that answer was sufficient to your question, then you push. And then he did push in this conversation, and when he pushes, then he gets the answers that he wants that makes him look good. I would argue the answers that he's gotten so far help him, and they make this dude look bad. So, you know, and then we just keep going and going and going, and it's not a fun game for me. I don't like that line of questioning. So yeah, I get that that's the direction that it goes in, but I feel like, and this is bad faith or whatever, I feel like it's more of a defense mechanism for him on the criticism. And I wish that he was the kind of person that would just like take it and run with it, because I feel like it's correct, but you know what I mean? That's just my ego or whatever. I don't think he gets a lot out of saying that, as opposed to just doing what he did here that worked and pushing on the questions and then getting answers that make him look good, because it doesn't need to be an answer that you feel like sufficiently gave you the information to understand his point or whatever. And then we would get into a conversation of what are you expecting out of the answer and what is the purpose of it and whatever. Because I would say if he gives a shitty answer that makes him look bad, that's a good answer for me. Like, if you break down and go into a diatribe about X or Y or Z and whatever, and you look like a crazy person, that works good for me, right? That, I would say, that is an answer I will accept because it makes you look bad. And I think those kinds of answers should be encompassed in like answers that you're happy with for the question. But then he would flip-flop probably between like the optics benefit answers and the intellectual benefit answers. But I would say even here, the intellectual benefit answers are there as well. These answers do help you further the conversation, understand what he believes and whatever, except for like when he fucking throws his hands up in the air and says, you know, eat my ass or whatever it is that he said earlier. And when he says eat my ass and whatever earlier, you can keep pushing on the questions and make him look dumber. Or you can accept what is a gift to you in terms of argumentation and that he looked really bad there, and you can capitalize on it. You can underscore that. But I think underscoring it as like you didn't answer any of my questions after that had already happened is doing a lot less for you than to just bring it up in the moment at the time, you know? I think you kind of have to bring it up in the moment at the time to get the benefit out of it. And that would be my advice. If you're going to bitch about it later, how about you bitch about it now? How about you underscore it? How about you use that to your advantage, that he's giving what you consider to be shitty answers to your questions? I still think zooming out, we've played this chess game now 6 moves down in our brain, but I think zooming out, the answer is still don't do that. Don't bring it up later and say he didn't answer any of your questions. Bring it up in the moment when he's not answering something, and use some tactic to your advantage, whether that's underscoring that he's not answering the question then and there, or it's pushing on the question to continue to get an answer that you like, or it's underscoring how that's a bad answer to the question. There's just so many better options than after it's all happened mentioning that you don't feel like he answered any of the questions, which is a lie. Like at the very least, you have to adjust the statement to say, I don't feel like you answered all of my questions good or whatever, rather than saying any of my questions, because any is just a falsehood. There's a balance on when you push and when you need to earn the right to push. And yeah, sure. I see both sides, but I do think there's rhetorical value in saying you didn't answer any of my questions instead of going into the weeds on every topic to show the guy's wrong. If you earned it, like you said in your second thing, if you earned it, if he's legitimately never answering questions, he's always pivoting, and that's clear to us as the audience, and it's become a meme at that point that he just pivots, but I don't think we're quite there. So I don't think he earned the ability to say that and get away with it. And even if he did, it's technically not true. So I don't know. I guess we're probably never going to agree on that, but it be what it be. I'm not going to fucking burn myself out focusing on it too much.
Or a seal or a dog.
But it is a human conscious experience, is it not?
It is a human who is having a conscious experience.
Do you think that is a lizard experience?
Is a lizard an experience?
Do you think that's having a lizard's experience? Or what would you describe their conscious experience?
It's having it's probably
diminished?
It's aware of heat, light, cold, familiar sound, unfamiliar sound, pressure.
I think a lot of those come from like the brainstem. Like you can get a lot of awareness of like heat and cold and even basic sensory movements from the brainstem. But this is prefrontal cortex development.
What do you think that 26-week-old fetus's conscious experience is then?
Closer to that of a human than a dog or a lizard.
In what way?
In that you're asking me to define like the subjective human consciousness is difficult. I don't think anybody can. It's the hard problem of consciousness.
And see, if I were on his side, then if you guys like Steven saying that about, didn't answer any of my questions, this would be a good example for the other dude that he could take and say, you didn't answer my questions, and when it got difficult, you squirmed. Like,
I don't think I can fully encapsulate what it means to be a human, but it seems to be the case that the conscious experience that we have is markedly different from every other animal on the planet. You seem to be claiming that a baby's conscious experience is so diminished that it resembles that of a reptile or maybe like a baby dog. I don't think that we go from lizard to dog to ape to human. I think we might have a diminished human conscious experience, but it's like growing the neurons and the synapses you start developing, and as we grow and develop that, it becomes more apparent, but it's there just in diminished capacity.
Would you agree we have primitive conscious experiences and they become more advanced over time?
Sure, but it's all under the umbrella of the human conscious experience. None of it is the experience of a dog.
But I feel like you're using the word human there. Here's my problem with your argument. You use human in order to get rid of the animals. Here's the thing. Here's what I think you're doing. When you use human conscious experience as a criteria, you use the word human to get rid of animals that are very conscious and aware, can do tricks, have memories.
But they don't have a sapient conscious experience like a human does. None of them do, not even remotely close. If you to shortcut all this, if you came with this argument, you wanted to fight really hard and you actually just dominated and thrashed this part of the argument, the only thing you would do is you would get me to move the abortion age later and later and later. It would become a Daniel Dennett abort at 2 years.
Or it'd be Peter Singer, infanticide.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Sure, and if you want to push it further out, I'm not compelled by any argument, you can, but it's not getting me to a point to where the 12 cell thing needs to be kept alive in a petri dish, or women need to be charged with double homicide if they have an abortion at 12 weeks and it's twins.
Because I think most people will find it arbitrary that you. So let me finish what I was saying, and then I'll go back to you. You use human conscious experience. You use conscious experience to disqualify fetuses, and you use human to disqualify the animals. Even though the human, I think most people listening would say, the time in our development when we have conscious experiences that are richer and more complex than a chimp or a dog is long after birth. That's why I believe Peter Singer is consistent when he would say what matters is that you have rationality. You have abilities non-human animals don't have. So he says infanticide is fine. However, most people have an unbreakable intuition that infanticide is wrong. And so in order to keep that intuition, if you're going to protect human infants because they will have rational abilities in the future, even though they don't have them now, you'd have to apply that to fetuses and embryos as well.
Okay, I completely disagree, but we can loop back on this if you want.
No, why? What's wrong with this argument? What we value are rational abilities beyond what non-human animals can do. That does not develop in humans till sometime after birth. Therefore, infanticide is permissible. What's wrong with that argument?
Because what I've said before is there is a kind of human conscious experience. That kind of experience starts about 20 weeks. It might be in some diminished capacity, as you said, but that experience has begun. That at some point, you as a person were that experience at 20 weeks. That same conscious experience that starts there, that's the thing that we protect up until the point where you can no longer deploy.
And you think that, let's say, a newborn who's stuck at the newborn level forever.
When you say newly born human being. Yes, that would be a protected experience, yeah.
And so that's where I can't understand it. A newborn, stuck at that level forever. Newborn infant, disabled. Person deserves legal protection. Okay,
because it's all under that bucket of human conscious experience, yes.
Because it is a human. Your argument seems to be because it is a human who is conscious.
I think humans that are conscious are always having a human conscious experience. Correct. If you want to give me an analogy to take a human and you implant a dog brain into it, then maybe we're having a different conversation. But
And this breaks common sense again, because I disagree. Yeah, what he's prepped for, he's good at. What he's prepped for, he's good at. I have another question. I think he's answered this in here, but I want to explore that with him.
When a human speaks, do they always utter human speech?
We're getting definitionally, but when a human speaks, it's always a human speaking.
Right. The argument you're making is a bit circular here. What makes human speech unique would be grammar, syntax, abstract concepts, idea, language, or that kind of human speech. A human could utter all different kinds of sounds,
but it's always going to be a human speaking.
Right. But what someone would say is, why does it matter that? Why does a newborn? The fact that you would say, look, a human. And someone who's stuck at the newborn level, okay, they are a human who is conscious, they are a human who is minimally conscious. Therefore, they deserve legal protection.
For what?
The newborn. Someone stuck at a newborn, they are a human who is minimally conscious. But an animal who is more conscious does not have rights because
I reject that comparison that like an animal is more conscious. They're having an animal conscious experience. It doesn't resemble a human conscious experience.
Well, you say you reject it, but then you can't tell me, like, what is that newborn infant's experience so that you know that
a fully formed conscious experience of any animal doesn't reach the level of sapience or sophistication of a human conscious experience.
But how do you know that? How do you know? Because you don't know, because you kind of imply that you don't know.
Like of a human conscious experience like you or I are having.
Correct.
But a newborn, what kind of experiences do they have?
I don't know. If you take a newborn and stick it there and then train it for a while, I imagine that even their subjective conscious experience can be closer to ours than a lizard or a monkey.
So you think that a human newborn is more intelligent, let's say like a chimpanzee?
Intelligent is not the right.
Oh, you know what? This is the disconnect. Is Steven is talking about flavors of consciousness. And this guy is talking about like vividness. And sometimes he says intelligence, sometimes he says complexity, but he's talking about like a sort of vividness instead of flavor. Like Destiny is like at every stage in the human thing is still human flavored consciousness. And human flavor is never going to be the same as dog flavor for reasons he can't really articulate, I feel like. But the other guy is saying vividness. Like a dog seems to have more mental faculties and reasoning ability and all this other stuff than a newborn would have. And so it would seem that if I level consciousness experiences that way, because ultimately once a human's all grown up, I think they're at the peak, conscious experience, from this guy's point of view, then he's rating them all on like a linear scale and putting them in different spots there. And he's saying newborn is less than a lot of other animals, but I think he's misunderstanding Steven's point, that it's about flavors. Does that make sense? Better receipts to claim they are grandstanding? Yeah, sure. A better version of Sneeko's "When Was I Dumb" is Destiny's "You claim I didn't answer, but I watched you write down future conscious impossible," while he said loses ability to become conscious.
Or more aware of the world,
more having a human conscious experience than the.
All you're saying is it's more of a genetic human being. That's true, but so what? If that's what makes you valuable, then all genetic human beings need to be valuable.
The human part
is doing all the work in your argument.
Well, of course, because I value humans and human life. Yeah, so it's doing a lot for both of our arguments. And genetics is our definition of humans.
Yeah, it is for his, but he knows that. He said the kind thing. Yeah, they're like throwing shit at each other, but they're both covered in it already. Like they both have this problem or whatever in their argument.
Genetic code. Right. So of course, the human conscious experience is necessarily going to be deployed by a genetic human, right?
Right. It's humans will have various levels of conscious experience through their lives.
And he talks about the levels again. Okay, this is an interesting thing to understand.
They'll start very minimally, it'll grow, and they might lose it, and maybe even temporarily lose it or permanently lose it. And I do think your position is going to be inconsistent here if someone temporarily loses it and has to regrow parts of their brain to get it back, because at that point they're no longer a person anymore. But most of us would give them medicine and care to help them.
Destiny is talking about type of consciousness, that type being human. Trent is stuck on the quality of consciousness in this argument, with animals having a higher quality than newborn. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to write down. Although I will say, correct me if I'm wrong, let me know, open to feedback. I'm curious what you guys think, and if you're watching the VOD, feel free to leave a comment. I think that Trent has better scientific backing to make arguments about measuring levels than Stephen does about kinds. When Stephen is asked about kinds, he can't really explain human consciousness. He can't really put into words or stats or anything why human is different than dog or whatever. And without knowing what human is and without knowing what dog is, it gets back to what I talked about at the beginning of the stream, where like, I can't talk to the dog and create a map of its conscious experience, so I really don't know. It could be that dolphins have a much more vivid conscious experience and they're aware of things that we're not, and you know, all this stuff. It's just they don't have language and they have no way to communicate it to us, but they might be more conscious than us. Perhaps like imagine if we found out that like language actually hinders our ability to experience things. Like I talked about babies before. Maybe it is that animals without language getting in the way of their interpretation of their environment are more aware and in tune with everything that's happening. Like maybe they're more aware of the things going on Earth and the complex interactions between things because they don't need a level of abstraction on top of it. They have a more intuitive understanding through life of the way that things work and the mechanisms of the world. And we might have our own interesting one through science and stuff like that, but that's a very unnatural thing that I feel like exists independent of humans. Humans don't come into the world understanding science and whatever. We paint that on top of it. And it's, I don't know. But that's what makes his thing difficult. Whereas if you look at Trent's side of the argument, he can do tests on animals and he can start plotting dots on a graph to start comparing levels of consciousness. And it may be pseudoscience. It may be that it doesn't necessarily map onto reality. Consciousness is a very complicated thing, it seems like, if it exists at all. But at least he can continue to make arguments and cite stuff and start to quantify what he's talking about in a way that Stephen can't with types. Does that make sense? Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. I have a lot of comments to go through. Hold on. There's also a response about why you don't have to answer in an answer to a useful question to quell the first, but there's also the answer to a question or not. Over my head, I'm sorry. Well, because it's on the last thing we talked about and I don't really understand it. Well, Destiny pointed to certain things like how we use language, the ability to understand negative. Yeah, that is true. I'm probably disparaging him a little bit there. That is true. That is true. Thank you. I appreciate you. That is true. But he doesn't know that. Point number 2 you made, the ability to understand negative truths. Can you prove the negative of that? Can you prove the positive of it? Can you prove that animals don't know about negative truths? Or they don't understand that? Can you prove to me that animals don't use language? Because animals do use language, at least a few of them that we research do. It seems like whales and dolphins communicate. It seems like birds communicate. We may not understand their language. You might, from the outside, without any understanding of their language, say that it is less semantically complex than ours, but I don't know if you can say that with confidence, because I don't know. But I could read papers and stuff and maybe be persuaded the other direction. I just haven't read them. I don't know if you know that. And I think it's a bit out of pocket to say that you do. He left for Jim. Who? At Booksmarts, why don't you hop in to talk to Pisco and Ragebo? Destiny stream is open in his room, bro. Let's check it out. It's one too many people, and there's two fucking. Oh no, I guess he's not a. Who knows? They are. I don't know who this is. I also don't know who this is. I don't, because I kind of want to finish processing this before I talk to anybody, really. No, just Pavlovian. It's response or noise repetition, not comprehension. Booksmart's language is different. I don't think you know enough to say that, but maybe you could convince me in a long conversation. He's away. Hop in, please. It's chill talk. No, bro. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't know what I would talk to them about either. We could hop in for 2 seconds to see what they're talking about.
Right?
Yes, it literally was. Yes, the assumption of the entire debate was that the police aren't doing anything.
No. What did I just, wait. Did I just say one point or the unity of two leading to anarchy? What did I say? Just one of those premises, or
the unity of two?
Okay,
Booksmarts is here, by the way.
So you agree with me, right? That what I just said wasn't what you just said, where like one of the assumptions. What you said was that anarchy is caused by both the lack of enforcement and the majority rule of deadly self-defense not being applicable to mere property-related offenses.
Yes.
So that shows you, right, that it isn't an assumption of this underlying discussion because it's not the same thing. Right? Your dumb little necessary conditions thing was for the first time brought up 3 minutes ago directly from your anal cavity, and it's never been an assumption of this entire debate.
Oh. Hey, Book.
So, Booksmart, do you see what I wonder if Booksmart sees it, because I think they're both whiffing at each other here. Do you see the same thing?
Oh my God.
I jumped in because my chat told me to. I have no idea what's going on.
Sure. So here, Pisco is saying that Pisco does not have the policy that police should not enforce it. That he believes that the majority rule, which is current, we're saying you can't defend yourself with like your property with deadly force. That's what he's in favor of. But he's also in favor of police enforcement. And Rage Pope is going, but that's not part of the hypothetical. We're saying the whole hypothetical is the involvement of them not doing that. But Pisco is trying to say that you were implying that Pisco's position is that they're saying, like that he's saying that you're prescribing onto him policy positions of unenforcement, which I don't think they're doing, but Pisco does believe they're doing. But I guess Booksmarts hasn't been listening the whole time, so.
Yeah.
He was just unable to engage with the conversation and carry over.
You could have solved it as well. Like, both of you could have.
I could have, but I think it's way funnier when he runs in circles over and over and over again and has the same argument without understanding the conversation.
What did I not engage with?
You didn't engage with the fact that the entire time we've been talking about how the police haven't been doing anything to help Stephen, how the police haven't been doing anything to do with shop owners, and by saying that you have to have majority rule and that you can't defend your thing with self-defense, with deadly self-defense, then it doesn't lead to people looting people's shops because that's what's happening.
When did I say you have to have majority rule?
Oh, sorry, we don't have to, but that's the way that it's in the majority of the country. My bad.
Okay, so my position is not that you have to have the majority rule of deadly self-defense. The reason I bring up the fact that it's the majority rule, you understand, is because you are making the reason you're saying that you're bringing up San Francisco is you're saying, guys, if you implement Pisco's deadly self-defense rule, which is the widespread, overwhelming rule in this country, it will lead to anarchy. That was
no. When police aren't there, it then leads to anarchy. Yes.
The purported justification that you gave for bringing up San Francisco and those places was not that that you were trying to ascribe me with a label of non-enforcement. It was because you said that the results of my rule, which is the majority rule, lead to the anarchy, the type of which you see.
When the police don't do anything the same way they didn't do anything in the Destiny hypothetical.
What I'm trying to show you is this is the overwhelming rule in most jurisdictions in the United States.
Yes, but can you name a single jurisdiction that has the majority rule and doesn't have police enforcement?
The parade of horribles hasn't occurred that you're referencing.
Wait. Is there police in that jurisdiction that responds to property crimes?
Of course there are.
Oh wow! So it's almost as if it didn't meet the other precondition.
Of course, but I'm in favor.
Wow! You see this?
All Pisco is trying to say,
law enforcement.
All Pisco is trying to say is that he doesn't. So the whole thing in San Francisco, he believes there should be. So he wouldn't be in favor of the current enforcement policy in San Francisco of them not doing anything, and therefore his rule wouldn't lead to that outcome. But you're trying to say that because we're trying to assume that we're assuming the inaction, which is what's happening in San Francisco. But Pisco, all he wants you to concede that his position is not that he is not in favor of the inaction of the police. Can you concede that to him and say,
yes,
hey,
I understand that, but the problem is it does lead to these outcomes. It
No,
leads to
no,
No, but
his rule doesn't.
yeah.
His
My
rule
rule
does
does
not
not.
lead to that outcome. So,
Wait,
look,
wait,
so no. So
wait,
his
wait,
rule
wait,
is
wait. If my rule was implemented, would the same outcome happen in those cities?
What do you, wait. Are we
He's not in
analyzing your
favor
rule
of
or
the
my rule?
inaction.
Wait,
The San Francisco rule is
this
no
is a
one's.
big confusion. This is a big confusion. Why did you just bring up your rule?
Because the two
why did you-
options are because in these hypotheticals, the only two options are you're allowed to use self-defense or you're not. There's not, oh, well, we get to bring in the police in this situation and let them handle it. Because the hypothetical is when the police don't do anything, what should be allowed? And you're literally arguing in
I can't moderate. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And Pisco, the way that he argues is he hyper focuses on one very particular line and what somebody said at one point in time, and then he hammers it until somebody dies. So if I jump in here and try to like have a big level thing and try to like take over control, it's just going to spiral out of control because he's not going to be happy with that. And then he's going to explain, well, what Pisco said earlier, and I quote, is that he said this particular thing, and I don't think this particular thing. And then Rage Pub will add, you know, one or two items to it. And then he'll go, yeah, no, but when you said this, you said that, and then it'll just keep going, bro. That's my guess. So I don't know if I can help here.
to Publix in West Palm Beach, are they going to have chains on their frozen pizzas because people are just coming in and stealing them every day? Are they shutting down shops every single day because too many people are coming in and stealing? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so I don't understand. So is your position that there's more crime when this happens, or it's anarchy?
I use anarchy as a loose term. I will say more
Less
crime.
crime?
I don't have a position. I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about, dude.
I think it is.
So,
I think it
if some
appropriately.
place has more crime, it's anarchy than another place?
It's more anarchic, yes.
Well,
And
that's why I
compared
said,
to-
you said it's
yes.
anarchy.
If there's no rule of law, so I mean, if the police aren't enforcing anything, if there is no rules, and like, then you would go that no rules, I guess, would go towards anarchy, synonym for chaos. So it would be pretty chaotic.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean,
You have this like autistic fixation on what a single word could possibly mean instead of the way that I'm using it colloquially in a conversation with you.
comparing. So when you're comparing crime rates, right? There's 1,000 things that could be different about two different locations. The level of wealth disparity, the amount of poor people, the fact
Do you
that
think there's not poor people in Florida?
No,
If I go to
stop
rural
it,
Florida,
stop it,
that's
stop
much
it.
poorer
Why
than
don't
San
you just
Francisco.
drop anarchy
it.
and say it's more chaotic then and just rephrase what you said?
Whatever. Like what we're doing is we're
Because Pisco
comparing-
doesn't want to do it. He just wants to have this conversation where he comes out.
Regardless of the word you use, right? You're ascribing causality at the lack of specifically deadly self-defense rules is causing a huge spike in the amount of crime that exists in these places. But have you done a rigorous analysis of those things where you've compared all of the, or at least the major components of what causes crime in those locations and why the crime rates higher? Like, do you have a case study that you can use that holds equal?
Oh, sorry, hold on. Let me go publish in some journal of law all this stuff. Let me spend like $50 million doing this study, trying to get data that I don't have access to and can't get access to because there's not appropriate reporting systems. Because we can actually run natural experiments. I can't just put an entire city under whatever rules I want to get an appropriate control. Yeah, let me just get right on that. Because it doesn't seem, because we can't just imply causality at all when there's no counter arguments offered.
What do you have to do to establish causality? How can I disprove causality in this case?
Yeah, if you could provide me with one jurisdiction, I want you to provide me with any one jurisdiction where the majority rule is in place, there's no deadly self-enforcement of property, and where there's been ongoing non-enforcement of low-level crimes. That's all I've asked for.
Wait, so I have to provide you a jurisdiction where
just a single counterexample.
So a jurisdiction of which, where the deadly self-defense rule is the majority rule, and when there's low levels, of police enforcement of those crimes,
yes,
and
that's it.
And then what?
And then I would have to do a more rigorous analysis.
Okay, and that would break causality?
It wouldn't necessarily break causality, but it would require to do.
What would disprove your theory that this rule is leading to huge spikes in crime?
We would have to do a study that's basically impossible to do with either of our resources being random people arguing on the internet.
Okay. So is your conclusion falsifiable?
Yes, yeah, absolutely it is.
How would I falsify your claim about causality?
One, you could do an extensive study, but two, for the purposes of this conversation, if you can provide me with a single counterexample.
Of what? You think
Of literally what I said, of one jurisdiction where you have majority rule and you have non-enforcement of these low-level crimes that seem to be leading to anarchy in anywhere
what
else.
does low enforcement even mean? How would I go about these words? Don't they have to mean something? If I like,
yeah. So I would assume where the
Can you
police
give
don't.
one where the because right now in San Francisco they had a rule, it goes under $1,000 they're not going to prosecute. So if you can give him, so he's asking for is another jurisdiction similar to that where they go like, if it's under $500 we will not enforce these laws. So if you steal it for under $500 cops will do nothing. And that where it didn't have a spike in that crime is what he's asking for. It's not saying that he should be asking for that. I'm just telling you that's what he's asking for.
Okay, so in order, and that would show that the rule in San Francisco didn't cause a spike in crime.
It still could, but then what I would need for a threshold of evidence would be significantly. It wouldn't the threshold that you need would be significantly higher for me to show my case.
What do you mean the threshold I would need?
Okay, because like you said, there's thousands of other confounding factors that go into crime. Yes or no?
Of course, that's why I'm saying the burden should be on you, right? Shouldn't the burden be on you?
No, the burden should be on you because you're the one taking away and causing this to happen. What do you mean? To show that non-enforcement doesn't lead to more crime.
Okay, but we're not analyzing oh God.
Yeah, we are. We literally are. That's why we're having this whole conversation.
I'm not in favor of non-enforcement.
Okay, but you're arguing in favor of the outcomes that happens when you enforce the majority rule and you have non-enforcement.
More crime? I'm arguing in favor of the outcomes?
Yes, when you're saying when there's non-enforcement, which is necessary to keep up society, that you shouldn't have the majority rule. Yes.
Yeah, I think when there's non-enforcement, you should enforce more.
Makes sense.
That's just so ludicrous.
That's ludicrous?
Yes. Yeah. Because the state, so you give this power to the state to, enforce things, right? Correct? Yes. That's why we had the whole Civil War, or not the Civil War, the Revolutionary War.
What are you talking about? Are you high?
No, not high. I wish I was high because maybe I could understand you.
The Civil War?
It's a Revolutionary War.
You're trolling me. I don't even know why I'm here.
He misspoke.
I misspoke. Pisco can't even understand a misspeak. Like, that's his level of engagement with this conversation.
I don't follow your train of thought because it's just so
okay. So we literally had a war because there's certain rights that are afforded to us.
Okay.
And we said the state is going to defend those rights for us.
Okay.
And if the state chooses not to defend those rights, then naturally we should be able to defend those rights for ourselves.
Are you talking about the Confederates defending their right to slavery?
No, I'm talking about the Americans killing the Bongers in the Revolutionary War, but apparently you missed that I misspoke for like the third time. So maybe, is that clear?
Right. So they were defending property rights. So your understanding was that the Revolutionary War was about the property rights of whom? They all had property rights. These were English common law. There was property rights.
Yeah, but it's also written that we have property rights and that we assign the government to protect them. Yes? No? Is that not in our Constitution?
The property rights predate the Constitution.
Yeah, but they're in the Constitution. They're in the founding of our nation.
No, the Constitution assumes property. Where
See, now he's arguing whether or not we're fighting Britain over property.
So far, guys.
I don't understand.
He's totally unable to engage.
You're totally unable to engage.
Yeah, but you're memeing
property rights.
We're spinning faster than spinning Charmanders here.
We fought the Revolutionary War over taxation, over political representation, over grievances with certain.
Yeah, but it's over certain inalienable rights, right? Like property.
But literally, the settlers and the colonies, they had property.
Yes, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you there, but we put in the Constitution that we have the right to property, correct?
Where's
yes,
that? Where's that?
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What do you mean?
No, I'm sorry. It says the government shall not infringe on those rights and liberties without due process of law.
Correct.
The right to property predates the Constitution.
Why are we having?
It's still in the Constitution.
He brings it up. I don't want to go here. He brings it up, and
let's swim back to shore. Let's get back.
But the thing is, you come here and you say, like, why are we here? Like, what am I doing in the conversation? I'm just listening to him and following him along on his crazy train.
You're just fighting on every single point.
Revolutionary War, property rights, things like I don't even know what he's talking about. I'm just trying to like follow him and be respectful of what he's saying.
Would you say he's running off the rails on a crazy train?
I think he's.
Wait, what is the one sentence point Pisco is making that you're unhappy with?
The one sentence point is that we've afforded the government the monopoly on violence, and when they choose not to use it, then it should return to us. That's literally the entire conversation.
The thing is, like, so the part of our democracy, right, is defining the scope and the discretion the government uses with its monopoly. So yes, the government has a monopoly on violence, but we elect our leaders with an expectation that they're going to use their discretion in certain ways, or pass certain laws, or enforce violence in some cases and not others. So you're saying that, like,
correct?
okay,
if they're doing it in an unjust way, then what's our right?
Yeah, that's okay. That's my
Then we get to use force.
entire problem. That's my entire problem with this whole viewpoint, is that the people who advocate that these kinds of acts should be legal have their own view on what property rights should entail and what self-defense rules should entail. And when the entirety of society disagrees with them on the scope of what self-defense is, because they realize the obvious consequences that would emerge if you expand deadly self-defense to include even little girls pushing you, as long as it's unlawful force being applied towards you, they understand that that's just an untenable system that will almost certainly, it hasn't been tried. I can't point to a single point in time where your rule, Rage Pope, has been tried before. That's what I have never.
Eggshell defense is the only time that I've heard it come close to what he's.
No, but the eggshell defense has to do with the consequences afterwards, and your scope of your civil liability and your criminal liability. It doesn't have to do with a substantive rule that allows you to apply deadly self-defense and deadly force anytime regular force would be justified.
Yeah, that's why I said the closest thing that
has ever done that before. No,
I agree.
Jurisdiction has ever done that before, and so I'm here answering.
Well, no one built a hydrogen bomb until we did, so I don't see why that's an argument as to why something should be justified or not.
Do you understand why I think he's bad faith, Z?
I don't think, like I said, I think you guys are both whiffing each other. You guys are both so heated at each other.
I think Pisco is incapable of engaging with my point.
You're both
disrespectful, and
yeah, I know you're being disrespectful. When you're literally not engaging with anything I'm saying. You're not engaging with the conversation in a serious manner.
I think
you've insulted him a lot, man.
No, I'm sincere but he's trolling.
Yeah, he's sincerely insulting me since I literally came in the conversation.
He's not trolling though.
Wait, to ask a substantive question. So is your thing that if the majority rule decides that we can't use force to protect our property, you think individuals should just go against that and do it anyways? Or what is your point?
Yeah, well, they have the right
police
to, yes,
if the police aren't acting. So if the state won't enforce my property rights, then I have the right to do them myself.
Well, you don't have the right to do it yourself. Don't we all vote collectively and we restrain each other? And if we all decide that you can't do that, you can't just Batman it, right?
I think. Well, yeah, sure, yeah, it would be vigilant in the same sense that if we suddenly voted that rape was okay, then I guess you couldn't stop someone from raping you, but I think we'd still say morally you have a right to stop them.
The response to that rule, right? The response to that hypothetical would be that there are some individual rights, right, that you consider to be so sacred or whatever that you think no society should be able to choose those rules. And so for whatever reason, right, the bodily integrity, if it was legal to murder, right, in your state, right, should anyone be punished? Should you be able to defend yourself against murder, right? At a certain point, there are certain
But you're saying that there's laws that aren't being enforced.
What are you talking about?
Like when someone comes and pushes me, even if it's not going to cause any harm, there's laws that are being enforced.
That prevent it, right? There are laws that prevent people from just offensive touchings of you, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
When you push someone. And so it absolutely is against the law for someone to commit a battery on you. And that could be, it doesn't have to cause you any damage. In most cases, it could be a misdemeanor to do a battery that doesn't cause you any damage.
I mean, that's the difference between assault and battery, right? Like the assault is the apprehension. You don't even have to touch the person.
Sure. And even just the assault. But like in these cases, we have decided that it's a bad idea to allow deadly self-defense in all cases in which force is justified, and that we have said that it's smarter to have a self-defense rule that is reasonable in scope, that is molded by the circumstance.
Where do you think my opinion on level of force, where that's justified or not? Like, does that stem from whether or not you should be able to use lethal self-defense or regular self-defense? Like, is that tied to anything?
There should be no difference in
Yes, yeah, but I could apply it. I could only apply force at the level that you would apply to deadly self-defense.
You could only apply force in the level. Yeah, they're equal, right? Anytime you can apply force, you can apply
yes, yeah, but in my hypothetical world, you could only apply force, where in your world you would be able to apply lethal self-defense, and I wouldn't be able to apply regular force where you think people should be able to apply force. Like you concede that world exists, correct?
Wait, which world? Your hypothetical world exists?
Yeah. My world that I'm arguing for. Yeah. Yes. So the world that I'm arguing for, where force could be used at the same level of lethal self-defense. The only justification of use of force would be in your world where you would be justified using deadly self-defense.
What did you just say? I literally can't follow the syntactic sentence.
I know you
literally can't follow.
That was a lot of words. I'll be real with you.
Your sentence is very difficult to follow, Rachel.
It's not difficult to follow. So in my world, I can use force whenever, or lethal self-defense whenever I could use force, correct?
Okay, yeah, I understand that.
Okay, so then in my world, I could set the level of where you could use force in a thing, right?
Wait,
yes or no?
Sorry. In your world, you can set the level that force can be used.
You could,
Yes,
right?
correct.
Because
Where you
you
could start
just
doing
said
it.
they could
Yes,
do
so-
nuclear, right? No matter what.
No, that was entirely
That was a
tangential. I think
meme.
you lost
Yeah,
the point.
Okay, yeah, I agree. In
Okay,
your
so,
world, you
okay,
can
yeah.
also
So
set
I set it at a level where just to be able to use force or lethal self-defense in your world, you would be justified using lethal self-defense.
Wait. You have to say that sentence slower because I can't follow.
Okay, so in my world, where I would allow somebody to use any sort of force, would be the same level in your world where people would be using lethal self-defense.
Makes sense.
In some cases, yeah.
In all
In
cases.
some cases.
All right. So now I'm understanding them a little more. Thank you for slowing down. Are you saying that you wouldn't allow force in response to someone shoving you?
What? What do you mean?
Are you allowed to defend yourself
yeah.
against? Okay, so then you're.
Yes, yeah.
So then nothing of what you said matters. Because
No,
are
it
you
doesn't
telling me that
matter.
you're gonna set the level of force lower than what I'll set it at?
No, I'm not. But I'm saying that you
Okay,
can
then
create
shut up.
situations. I'm saying that you can create situations in your world where use of force would be allowed and lethal self-defense wouldn't be. But in my world, you wouldn't be able to use regular force. So in these hypotheticals of somebody pushing you and not doing any damage to you, that you wouldn't be able to use.
To be used in those cases?
If it's not going to do anything to you, no. But I think when it becomes
pushing you
harassment to a repeated point where it's doing damage, then yes. So for instance, if I go onto a subway and I grope a girl's butt, then, is she really taking any damage from that? No.
Dude, you understand that every time you speak, you're making contradiction of what you previously said.
I'm not making.
Is this
any
about killing the
contradiction.
DDoS kid? What is this about?
Yeah.
Yes,
It is.
yes.
I'm about to explain the contradiction, the obvious contradiction of what you just said. And based on your examples used before you were saying, well, I can't possibly know what a little girl has in her mind when she comes up to me. How can I know that she's not trying to knock me out? And so why are you pretending like you would?
Because in hypothetical where I know it's not going to do any damage, then I can apply that.
You're the one who
in the
says
real
you
world,
can never know. You're the one who were fighting me on that, and you were saying,
yeah,
you can
I do
never
agree with
know.
that. But in your hypothetical, I can say no force is justified if I know she's not going to do any harm to me.
Truthless distinction that you would never apply, and you would always.
It's the same truthless distinction that's in your assessment of San Francisco not happening.
Sorry, you're going to have to explain that. It's the same truthless distinction in my hypothetical of San Francisco not applying. What does that even mean? What did you just mean by that sentence? It's just as truthless as my hypothetical in San Francisco.
Okay, so let me explain. Let me use my words. So when we had this big argument at the beginning, you were saying that we're trying to paint you with San Francisco, that your side of enforcing majority rule is going to lead to anarchy. And by saying that places like San Francisco exist is painting your side entirely wrong, because when you have police enforcement of rights, which is what you would advocate for, that situations like that wouldn't happen. But there's no distinction, because in the real world, we have this hypothetical happening where the police aren't doing anything, and you have non-enforcement of, or with the non-enforcement of rights, you have the inability to use deadly self-defense, and then it leads to anarchy. It's the same.
I don't accept your premises, and again, you're using the word anarchy, which just for you means lower crime. I just want to flag that for the audience that when you use anarchy,
he doesn't mean the legal structure yet. He just means like it's chaos, that people are able to steal with impunity.
He means so when he says it leads to anarchy, he just means it increases crime rates.
Yes.
They can commit crime with impunity.
But the thing is, his word choice is painting a picture for everyone in the audience.
I don't think it is, man. I think that, so Pisco, like I said, I get what you're saying, but when Destiny didn't even understand what you're saying, I think you had to concede at some point that goes, I don't think that's the picture they were painting. Destiny and Rage both, I mean.
Yeah, they're both idiots, 100%. I stand by that comment.
I mean, you don't say anarchy, I guess, and he will stop being triggered.
Well, I mean,
there's more to it than that.
but also, I mean, it requires me to accept your premises, which I don't accept, which is that there's this duality, that you need these two conditions, and that will lead to. I don't think you've proven. I think the burden of proof is on you to show causality. If you want to show that,
I think showing causality is there's multiple jurisdictions where this happened, and then it's led to it. I think that's more than sufficient to show some sort of cause.
So.
Yes.
All right. So two things happening at the same time shows causality.
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
This is getting
No,
You're such an
Rage
idiot,
Phobe.
dude. You're trolling me.
like I feel like we're getting so tangent that we're getting like to like say yes to something that really didn't even need to be asked in the first place, and I don't think we're so far out in the ocean that I'm
That
just
one's
like an
Rage
ocean of piss
Phobe's
here.
fault. That's
Wait.
bad.
No, I know, but it's still there's a point where I'm like,
just said, and I mean, he's trolling.
we can only tread water for so long before you.
Yeah, I'm trolling you on that one. No, it doesn't establish causality.
Hang on.
I think it's sufficient. I think it's sufficient to say.
Rage Phobe, I want you to say it again. You just said two things happen at the same time shows causality.
I think when you have an underlying mechanism that will theoretically justify, when you have a theoretical mechanism and you see the causal mechanism in action and you see no counter causal or any other counter example in the real world, then yes, I think
That's
it's
not
sufficient.
how that works, though.
That's
You
not-
can't
that
you
doesn't
can't
work
just
that
see
way.
That's not how
one
it works.
correlational thing and say, well, that's
But it's
causal
not
until you
just
prove
one.
it's not.
It's happened in multiple places. It happens in Portland. It's happened with the Kia Boys. It's happened in like literally dozens of cities all around America. That's more than enough for there to be enough. What?
They weren't saying so like the two things happen. So they're not saying like you're applying to the situation. We're simply saying two things happening does not show causality. But if you add more to it, then obviously you could lead towards causality. But their statement to you is simply two things occurring. Period. Don't add anything else. Don't take anything else.
Sure.
That does not show causality.
Sure. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
There.
But
Yay.
it would imply that there's probably a higher probably likelihood of causality.
So what do you think is likelier, that the deadly self-defense rule is causing increased crime, or the lack of enforcement is causing crime?
I think it's both in combination.
Wait, which
I
is
think
more?
it's more so on the police not enforcing
Yeah, that's what
stuff.
it is. Because the reason it would be happening would because there is no enforcement. If there's a deadly self-defense rule, then something would be happening. Or if police were doing something, something would be happening. His position is something needs to happen to stop it. And if there's nothing, if there's both a rule that says you can't defend it and the police sure as hell aren't going to defend it, then it occurs more.
Yeah, but like his
Rage Phobe, is that what you're saying?
He's referencing like stores, right? Stores that exist that as a business rule, they're not going to do it anyway, right? We just established that in self-interest, these stores where everyone is
but you're
showing
saying people whose cars are being
What
stolen.
happens is they close.
Let me finish this. So his response is, if you didn't have this deadly self-defense, if you allowed them to use deadly self-defense, then at last you wouldn't have this rise in crime, and that along with the non-enforcement, this is what's causing it. But if his whole point, if what we just talked about was these stores are rationally choosing not to even employ regular force, how could you ever make the argument that the choice of rule between force, wait, let me finish. The choice of rule between force and deadly force is making a difference here. If the big stores that everyone is showing that you're citing, of people just going in there, the corner shops, all that stuff, if they're choosing not to use even any force, if that's the major policy, how can you possibly sit here and say, well, if we just made it acceptable?
Because it's not just the stores, it's all the cars that are being broken into, it's the local gas stations, it's everything across the board.
It would solve some,
sure,
but
maybe
not
there
the
might
big
be
ones.
as much robbery. Yeah, it might be at Walmart and stuff and places like that they might choose not to do it, and those places continue to get robbed. But the people who do choose to do it, so for instance, the rooftop Koreans and the riots, people who want to defend their cars against being stolen in cities like Detroit or other places around the world, then you might see a decrease in crime and those types of property crime and an increase at those corporate stores.
Yeah, I think the burden of proof is on you. I think if you're
I
trying
don't
to
think it is.
That makes intuitive sense, at least, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, like, you have to show that, don't you? You're just saying it. And like, I can't even produce you any evidence other than.
Well, I can't produce any evidence either because you won't allow me to go shoot people.
huh? Okay.
Okay, but then if what you're saying is that that's what it would take for you to have evidence, then you can't say that your opinion is justified with evidence.
I think it's justifiable to look for evidence by allowing stuff like that to happen.
Really?
Because it naturally, if it naturally follows that crime would decrease, then yes, I think running an experiment like that would be justified.
If it naturally follows.
I think it naturally follows, and our founding fathers would agree that if you can shoot somebody for stealing your property, that less theft is going to happen. I think everybody would agree with that. I know it's not the majority rule. Wow, amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a lawyer.
You're citing the founding fathers, right? So when I said that's not the majority rule, and you cite the founding fathers, that's a claim that you say the founding fathers would have wanted X. I'm trying to show you that even under the English common law, there were limits on self-defense rights.
Sure.
Okay?
But there is self-defense rights for property?
There's always been self-defense rights under the English common law, of course.
Okay, and
But
there's
we're not
self-defense
arguing about
rights because it decreases. So when there's self-defense rights for defense of self, there's a decrease in attack on self, correct?
I'm sure that I don't know, but I'm sure that
So-
self-defense. I don't know for to a certainty, but I'm sure that self-defense laws, to some extent, discourage.
Okay, so why wouldn't it
unlawful
hold true
force.
for property as well?
Because you're trying to ascribe a particular kind of self-defense for all cases, and I'm showing you that in the common law you just cited, right, the founding fathers, and you said they would have wanted this, and I'm
But
showing
you're saying
you
evidence exists for this.
no, wait.
But not
Every time
that.
you bring up a claim, you don't want me to analyze it. You just said the founding fathers thing. Am I allowed to interrogate you on that and question that?
Sure.
And challenge you on
but I
that?
mean, you're admitting.
Why are you trying to?
Because
I'm
you're
not
literally
admitting
admitting to all the points that I'm trying to make by using that analogy and then saying they're not non-analogous.
What analogy am I using?
Okay, so when you're saying that they allowed for deadly defense of self, yes, correct, and
In
that
certain circumstances.
yes, in certain circumstances, and in those circumstances, there is a decreased amount of attacks on people because of it. Correct? That's the big reason why they.
I don't
wanted
know
it.
that to be true, but I assume that that's the rationale, and I think I think that it's probably likely given my intuition of the world. But again, yes, I think that's
So then
probably
why
very
would it not
wrong.
apply? So why would it not apply to defensive property?
Because just because you can have that nexus with respect to individual pieces, individual attacks on you and on your body, one doesn't mean necessarily that's going to be translatable to property crime, much of which is done when the person is not there or in a position. But even if, right, I grant that it would decrease, and maybe it would decrease property related crimes, the collateral consequences of it would be such that I would still be against it, because the consequences of implementing your rule would lead to more death and destruction and blood feuds and all that stuff. In my opinion, more anarchy and more anarchy, and it would be.
Do you have proof for that?
No.
Okay, we don't implement the rule, right? We don't implement the rule, and my rule for that is go to all the lawless societies where people are deciding for themselves who's trespassing, and all the the lords there who are in charge of the fiefdoms.
But we wouldn't have to do it if we just had enforcement of properties.
Why is it the
but
case
they
that
have to do it
Why is it the case that like every advanced Western country doesn't have your rule?
because they enforce property rights, and you don't have to do it on your own. And when they don't enforce
And when
property
they
rights,
don't,
things
the
go to
stores
shit.
have been closing like crazy. Like, I mean, that so, but no, I do. But just Pisco, I totally understand his position of saying that if you have this rule and people are trying to do it on their own, they're going to end up killing a lot of people you shouldn't be killing.
And then
that you believe that therefore it's worth it to sacrifice the people. So to go like, yeah, your stuff's gonna get stolen. You're not gonna be able to do anything, and it's gonna be. But the other outcome is if I allow you to, I'm gonna have to allow other people to, and they're gonna make. And I can't just let everyone just go willy nilly whenever they kill people whenever they want.
The threshold is
over
in action.
pushes, right? Which is what Rage. Remember, Rage Pope's position isn't that it's any time in which you can use force, you can use deadly force anytime.
I don't. Yeah, that's one thing I don't actually agree with.
And he thinks that society would be better under those circumstances, even though no society has ever, advanced society, in my opinion, has ever implemented that rule. That
it's not a good. I mean, saying that isn't a good. I don't know. I don't think it's good to say like no one's done it yet, so therefore it's a bad idea.
You interrupted me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No advanced society has ever implemented that rule. The fact that it would seem to engender a lot of problems of proportionality. It would certainly cause, you agree, if the natural consequences of these deadly self-defense rules would be to lower crime, this would increase death, right? Naturally, if people make their own determinations about when they're
not
unlawful,
necessarily.
If people make their own determinations on when any amount of unlawful force is going to be applied to them, I mean, how often?
And not enforced by the state, but yes.
No, but
Also, what would be more likely is your world would suck and we go back to having law enforcement do it, like in reality. But that's still good.
Yes.
I would prefer we go down that route and then have law enforcement do what they were supposed to.
Disagrees with that.
Yeah.
I don't
Also,
think
just to
anyone
address chat, chat asks, the reason why lawyers talk so much is because we're paid by the word.
I mean, I think that you're trolling. I think that you bring up the founding fathers. You don't even want me to interrogate that point. I mean, you bring up stuff, and then when I try to be like, no, that's not right, Rage Pope, you like immediately try to shift the conversation about to more like, I don't know, to other places, and it's pathetic in my opinion for you to be so.
Well, because I think it's because when you try to engage with the points, you engage with the wrong point of the thing that I'm bringing up.
Father's point? Why did you bring that up?
Because the whole point, because the whole point of it was they believed that we had a.
And I'm out. Okay. Wow, that's a Pisco Rage Pope conversation. All right. It got better. It got better. Okay, it got better. It got a little bit better over time. I guess it's that's my good to the world for the day. Let's go back. Let's go back to our regularly scheduled programming. Thank you, Ryle Kittenhouse, for the diversion. But yeah, let's get back to what we were doing here, because I don't want to sit there and listen to that for an hour. And if I do, I want to listen to it at 3x on YouTube. So that's just me. All right, back to what we were doing before. No, Booksmarts, you left. I did leave. I'm not sitting there and listening to that, dude. I don't get paid to do that. Fuck that. That's not fun. Honestly, I was here to have fun today, and that is the opposite of fun. That is nails on chalkboard, sitting between those two, doing what they're doing. So not really about that. I love Pisco, but I feel like sometimes he seizes on some minor technicality of what you said in order to win the point rather than addressing the meat of it. Yeah, and you and I kind of talked about that yesterday, Vels. It's like sometimes people get hyper focused on like winning or making the other person look bad or stupid, and so you're gonna kind of focus on things to like make memes out of them and whatever. And if you're already convinced the other person's bad faith, then you kind of have no reservations about doing that, and then you just kind of keep doing that. And even when that's not happening, I don't really like listening to Pisco argue very much, because it's like, again, we hyper focus on something until the other person gives up or gets frustrated with him. And usually that happens because let's continue our thing.
Yeah, probably. But then here's a question. Let's look at that analogy from another angle, because I don't think that analogy is doing as much work as you want it to be. Let's say that there's a person who gets their head chopped off, but we can keep their body alive. Would you say that the person is still alive if the body is still alive, but the head is chopped off?
I would say that as an organism, so their head is probably decomposing now, right?
Yep.
And then
toss in the trash. It's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that them as an organism, they have died, or we are keeping the organism alive through artificial life support, like a heart-lung machine.
When you say the organism, so my head, Steven's head gets cut off, but my body
you're
is still
dead. Yeah.
Okay, you're dead. What if there was a surgery where we could create new human heads and then put it back on with like a new brain and everything? Would you say that you have an obligation to keep the body alive so that you can reattach a new head in the future?
The obligation to keep a headless trunk alive, to put a...
Because that's the equivalent to you talking about the child being born without the brain, but you can give it a drug to grow back the brain in the future.
I would say that if you cut off somebody's head and you have their trunk there, the organism may be alive. I would say the organism probably isn't alive. You're keeping all of the organs alive. Like if you keep someone who's brain dead on a heart-lung machine, they're not going to stay alive indefinitely. They're only going to stay alive maybe for 2 to 5 days in order to harvest organs. Well, they're still going to decompose.
You can feed them, right?
No, not if somebody is brain dead.
As long as the brain stem isn't true, but persistent vegetative state can be fed with a tube indefinitely.
That's different. Someone with a persistent vegetative state is a disabled human being. So they are.
There's brainstem activity.
Yeah, there's brainstem activity. They're wakeful. They can digest food.
I don't believe so. I think they need to be fed with tube and everything.
They can digest it.
Oh, okay, sure.
A brain dead person cannot do that. It's just going to sit in the gullet and they're going to decompose. Okay, but they're a person still.
Okay,
albeit they're a disabled person.
Do you think that people in persistent vegetative states, assuming you know they're never going to wake up, should they be kept alive indefinitely as well?
I think that they should be given food, water. They should be given comfort care.
So kept alive indefinitely?
No, not necessarily kept alive indefinitely, because there might be interventions that aren't as helpful for them. I think there's a difference between. I think that we should never dehydrate anyone to death.
Sure. So a person who's 22 years old, persistent vegetative state, they could live to 75. They're always going to be in bed. Should that person be cared for the remainder of their life?
Well, we don't know that they'll live to 75.
Let's say we should. That's why it's hypothetical.
Well, no, you shut down a lot of my hypotheticals.
I didn't. I answered every single hypothetical.
No. And now he's not answering hypotheticals, actually. So I'm going to mark this. This is actually not answering this hypothetical. Okay, so it's happening here, but it didn't happen before he said it was happening.
Oh, you complained about a lot of them.
I did complain. No, I complained because they're intuition pumps, but tell me one of those I didn't answer.
No,
tell me one of those.
You complained about
I watched you put a check mark next to every single one I answered. I saw you do it, so I know I answered.
You complained about a toddler, for example.
I did complain, but I answered it. So you can complain about mine, but you have to answer it. A 20-year-old can be kept alive until 75. Yeah. Do we have a moral obligation to keep feeding them for?
See, now this is good. This is what I've been talking about earlier in the conversation. I want him to do. If you have a problem with him not answering something, point it out when it's happening, and then push that it gets fixed. Push to him to answer it. And then if you want to complain later that he's not, then that's fine. Now I understand better after the whole conversation, him saying he's not engaging with every hypothetical, although he has engaged with a lot of the questions up until this point, a lot of the hypotheticals up to this point. Now he's just straight up not. Let's see if he comes back around though.
55 years in a hospital bed. You can complain about it, but you should answer the question.
There's two ways that I could respond to this.
Okay.
One would be my view, and two would be another pro-life view.
Well, I want to know your view because I'm talking to you.
That's well, someone could defend a position, might say, you know what?
I don't care about someone. I want Trent's answer.
No, because I want people to be pro-life, even if they don't agree with everything I believe.
Okay, but I'm asking you right
That's
now.
fine.
Okay.
I think we should never. I think we should not starve somebody to death. I think that in some cases, food will not help someone because they can't digest
We're
it
not
anymore.
talking about those cases. I'm just saying we could keep somebody alive from 25 to 75, 50 years in a bed if we feed them and water them.
Yeah, I don't think we should starve disabled people to death. That's my answer to that.
Okay.
But number two, if you don't agree with that intuition,
So he
you
wants
could just
to
have the
keep
view
them
that I laid out earlier, which is that you are no longer a person if it is impossible for you to be conscious in the future. So that means you are a person whenever it is possible for you to be conscious in the future. And that would apply for nearly all unborn human beings from fertilization onward. So even if someone didn't agree with me about PVS, they could still agree with you.
I think pointing out he's not answering and pushing it can be bad sometimes because it becomes an argument around whether they answered it or did it sufficiently. Yeah, if it's more on the fence, this isn't on the fence. He's dead ass not answering it. So I feel like it works here. But yeah, in some other hypothetical, sure. But that's not what we're dealing with in the conversation. It's good to point it out, though, for the audience if they don't answer or refuse to answer. Yeah, sure.
About withholding care for PVS, but it's different because there's a difference between someone who will never again be conscious and someone who will be conscious at some point. There's a difference there.
True. But I mean, like a sperm, given the right conditions, like being in an environment with an egg, will also
I don't know how long term I'm being with stream. I won't tell you, and if I do, don't believe me.
at some point exhibit consciousness, the same way that a single cell organism connected to a mother, because a single cell organism will never develop on its own.
Sperm never becomes conscious. In order for
neither is a single cell thing. It has to be connected to a mom. It on its own never does.
The organism.
Yeah, but then you have your time, environment, and nutrition.
That was once one cell does become conscious because there's continuity there. The sperm and egg.
There's no continuity between a sperm and a zygote?
Were you ever once a newborn?
Yeah.
Well, how could, let me ask you this, like if you took a car and replaced 90% of its parts, or added 90% new parts, is it the same car?
I don't know. It's a ship of Theseus question. I'm not sure.
Right, but you might have 90% new parts from being a newborn. But you're still the same newborn. You're still that same person.
Sure. Why, though? That's a really interesting question.
It is.
It's probably because of the continuity of the...
Yeah, Vels, if he brings it up at the end and he uses specifics, that's totally fine. I just don't like when he says you haven't answered any. I don't like the any. I don't like the all. I don't like never. I don't like that stuff. Because generally speaking, you're wrong when you say those things. Like, I think this is some of the first advice I ever gave on the channel and something I'm sticking to. Be very careful when you say never, always, any, all. You have to be careful with those because oftentimes they're probably not correct. And you leave an opening for somebody to correct you. And there's just no point in leaving the opening. I don't see a point to being hyperbolic in that way. So I will always advise that you don't do it. And maybe someday somebody can convince me out of it, but that's kind of my position at this point.
Conscious experience.
I would say it's because you're the same organism.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's the continuity of the conscious experience.
Do you remember being a newborn?
Nope.
Not a lot of continuity there.
Because I don't remember there's no continuity? Am I not a person when I'm blackout drunk?
Well, you might not remember things, but it seems like you're lacking some of these elements. It seems very, very weak that's the continuity. And also,
people with Alzheimer's are no longer people, or
no? I believe that they are persons. They are the same living being. My problem is if you're going to want to say, oh well, having the same psychological experiences, that's what makes you the same person over time. Well, then you get really like you wanted to cut off heads and put them on other bodies. Well, what if we take your brain and split it in two, and then put it into two corpses, and they both have your psychological connections? Are they both you?
It's a really tough one. Maybe you split into two yous, but
that seems like a contradiction that you could do two contradictory things at the same time. They can't both be you. You can't be identical to more than one thing.
Well, if you want to fight there, we're not fighting over human conscious experience. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of human identity. What you are as a conscious experience might not even be one coherent conscious experience. There might be 10 or 15 different things running under the hood. If you take enough drugs, you can visit all of those parts.
Let me ask you
but
this
that doesn't get us any farther or closer to like abortion.
Is it possible for the brain to have more than one person in it, more than one conscious experience?
It seems like there's some research exploring that. Maybe it's possible, but I don't think we perceive it that way. Right, because there are a split brain, or what's it called, like the corpus callosum. That if that's divided or split for some reason, you can do a split brain experiment where different halves of your brain seem to be aware of different things. So potentially it could be. We're just not aware of it, I guess.
Right. So I was going back to the beginning here. I'm rejecting your view that sperm and egg are us. Those are things that became us, and there's an explanation for that. My explanation relies on the fact that you are the same living organism. That organisms maintain their identity over time in spite of many changes. You are the same biological human being that was born of your mother decades ago, even though you have radically different parts and abilities now, because you're that same living being. But I would say that you're that same living being existed 9 months prior to the birth as well.
Sure, and I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that ontologically, what your position demands is that you believe that a single cell organism is of a kind that is similar to a 99-year-old human being, and that those things belong to the same category, but the single cell organism is entirely different from a sperm or egg.
Are they both human? Is the zygote and the 99-year-old, are they both human organisms?
Definitionally so.
So they are the same.
But I mean, a corpse is also a human organism.
No, that's not true.
It is. Of course it is. What do you mean?
What is a human organism?
I don't know. We can bring up the dictionary we want, but
And I would say an organism is a collection of parts that work together for the good of the whole. A corpse no longer has that property.
Okay, but I mean, neither does a single cell organism. It can't work to do anything absent.
How does it grow in the womb?
By getting nutrients from the mother. The mother's body is probably doing more at that point.
But that's the same as you and I. When we go to In-N-Out and we eat food, we got to do that to keep growing and develop. It doesn't have to be In-N-Out, but we need nutrients and environment to continue developing also.
Yeah, but I think there's a bit of a difference. When I eat a cheeseburger, my body doesn't become a cheeseburger, but a single cell organism is literally one single cell. The nutrients coming from the mother more than even the sum of everything.
It doesn't turn into sugar or glucose. It creates new cells and it creates new elements of its.
Okay. How long have you been streaming for? I think that Discord conversation that we had low key just drained me. Fuck, 4 hours. And I'm getting hungry. You know what? I do this for fun now, so I'm probably just gonna cut it. Okay. Yeah. I wish there was some way I could give you guys like a way of extending it or something. I guess comment down below in the VOD. And if you're watching live now, go to YouTube, comment, do you want me to continue? Do you want me to finish the last hour of this conversation? Then let me know. And if there's an overwhelming number of you, perhaps you could sway me to continue with this, because unlike when I used to stream, I can't do some dono drive thing. That would more than likely be a death sentence to the content continuing. So I won't say that, but if, you know, there's compelling comments that give me some reason to listen to the last hour of this, maybe I will go back and listen to it, but odds are probably not going to. I wish you didn't go to that other conversation. Well, you can blame Ryle Kittenhouse. You can blame him. Literally the only reason I left. And whoever else supported it at the time. If you want to go back and shame them in the VOD, leave that in the comments down below. Yeah, I think that's my cutoff, because I'm hungry. I'm probably not going to interpret this the best way possible. And then if I say something mean about Destiny or something, or am out of pocket, then I'm going to get in trouble with him. And I'm just kind of not willing to throw the dice on that one. That Pisco argument sucked the energy out of my soul. Yeah, it did. You're joking? I'm not. It sucked my soul. Continue, but don't burn yourself out. I would rather see you stream regular and short instead of long and rare. I guess so. Yeah. Well, that does it. Thank you for showing up. If you want to continue getting me to stream and show up for you guys, donations probably aren't the way to do it. Although if there was a big donation, I don't know. You know, just show up, say hi, be in chat, be encouraging, be nice in my comments. And I'll probably, you know, I might show up again covering another debate. Who knows? Yeah. So again, no promises. I try to give you guys hope, but at the same time, not too much hope. I don't want to promise you anything. But, you know, when I see the opportunity to stream, I'm trying to get over the hurdle of not wanting to do it and just click and go live and hang out with you guys and say hi. So that's today's stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope the little tangent that we have wasn't too big of a deal. And yeah, I hope the insights were good. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. I appreciate it. I'm going to probably make myself some food and eat while timestamping this, and then maybe I'll download it and get in Vegas and edit it a little bit and post that up. That way it's concise and I can cut out a lot of stuff and maybe get back in the video editor for a bit and have some fun with that. But yeah, without any other fanfare, see you guys later. Have a good one, and I will see you